Section 88 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Greg Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark, August 27, 1845. On the subject of your letter, quite irrespective of the injunction in it, I would not have dared speak, now at least. But I may permit myself, perhaps, to say I am most grateful, dearest friend, for this admission to participate, in my degree, in these feelings. There is a better thing than being happy in your happiness. I feel, now that you teach me, it is so. I will write no more now, though that sentence of what you are expecting, that I shall be tired of you, etc., though I could blot that out of your mind forever by a very few words now, for you would believe me at this moment, close on the other subject. But I will take no such advantage. I will wait. I have many things, indifferent things after those, to say. Will you write, if but a few lines, to change the associations for that purpose? Then I will write too. May God bless you in what is past and to come. I pray that from my heart, being yours, R.B. End of Section 88.
Section 89 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark August 27th, 1845. But your Saul is unobjectionable as far as I can see, my dear friend. He was tormented by an evil spirit, but how we are not told, and the consolation is not obliged to be definite, is it? A singer was sent for as a singer, and all that you are called upon to be true to are the general characteristics of David the chosen, standing between his sheep and his dawning hereafter, between innocence and holiness, and with what you speak of as the gracious gold locks, besides the chrism of the prophet, on his own head. And surely you have been happy in the tone and spirit of these lyrics, broken as you have left them. Where is the wrong in all this? For the right and beauty, they are more obvious, and I cannot tell you how the poem holds me and will not let me go until it blesses me. And so where are the 60 lines thrown away? I do beseech you, you who forget nothing, to remember them directly and to go on with the rest, as directly, be it understood, as is not injurious to your health. The whole conception of the poem I like, and the execution is exquisite up to this point, and the sight of Saul in the tent, just struck out of the dark by that sunbeam, a thing to see, not to say that afterwards, when he is visibly caught in his fangs like the king's serpent, the sight is grander still. How could you doubt about this poem? At the moment of writing this, I receive your note. Do you receive my assurances from the deepest of my heart that I never did otherwise than believe you, never did nor shall do, and that you completely misinterpreted my words if you drew another meaning from them? Believe me in this, will you? I could not believe you any more for anything you could say, now or hereafter, and so do not avenge yourself on my unwary sentences by remembering them against me for evil. I did not mean to vex you, still less to suspect you, indeed I did not. And moreover, it was quite your fault that I did not blot it out after it was written, whatever the meaning was. So you forgive me altogether for your own sins. You must. For my part, though I have been sorry since to have written you such a gloomy letter, the sorrow unmakes itself in hearing you speak so kindly. Your sympathy is precious to me, I may say. May God bless you. Write and tell me among the indifferent things something not indifferent, how you are yourself, I mean, for I fear you are not well, and thought you were not looking so yesterday. Dearest friend, I remain yours, E.B.B. End of section 89. Section 90 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday evening. Postmark August 30th, 1845. I do not hear, and come to you to ask the alms of just one line. Having taken it into my head that something is the matter, it is not so much exactingness on my part as that you spoke of meaning to write as soon as you received a note of mine, which went to you 5 minutes afterwards, which is 3 days ago, or will be when you read this. Are you not well, or what? Though I have tried and wished to remember having written in the last note something very, or even a little offensive to you, I failed in it and go back to the worse fear. For you could not be vexed with me for talking of what was your fault, your own fault, viz., in having to read sentences which, but for your commands, would have been blotted out. You could not very well take that for serious blame. From me too, who have so much reason and provocation for blaming the Archangel Gabriel. No, you could not misinterpret so, and if you could not, and if you are not displeased with me, you must be unwell, I think. I took for granted yesterday that you had gone out as before, but tonight it is different. And so I come to ask you to be kind enough to write one word for me by some post tomorrow. Now remember, I am not asking for a letter, but for a word, or line strictly speaking. Ever yours, dear friend, E.B.B. End of section 90.
Section 91 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark August 30, 1845. This sweet autumn evening, Friday, comes all golden into the room, and makes me write to you, not think of you. Yet what shall I write? It must be for another time, after Monday, when I am to see you, you know, and hear if the headache be gone, since your note would not round to the perfection of kindness and comfort, and tell me so. God bless my dearest friend, R.B. I am much better, well indeed, thank you. End of section 91. Section 92 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark August 30, 1845. Can you understand me so, dearest friend, after all? Do you see me, when I am away, or with you, taking offense at words, being vexed at words, or deeds of yours, even if I could not immediately trace them to their source of entire, pure kindness, as I have hitherto done in every smallest instance? I believe in you absolutely, utterly. I believe that when you bade me, that time, be silent, that such was your bidding, and I was silent. Dare I say I think you did not know at that time the power I have over myself, that I could sit and speak and listen as I have done since. Let me say now, this only once, that I loved you from my soul, and gave you my life, so much of it as you would take, and all that is done, not to be altered now. It was, in the nature of the proceeding, wholly independent of any return on your part. I will not think on extremes you might have resorted to. As it is, the assurance of your friendship, the intimacy to which you admit me now, make the truest, deepest joy of my life, a joy I can never think fugitive while we are in life, because I know, as to me, I could not willingly displease you, while, as to you, your goodness and understanding will always see to the bottom of involuntary or ignorant faults, always help me to correct them. I have done now. If I thought you were like other women I have known, I should say so much. But my first and last word, I believe in you. What you could and would give me of your affection, you would give nobly and simply, and as a giver, you would not need that I tell you, what would be supreme happiness to me in the event, however distant. I repeat, I call on your justice to remember, and your intelligence to believe, that this is merely a more precise stating the first subject, to put an end to any possible misunderstanding, to prevent your henceforth believing that because I do not write from thinking too deeply of you, I am offended, vexed, etc., etc. I will never recur to this, nor shall you see the least difference in my manner next Monday. It is indeed always before me how I know nothing of you and yours, but I think I ought to have spoken when I did, and to speak clearly, or more clearly what I do, as it is my pride and duty to fall back, now, on the feeling with which I have been in the meantime. Yours, God bless you, R.B. Let me write a few words to lead into Monday, and say, you have probably received my note. I am much better, with a little headache, which is all, and fast going this morning. Of yours you say nothing. I trust you see dare I say your duty in the Pisa affair, as all else must see it. Shall I hear on Monday? And my Saul, that you are so lenient to. Bless you ever. End of section 92.
Section 93 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, August 31st, 1845. I did not think you were angry. I never said so. But you might reasonably have been wounded a little if you had suspected me of blaming you for any bearing of yours towards myself. And this was the amount of my fear, or rather hope, since I conjectured most that you were not well, and after all you did do think, that in some way or for some moment I blamed you, disbelieved you, distrusted you, or why this letter? How have I provoked this letter? Can I forgive myself for having even seemed to have provoked it? And will you believe me that if for the past's sake you sent it, it was unnecessary, and if for the future's, irrelevant, which I say from no want of sensibility to the words of it, your words always make themselves felt, but in fullness of purpose not to suffer you to hold to words because they have been said, nor to say them as if to be holden by them. Why, if 1,000 more such words were said by you to me, how could they operate upon the future or present, supposing me to choose to keep the possible modification of your feelings as a probability in my sight and yours? Can you help my sitting with the doors all open if I think it right? I do attest to you, while I trust you, as you must see, in word and act, and while I am confident that no human being ever stood higher or purer in the eyes of another than you do in mine, that you would still stand high and remain unalterably my friend, if the probability in question became a fact, as now at this moment. And this I must say, since you have said other things, and this alone, which I have said, concerns the future, I remind you earnestly. My dearest friend, you have followed the most generous of impulses in your whole bearing to me, and I have recognized and called by its name, in my heart, each one of them. Yet I cannot help adding that, of us two, yours has not been quite the hardest part. I mean, to a generous nature like your own, to which every sort of nobleness comes easily. Mine has been more difficult, and I have sunk under it again and again, and the sinking and the effort to recover the duty of a lost position may have given me an appearance of vacillation and lightness, unworthy at least of you, and perhaps of both of us. Notwithstanding which appearance, it was right and just, only just, of you to believe in me, in my truth, because I have never failed to you in it, nor been capable of such failure. The thing I have said I have meant, always, and in things I have not said, the silence has had a reason somewhere different perhaps from where you looked for it. And this brings me to complaining that you, who profess to believe in me, do yet obviously believe that it was only merely silence which I required of you on one occasion, and that if I had known your power over yourself, I should not have minded. No. In other words, you believe of me that I was thinking just of my own, what shall I call it for a motive base and small enough? My own scrupulousness, freedom from embarrassment, of myself in the least of me, in the tying of my shoestrings, say, so much and no more. Now this is so wrong as to make me impatient sometimes in feeling it to be your impression. I asked for silence, but also and chiefly for the putting away of, you know very well what I asked for. And this was sincerely done, I attest to you. You wrote once to me, long before May and the day we met, that you had been so happy you should be now justified to yourself in taking any step most hazardous to the happiness of your life. But if you were justified, could I be therefore justified in abetting such a step? The step of wasting, in a sense, your best feelings, of emptying your water gourds into the sand? What I thought then, I think now, just what any third person, knowing you, would think, I think and feel. I thought too, at first, that the feeling on your part was a mere generous impulse, likely to expend itself in a week perhaps. It affects me, and has affected me, very deeply, more than I dare attempt to say, that you should persist so, and if sometimes I have felt, by a sort of instinct, that after all you would not go on to persist, and that, being a man, you know, you might mistake, a little unconsciously, the strength of your own feeling, you ought not to be surprised, when I felt it was more advantageous and happier for you that it should be so. In any case, I shall never regret my own share in the events of this summer, and your friendship will be dear to me to the last. You know I told you so, not long since. And as to what you say otherwise, you are right in thinking that I would not hold by unworthy motives in avoiding to speak what you had any claim to hear. But what could I speak that would not be unjust to you? Your life, if you gave it to me, and I put my whole heart into it, what should I put but anxiety, and more sadness than you were born to? What could I give you, which it would not be ungenerous to give? Therefore we must leave this subject, and I must trust you to leave it without one word more. Too many have been said already, but I could not let your letter pass quite silently, as if I had nothing to do but to receive all as a matter of course so, while you may well trust me to remember to my life's end, as the grateful remember, and to feel, as those who have felt sorrow, for where these pits are dug, the water will stand, the full price of your regard. May God bless you, my dearest friend. I shall send this letter after I have seen you, and hope you may not have expected to hear sooner. Ever yours, E.B.B. Monday, 6 p.m. I sent in disobedience to your commands Mrs. Shelley's book, but when books accumulate, and when besides I want to let you have the American edition of my poems, famous for all manner of blunders, you know, what is to be done but have recourse to the parcel medium? You were in jest about being at Pisa, before or as soon as we were. Oh no, that must not be indeed. We must wait a little. Even if you determine to go at all, which is a question of doubtful expediency, do take more exercise this week, and make war against those dreadful sensations in the head. Now will you? End of section 93.
Section 94 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark, September 3, 1845. I rather hoped, with no right at all, to hear from you this morning, or afternoon, to know how you are, that how are you, there is no use disguising, is, vary it how one may, my own life's question. I had better write no more now. Will you not tell me something about you? The head, and that too warm hand? Or was it my fancy? Surely the report of Dr. Chambers is most satisfactory. All seems to rest with yourself. You know, in justice to me, you do know that I know the all but mockery, the absurdity of anyone's counsel to be composed, etc., etc. But try, dearest friend. God bless you. I am yours, R.B. End of section 94. Section 95 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday night. Postmark, September 3, 1845. Before you leave London, I will answer your letter. All my attempts end in nothing now. Dearest friend, I am yours ever, R.B. But meantime, you will tell me about yourself, will you not? The parcel came a few minutes after my note left. Well, I can thank you for that, for the poems, though I cannot wear them round my neck, and for the too great trouble. My heart's friend, bless you. End of section 95.
Section 96 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark, September 4th, 1845. Indeed, my headaches are not worth enquiring about. I mean, they are not of the slightest consequence, and seldom survive the remedy of a cup of coffee. I only wish it were the same with everybody. I mean, with every head. Also, there is nothing the matter otherwise, and I am going to prove my right to a clean bill of health by going into the park in 10 minutes. Twice round the inner enclosure is what I can compass now, which is equal to once round the world, is it not? I had just time to be afraid that the parcel had not reached you. The reason why I sent you the poems was that I had a few copies to give to my personal friends, and so wished you to have one. And it was quite to please myself and not to please you that I made you have it. And if you put it into the plum tree to hide the errata, I shall be pleased still, if not rather more. Only let me remember to tell you this time in relation to those books and the question asked of yourself by your noble Romans, that just as I was enclosing my £60 debt to Mr. Moxon, I did actually and miraculously receive a remittance of £14 from the selfsame bookseller of New York, who agreed last year to print my poems at his own risk, and give me 10% on the profit. Not that I ever asked for such a thing. They were the terms offered, and I always considered the percentage as quite visionary, put in for the sake of effect, to make the agreement look better. But no, you see, one's poetry has a real commercial value, if you do but take it far away enough from the civilization of Europe. When you get near the backwoods and the Red Indians, it turns out to be nearly as good for something as cabbages after all. Do you remember what you said to me of cabbages versus poems in one of the first letters you ever wrote to me? Of selling cabbages and buying punches. People complain of Dr. Chambers and call him rough and unfeeling, neither of which I ever found him for a moment, and I like him for his truthfulness, which is the nature of the man, though it is essential to medical morality never to let a patient think himself mortal while it is possible to prevent it, and even Dr. Chambers may incline to this on occasion. Still, he need not have said all the good he said to me on Saturday. He used not to say any of it, and he must have thought some of it. And anyway, the Pisa case is strengthened all round by his opinion and injunction. so that all my horror and terror at the thoughts of his visit, and it's really true that I would rather suffer to a certain extent than be cured by means of those doctors, had some compensation. How are you? Do not forget to say. I found among some papers to-day a note of yours which I asked Mr. Kenyon to give me for an autograph 2 years ago. May God bless you, dearest friend. And I have a dispensation from beef and porter istos aeonas. On no account, was the answer. End of section 96.
Section 97 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday afternoon. Postmark September 5, 1845. What you tell me of Dr. Chambers, all the good of you, he said, and all I venture to infer. This makes me most happy and thankful. Do you use to attach our old Teflas Elpithas and the practice of instilling them to that medical science which Prometheus boasted himself proficient? I had thought the faculty dealt in fears, on the contrary, and scared you into obedience. But I know most about the doctors in Molière. However, the joyous truth must be, that you are better, and if one could transport you quietly to Pisa, save you all worry, what might one not expect? When I know your own measures, I should say, respecting your journey, mine will of course be submitted to you. It will just be which day next month, not week, alas. I can thank you now for this edition of your poems. I have not yet taken to read it, though, for it does not, each volume of it, open obediently to a thought, here and here, and here, like my green books. No, my sister's they are. So these you give me are really mine. In America, with its 10%, shall have my better word henceforth, and forever. For when you calculate, there must have been a really extraordinary circulation, and in a few months it is what newspapers call a great fact. Have they reprinted the Seraphim? Quietly, perhaps. I shall see you on Monday then, and my all-important headaches are tolerably kept under. Headaches proper they are not, but the noise and slight turning are less troublesome. Will soon go altogether. Bless you ever, dearest friend, R.B. Oh, as many thanks for that precious card-box and jewel of a flower-holder as are consistent with my dismay at finding you only returned them, and not the costly brown paper wrappings also, to say nothing of the inestimable pins with which my sister uses to fasten them. End of section 97.
Section 98 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, postmark September 8th, 1845. I am in the greatest difficulty about the steamers. Will you think a little for me and tell me what is best to do? It appears that the direct Leghorn steamer will not sail on the 3rd, and may not until the middle of October, and if forced to still further delay, which is possible, will not at all. One of my brothers has been to Mr. Andrews of St. Mary Axe, and heard as much as this. What shall I do? The middle of October, say my sisters, and I have fear that it may prove so, is too late for me, to say nothing for the uncertainty which completes the difficulty. On the 20th of September, on the other hand, sails the Malta vessel, and I hear that I may go in it to Gibraltar and find a French steamer there to proceed by. Is there an objection to this? Except the change of steamers, repeated, for I must get down to Southampton, and the leaving England so soon. Is any better to be done? Do think for me a little. And now that the doing comes so near, and in this dead silence of papa's, It all seems impossible, and I seem to see the stars constellating against me, and give it as my serious opinion to you that I shall not go. Now mark. But I have had the kindest of letters from dear Mr. Kenyon, urging it. Well, I have no time for writing any more, and this is only a note of business to bespeak your thoughts about the steamers. My wisdom looks back regretfully, only rather too late, on the Leghorn vessel of the 3rd of September. It would have been wise if I had gone then. May God bless you, dearest friend, E.B.B. But if your head turns still, do you walk enough? Is there not fault in your not walking, by your own confession? Think of this first, and then, if you please, of the steamers. So, till Monday. End of section 98. Section 99 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, postmark September 9th, 1845. One reason against printing the tragedies now is your not being well enough for the necessary work connected with them. A sure reason and strong, nay, chiefest of all. Plainly you are unfit for work now, and even to complete the preparation of the lyrics and take them through the press may be too much for you, I am afraid. And if so, why, you will not do it, will you? You will wait for another year, or at least be satisfied for this with bringing out a number of the old size, consisting of such poems as are fairly finished and require no retouching. Saul, for instance, you might leave. You will not let me hear when I am gone of your being ill. You will take care, will you not? Because you see, or rather I see, you are not looking well at all. No, you are not. And even if you do not care for that, you should and must care to consider how unavailing it will be for you to hold those golden keys of the future with a more resolute hand than your contemporaries, should you suffer yourself to be struck down before the gate, should you lose the physical power while keeping the heart and will. Heart and will are great things, and sufficient things in your case, but after all we carry a barrow full of clay about with us, and we must carry it a little carefully if we mean to keep to the path and not run zigzag into the border of the garden. A figure which reminds me, and I wanted no figure to remind me, to ask you to thank your sister for me, and from me for all her kindness about the flowers. Now you will not forget. You must not. When I think of the repeated trouble she has taken week after week, and all for a stranger, I must think again that it has been very kind, and I take the liberty of saying so moreover, as I am not thanking you. Also, these flowers of yesterday, which yesterday you disdained so, look full of summer and are full of fragrance, and when they seem to say that it is not September, I am willing to be lied to just so. For I wish it were not September, I wish it were July or November, 2 months before or after, and that this journey were thrown behind or in front, anywhere to be out of sight. You do not know the courage it requires to hold the intention of it fast through what I feel sometimes. If it, the courage, had been prophesied to me only a year ago, the prophet would have been laughed to scorn. Well, but I want you to see George's letter, and how he and Mrs. Hadley, when she saw papa's note of consent to me, give unhesitating counsel. Burn it when you have read it. It is addressed to me, which you will doubt from the address of it perhaps, seeing that it goes Barrett. We are famous in this house for what are called nicknames, though a few of us have escaped rather by a caprice than a reason, and I am never called anything else, never at all, except by the nom de paix which you find written in the letter, proving, as Mr. Kenyon says, that I am just half a B. No more, no less. And in fact the name has that precise definition. Burn the note when you have read it. And then I take it into my head, as you do not distinguish my sisters, you say, one from the other, to send you my own account of them in these enclosed sonnets, which were written a few weeks ago, and though only pretending to be sketches, pretend to be like as far as they go, and are like, my brothers thought, when I showed them against a profile drawn in pencil by Alfred, on the same subjects. I was laughing and maintaining that mine should be as like as his, and he yielded the point to me. So it is mere portrait painting, and you who are in high art must not be too scornful. Henrietta is the elder, and the one who brought you into this room first, and Arabel, who means to go with me to Pisa, has been the most with me through my illness, and is the least wanted in the house here, and perhaps is my favourite, though my heart smites me while I write that unlawful word. They are both affectionate and kind to me in all things, and good and lovable in their own beings, very unlike for the rest, one most caring for the polka, and the other for the sermon preached at Paddington Chapel, that is Arabel. So if ever you happen to know her, you must try not to say before her how much you hate, etc. Henrietta always managed everything in the house even before I was ill, because she liked it and I didn't, and I waived my right to the sceptre of dinner ordering. I have been thinking much of your sordello since you spoke of it, and even I had thought much of it before you spoke of it yesterday, feeling that it might be thrown out into the light by your hand, and greatly justify the additional effort. It is like a noble picture with its face to the wall just now, or at least in the shadow, and so worthy as it is of you in all ways, individual all through, you have made even the darkness of it, and such a work as it might become if you choose, if you put your will to it. What I meant to say yesterday was not that it wanted more additional verses than the 10% you spoke of, though it does perhaps, so much as that, to my mind, it wants drawing together and fortifying in the connections and associations, which hang as loosely every here and there as those in a dream, and confound the reader who persists in thinking himself awake. How do you mean that I am lenient? Do you not believe that I tell you what I think, and as I think it? I may think wrong, to be sure, but that is not my fault. And so there is no use reproaching me generally, unless you can convict me definitely at the same time, is there now? And I have been reading and admiring these letters of Mr. Carlyle, and receiving the greatest pleasure from them in every way. He is greatly himself always, which is the hardest thing for a man to be, perhaps. And what his appreciation of you is, it is easy to see, and what he expects from you, notwithstanding that prodigious advice of his to write your next work in prose. Also Mrs. Carlyle's letter, thank you for letting me see it. I admire that too. It is as ingenious a case against poor Keats as could well be drawn, but nobody who knew very deeply what poetry is could, you know, draw any case against him. A poet of the senses he may be and is, just as she says, but then it is of the senses idealized, and no dream in a store-room would ever be like the Eve of St. Agnes, unless dreamed by some animosus infans, like Keats himself. Still it is all true, isn't it, what she observes of the want of thought as thought? He was a seer, strictly speaking. And what noble oppositions, to go back to Carlyle's letters, he writes to the things you were speaking of yesterday. These letters are as good as Milton's picture for convicting and putting to shame. Is not the difference between the men of our day and the giants which were on the earth less, far less, in the faculty, in the gift, or in the general intellect, than in the stature of the soul itself? Our inferiority is not in what we can do, but in what we are. We should write poems like Milton, if we lived them like Milton. I write all this just to show, I suppose, that I am not industrious, as you did me the honour of apprehending that I was going to be, packing trunks perhaps, or what else in the way of active usefulness. Say how you are, will you? And do take care and walk and do what is good for you. I shall be able to see you twice before I go. And oh, this going! Pray for me, dearest friend. May God bless you. E.B.B. End of section 99.
Section 100 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday morning. Postmark, September 11, 1845. Here are your beautiful, and I am sure true sonnets. They look true. I remember the light hair, I find. And who paints and dares exhibit E.B.B.'s self? And surely Alfred's pencil has not forgone its best privilege, not left the face unsketched. Italians call such an effect defective. Leander e Roma senza vedere il Papa. He must have begun by seeing his holiness, I know, and he will not trust me with the result, though my sister may copy it for me, because we are strangers, he and I could give him nothing, nothing like the proper price for it. But you would lend it to me, I think, nor need I do more than thank you in my usual effective and very eloquent way, for I have already been allowed to visit you 17 times. Do you know? And this last letter of yours, 50th, is the same. So all my pride is gone, pride in that sense, and I mean to take of you forever, and reconcile myself with my lot in this life. Could and would you give me such a sketch? It has been on my mind to ask you ever since I knew you, if nothing in the way of good portrait existed. And this occasion bids me speak out, I dare believe, the more that you have also quieted, have you not, another old, obstinate, and very likely impertinent questioning of mine, as to the little name which was neither Orinda nor Saccharissa, for which thank Providence, and is never to appear in books, though you write them. Now I know it, and write it, bah, and thank you, and your brother George, and only burned his kind letter, because you bade me, who know best. So wish by wish one gets one's wishes, at least I do. For one instance, you will go to Italy. Why, lean and hearken after it, as Don says. Don't expect Neapolitan scenery at Pisa. Quite in the north, remember. Mrs. Shelley found Italy for the first time. Real Italy at Sorrento, she says. Oh, that book! Does one wake or sleep? The Mary Dear with the brown eyes, and Godwin's daughter, and Shelley's wife, and who surely was something better once upon a time, and to go through Rome and Florence and the rest, after what I suppose to be Lady Londonderry's fashion. The intrepidity of the commonplace quite astounds me. And then that way, when she and the like of her are put in a new place, with new flowers, new stones, faces, walls, all new, and looking wisely up at the sun, clouds, evening star, or mountain top, and wisely saying, who shall describe that sight? Not you. We very well see. But why don't you tell us that at Rome they eat roasted chestnuts, and put the shells into their aprons? The women do, and calmly empty the whole on the heads of the passengers in the street below. And that at Padua, when a man drives his wagon up to a house and stops, all the mouse-colored oxen that pull it from a beam against their foreheads sit down in a heap and rest. But once she travelled the country with Shelley on arm, now she plods it, Rogers in hand. To such things and uses may we come at last. Her remarks on art, when she lets go of Rio skirts, are amazing. Fra Angelico, for instance, only painted martyrs, virgins, etc. She had no eyes for the divine bonne bourgeoisie of his pictures, the dear common folk of his crowds, those who sit and listen, spectacle at nose and bent into a comfortable heap to hear better, at the sermon of the saint, and the children and women, divinely pure they all are, but fresh from the streets and market-place. But she is wrong, everywhere, that is, not right, not seeing what is to see, speaking what one expects to hear. I quarrel with her forever, I think. I am much better, and mean to be well as you desire. I shall correct the verses you have seen, and make them do for the present. Saturday, then, and one other time only, do you say? God bless you, my own best friend. Yours ever, R.B. End of section 100.
Section 101 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday. Postmark September 11th, 1845. Will you come on Friday, tomorrow, instead of Saturday? Will it be the same thing? Because I have heard from Mr. Kenyon, who is to be in London on Friday evening, he says, and therefore may mean to visit me on Saturday, I imagine. So let it be Friday, if you should not, for any reason, prove Monday to be better still. May God bless you. Ever yours, E.B.B. End of section 101.
Section 102 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday morning. Postmark September 13, 1845. Now, dearest, I will try and write the little I shall be able in reply to your letter of last week. And first of all, I have to entreat you, now more than ever, to help me and understand from the few words the feelings behind them. I should speak rather more easily, I think, but I dare not run the risk. And I know, after all, you will be just and kind where you can. I have read your letter again and again. I will tell you, no, not you, but any imaginary other person who should hear what I am going to avow. I would tell that person most sincerely there is not a particle of fatuity, shall I call it, in that avowal. Cannot be seeing that from the beginning and at this moment I never dreamed of winning your love. I can hardly write this word, so incongruous and impossible does it seem. Such a change of our places does it imply. Nor, next to that, though long after, would I, if I could, supplant one of any of the affections that I know to have taken root in you. That great and solemn one, for instance. I feel that if I could get myself remade, as if turned to gold, I would not even then desire to become more than the mere setting to that diamond you must always wear. The regard and esteem you now give me in this letter, in which I press to my heart and bow my head upon, is all I can take, and all too embarrassing, using all my gratitude. And yet, with that contented pride in being infinitely your debtor as it is, bound to you forever as it is, when I read your letter, all the determination to be just to us both, I dare not so far withstand the light I am master of, as to refuse seeing that whatever is recorded as an objection to your disposing of that life of mine, I would give you, has reference to some supposed good in that life, which your accepting it would destroy, of which fancy I shall speak presently. I say, wonder as I might at this, I cannot but find it there, surely there. I would no more bind you by words than you have bound me, as you say. But if I misunderstand you, one assurance to that effect will be but too intelligible to me. But as it is, I have difficulty in imagining that while one of so many reasons, which I am not obliged to repeat to myself, but which any one easily conceives, while any one of those reasons would impose silence on me for ever. For, as I observed, I love you as you now are, and would not remove one affection that is already part of you. Would you, being able to speak so, only say that you desire not to put more sadness than I was born to into my life, that you could give me only what it were ungenerous to give? Have I your meaning here? In so many words, is it on my account that you bid me leave this subject? I think if it were so, I would for once call my advantages round me. I am not what your generous, self-forgetting appreciation would sometimes make me out, but it is not since yesterday, nor 10 nor 20 years before, that I began to look into my own life and study its end and requirements, what would turn to its good or its loss. And I know, if one may know anything, that to make that life yours, and increase it by union with yours, would render me supremely happy, as I said, and say, and feel. My whole suit to you is, in that sense, selfish. Not that I am ignorant that your nature would most surely attain happiness in being conscious that it made another happy, but that best end of all, would, like the rest, come from yourself, be a reflection of your own gift. Dearest, I will end here. Words, persuasion, arguments, if they were at my service, I would not use them. I believe in you, altogether have faith in you. In you! I will not think of insulting, by trying to reassure you on one point which certain phrases in your letter might at first glance seem to imply. You do not understand me to be living and laboring and writing and not writing in order to be successful in this world sense? I even convinced the people here what was my true, honorable position in society, etc., etc. Therefore, I shall not have to inform you that I desire to be very rich, very great, but not in reading law gratis with dear foolish old Basil Montague, as he ever and anon bothers me to do. Much less. Enough of this nonsense. Tell me what I have a claim to hear. I can hear it, and be as grateful as I was before, and am now. Your friendship is my pride and happiness. If you told me your love was bestowed elsewhere, and that it was in my power to serve you there would still be my pride and happiness. I look on and on over the prospect of my love. It is all onwards, and all possible forms of unkindness. I quite laugh to think how they are behind, cannot be encountered in the route we are travelling. I submit to you, and will obey you implicitly, obey what I am able to conceive of your least desire, much more of your expressed wish. But it was necessary to make this avowal, among other reasons, for one which the world would recognize too. My whole scheme of life, with its wants, material wants at least, closely cut down, was long ago calculated, and it supposed you, the finding such an one as you, utterly impossible, because in calculating one goes upon chance, not on providence. How could I expect you? So for my own future way in the world, I have always refused to care. Anyone who can live a couple of years and more on bread and potatoes, as I did once on a time, and who prefers a blouse and a blue shirt, such as I now write in, to all manner of dress and gentlemanly appointment, and who can, if necessary, groom a horse not so badly, or at all events would rather do it all day long than succeed Mr. Fitzroy Kelly in the Solicitor Generalship. Such an one need not very much concern himself beyond considering the lilies how they grow. But now I see you near this life, all changes, and at a word I will do all that ought to be done, that every one used to say one could be done, and let all my powers find sweet employ, as Dr. Watts sings, in getting whatever is to be got, not very much, surely. I would print these things, get them away, and do this now, and go to you at Pisa with the news. At Pisa, where one may live for some £100 a year. Well, lo, I seem to remember, I do remember, that Charles Keene offered to give me 500 of those pounds for any play that might suit him, to say nothing of Mr. Colburn, saying confidentially that he wanted more than his dinner, a novel on the subject of Napoleon. So may one make money if one does not live in a house in a row, and feel impelled to take the Princess's Theatre for a laudable development and exhibition of one's faculty. Take the sense of all this, I beseech you, dearest. All you shall say will be best. I am yours. Yes, yours ever. God bless you for all you have been and are, and will certainly be to me. Come, what he shall please. R.B. End of section 102.
Section 103 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark September 16th, 1845. I scarcely know how to write what is to be written, nor indeed why it is to be written, and to what end. I have tried in vain, and you are waiting to hear from me. I am unhappy enough even where I am happy, but ungrateful nowhere. And I thank you from my heart, profoundly from the depth of my heart, which is nearly all I can do. One letter I began to write, and asked in it how it could become me to speak at all if, from the beginning, and at this moment, you never dreamed of. And there I stopped and tore the paper, because I felt that you were too loyal and generous for me to bear to take a moment's advantage of the same, and bend down the very flowering branch of your generosity, as it might be, to thicken a little the fence of a woman's caution and reserve. You will not say that you have not acted as if you dreamed, and I will answer therefore to the general sense of your letter and former letters, and admit at once that I did state to you the difficulties most difficult to myself, though not all, and that if I had been worthier of you, I should have been proportionably less in haste to bid you leave that subject. I do not understand how you can seem at the same moment to have faith in my integrity, and to have doubt whether all this time I may not have felt a preference for another, which you are ready to serve, you say, which is generous in you, but in me, where were the integrity? Could you really hold me to be blameless, and do you think that true-hearted women act usually so? Can it be necessary for me to tell you that I could not have acted so, and did not? And shall I shrink from telling you besides, you who have been generous to me, and have a right to hear it, and have spoken to me in the name of an affection and memory most precious and holy to me, in this same letter, that neither now nor formerly has any man been to my feelings what you are, and that if I were different in some respects and free in others by the providence of God, I would accept the great trust of your happiness gladly, proudly, and gratefully, and give away my own life and soul to that end. I would do it, not I do observe. It is a truth without a consequence, only meaning that I am not all stone, only proving that I am not likely to consent to help you in wrong against yourself. You see in me what is not, that I know, and you overlook in me what is unsuitable to you, that I know, and have sometimes told you. Still, because a strong feeling from some sources is self-vindicating and ennobling to the object of it, I will not say that, if it were proved to me that you felt this for me, I would persist in putting the sense of my own unworthiness between you and me, not being heroic, you know, nor pretending to be so. But something worse than even a sense of unworthiness God has put between us, and judge yourself if to beat your thoughts against the immovable marble of it can be anything but pain and vexation of spirit, waste and wear of spirit to you. Judge. The present is here to be seen, speaking for itself, and the best future you can imagine for me, what a precarious thing it must be, a thing for making burdens out of, only not for your carrying, as I have vowed to my own soul. As dear Mr. Kenyon said to me to-day in his smiling kindness, in 10 years you may be strong, perhaps, or almost strong, that being the encouragement of my best friends. What would he say, do you think, if he could know or guess? What could he say but that you were a poet, and I still worse? Never let him know or guess. And so if you are wise and would be happy, and you have excellent practical sense after all and should exercise it, you must leave me, these thoughts of me, I mean, for if we might not be true friends forever, I should have less courage to say the other truth. But we may be friends always, and cannot be so separated that your happiness in the knowledge of it will not increase mine. And if you will be persuaded by me, as you say, you will be persuaded thus, and consent to take a resolution and force your mind at once into another channel. Perhaps I might bring you reasons of the class which you tell me would silence you forever. I might certainly tell you that my own father, if he knew that you had written to me so, and that I had answered you so, even would not forgive me at the end of 10 years, and this from none of the causes mentioned by me here, and in no disrespect to your name and your position, though he does not overvalue poetry even in his daughter, and is apt to take the world's measures of the means of life, but for the singular reason that he never does tolerate in his family, sons or daughters, the development of one class of feelings. Such an objection I could not bring to you of my own will. It rang hollow in my ears, perhaps I thought even too little of it, and I brought to you what I thought much of, and cannot cease to think much of equally. Worldly thoughts these are not at all, nor have been. There need be no soiling of the heart with any such, and I will say in reply to some words of yours that you cannot despise the gold and gauds of the world more than I do, and should do even if I found a use for them. And if I wished to be very poor, in the world's sense of poverty, I could not, with 300 or 400 a year, of which no living will can dispossess me. And is it not the chief good of money, the being free from the need of thinking of it? It seems so to me. The obstacles, then, are of another character, and the stronger for being so. Believe that I am grateful to you. How grateful cannot be shown in words nor even in tears. Grateful enough to be truthful in all ways. You know I might have hidden myself from you, but I would not. And by the truth told of myself, you may believe in the earnestness with which I tell the other truths, of you and of this subject. The subject will not bear consideration. It breaks in our hands. But that God is stronger than we cannot be a bitter thought to you, but a holy thought, while he lets me, as much as I can be anyone's, be only yours. E.B.B. End of section 103.
Section 107 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, September 18, 1845. I do not know whether you imagine the precise effect of your letter on me. Very likely you do, and write it just for that, for I conceive all from your goodness. But before I tell you what is that effect, let me say in as few words as possible what shall stop any fear, though only for a moment, and on the outset, that you have been misunderstood, that the goodness outside and round and over all hides all or anything. I understand you to signify to me that you see at this present insurmountable obstacles to that, can I speak it, entire gift which I shall own was while I dared ask it, above my hopes and wishes, even so it seems to me, and yet could not but be asked, so plainly was it dictated to me by something quite out of those hopes and wishes. Will it help me to say that once in this Aladdin cavern I knew I ought to stop for no heaps of jewel fruit on the trees from the very beginning, but go on to the lamp, the prize, the last and best of all? Well, I understand you to pronounce that at present you believe this gift impossible, and I acquiesce entirely. I submit wholly to you, repose on you and all the faith of which I am capable. Those obstacles are solely for you to see and to declare. Had I seen them, be sure I should never have mocked you or myself by affecting to pass them over. What were obstacles, I mean? But you do see them, I must think, and perhaps they strike me the more from my true, honest, and unfeigned inability to imagine what they are. Not that I shall endeavor. After what you also apprise me of, I know and am joyfully confident that if ever they cease to be what you now consider them, you who see now for me, whom I implicitly trust in to see for me, you will then too see and remember me, and how I trust, and shall then be still trusting. And until you so see and so inform me, I shall never utter a word, for that would involve the vilest of implications. I thank God, I do thank Him, that in this whole matter I have been, to the utmost of my power, not unworthy of His introducing you to me, in this respect, that, being no longer in the first freshness of life, and having for many years now made up my mind to the impossibility of loving any woman, having wondered at this in the beginning, and fought not a little against it, having acquiesced in it at last, and accounted for it all to myself, and become, if anything, rather proud of it than sorry. I say, when real love, making itself at once recognized as such, did reveal itself to me at last, I did open my heart to it with a cry, nor care for its overturning all my theory, nor mistrust its effect upon a mind set in ultimate order. So I fancied, for the few years more, nor apprehend in the least that the new element would harm what was already organized without its help. Nor have I either been guilty of the more pardonable folly of treating the new feeling after the pedantic fashions and instances of the world. I have not spoken when it did not speak, because one might speak, or has spoken, or should speak, and plead, and all that miserable work which, after all, I may well continue proud that I am not called to attempt. Here, for instance, now, one should despair, but try again, first, and work blindly at removing those obstacles. If I saw them, I should be silent, and only speak when a month hence, 10 years hence, I could bid you look where they were. And one would do all this, not for the play-acting's sake, or to lock the character, that would be something quite different from folly, but from a not unreasonable anxiety, lest by too sudden a silence, too complete an acceptance of your will, the earnestness and endurance and unabatedness, the truth and fact of what had already been professed, should get to be questioned. But I believe that you believe me, and now that all is clear between us, I will say what you will hear, without fearing for me or yourself, that I am utterly contented, grateful. I have done with, it must go. I accept what you give me, what those words deliver to me, as, not all I asked for, as I said, but as more than I ever hoped for, all, in the best sense, that I deserved. That phrase in my letter which you objected to, and the other may stand too. I never attempted to describe my feeling for you. One word, of course, stood for it all, but having to put down some one point, so to speak, of it, you could not wonder if I took any extreme one first, never minding all the untold portion that led up to it, made it possible and natural. It is true, I could not dream of that. That I was eager to get the horrible notion away from never so flitting a visit to you, that you were thus and thus to me, on condition of my proving just the same to you, just as if we had waited to acknowledge that the moon lighted us till we ascertained within these 200 or 300 years that the earth happens to light the moon as well. But I felt that, and so said it. Now you have declared what I should never have presumed to hope, and I repeat to you that I, with all to be thankful for to God, am most of all thankful for this, the last of his providences, which is no doubt the natural and inevitable feeling, could one always see clearly. Your record for me in all success, let the rest come or not come. In my heart's thankfulness I am sure I would promise anything that would gratify you, but it would not do that, to agree, in words, to change my affections, put them elsewhere, etc., etc. That would be pure foolish talking, and quite foreign to the practical results which you will attain in a better way from a higher motive. I will cheerfully promise you, however, to be bound by no words, blind to no miracle, in sober earnest. It is not because I renounced once for all oxen and owning and having to do with them, that I will obstinately turn away from any unicorn when such an apparition blesses me. But meantime I shall walk at peace on our hills here, nor go looking in all corners for the bright curved horn. And as for you, if I did not dare to dream of that, now it is mine. My pride and joy prevent, in no manner, my taking the whole consolation of it at once. Now I will be confident that if I obey you, I shall get no wrong for it. If, endeavoring to spare you fruitless pain, I do not eternally revert to the subject, do indeed quit it just now, when no good can come of dwelling on it to you. You will never say to yourself, so I said, that generous impulse has worn itself out, time is doing its usual work, this was to be expected, etc., etc. You will be the first to say to me, such an obstacle has ceased to exist, or has now become one palpable to you, one you may try and overcome, and I shall be there and ready, 10 years hence as now, if alive. One final word on the other matters, the worldly matters. I shall own I alluded to them rather ostentatiously, because that would be the one poor sacrifice I could make you, one I would cheerfully make, but a sacrifice, and the only one. This careless, sweet habitude of living, this absolute independence of mine, which, if I had it not, my heart would starve and die for, I feel, and which I have fought so many good battles to preserve. For that has happened too, this light, rational life I lead, and know so well that I lead, that I would give up for nothing less than what you know. But I would give it up, not for you merely, but for those whose disappointment might reenact on you, and I should break no promise to myself. The money getting would not be for the sake of it, the labor not for that which is not. Indeed, the necessity of doing this, if at all, now, was one of the reasons which make me go on to that last request of all. At once, one must not be too old, they say, to begin their ways. But in spite of all the babble, I feel sure that whenever I make up my mind to that, I can be rich enough, and to spare, because along with what you have thought genius in me is certainly talent, what the world recognizes as such, and I have tried it in various ways, just to be sure that I was a little magnanimous in never intending to use it. Thus, in more than one of the reviews in newspapers that laughed my Paracelsus to scorn 10 years ago, in the same column, often of these reviews would follow a most laudatory notice of an elementary French book on a new plan, which I did for my old French master, and he published. That was really an useful work, so that when the only obstacle is only that there is so much per annum to be producible, you will tell me. After all, it would be unfair in me not to confess that this was always intended to be my own single stipulation, an objection which I could see certainly, but meant to treat myself to the little luxury of removing. So now, dearest, let me once think of that, and of you as my own, my dearest. This once, dearest, I have done with words for the present. I will wait. God bless you and reward you. I kiss your hands now. This is my comfort, that if you accept my feeling as all, but unexpressed now, more and more will become spoken or understood. That is, we both live on. You will know better what it was, how much, and manifold, what one little word had to give out. God bless you. Your R.B. On Thursday, you remember? This is Tuesday night. I called on Saturday at the office in St. Mary Axe, all uncertainty about the vessel sailing again for Leghorn. It could not sail before the middle of the month, and only then if, etc. But if I would leave my card, etc., etc. End of section 104.
Section 105 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark September 17th, 1845. I write one word just to say that it is all over with Pisa, which was a probable evil when I wrote last, and which I foresaw from the beginning, being a prophetess, you know. I cannot tell you now how it has all happened, only do not blame me, for I have kept my ground to the last, and only yield when Mr. Kenyon and all the world see that there is no standing. I am ashamed almost of having put so much earnestness into a personal matter, and I spoke face to face and quite firmly, so as to pass with my sisters for the bravest person in the house, without contestation. Sometimes it seems to me as if it could not end so. I mean that the responsibility of such a negative must be reconsidered. And you see how Mr. Kenyon writes to me. Still, as the matter lies, no Pisa. And as I said before, my prophetic instincts are not likely to fail, such as they have been from the beginning. If you wish to come, it must not be until Saturday at soonest. I have a headache, and am weary at heart with all this vexation, and besides, there is no haste now. And when you do come, if you do, I will trust to you not to recur to one subject, which must lie where it fell. Must. I had begun to write to you on Saturday, to say how I had forgotten to give you your manuscripts, which were lying ready for you, the Hood poems. Would it not be desirable that you made haste to see them through the press, and went abroad with your Roman friends at once, to try to get rid of that uneasiness in the head? Do think of it, and more than think. For me, you are not to fancy me unwell, only not to be worn a little with the last week's turmoil were impossible, and Mr. Kenyon said to me yesterday that he quite wondered how I could bear it at all, do anything reasonable at all, and confine my misdoings to sending letters addressed to him at Brighton when he was at Dover. If anything changes, you shall hear from E.B.B. Mr. Kenyon returns to Dover immediately. His kindness is impotent in the case. End of section 105. Section 106 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening. Postmark September 18th, 1845. But one word before we leave the subject, and then to leave it finally. But I cannot let you go on to fancy a mystery anywhere, in obstacles or the rest. You deserve at least a full frankness, and in my letter I meant to be fully frank. I even told you what was an absurdity, so absurd that I should far rather not have told you at all, only that I felt the need of telling you all, and no mystery is involved in that, except as an idiosyncrasy is a mystery. But the insurmountable difficulty is for you and everybody to see, and for me to feel, who have been a very byword among the talkers, for a confirmed invalid through months and years, and who, even if I were going to Pisa, and had the best prospects possible to me, should yet remain liable to relapses and stand on precarious ground to the end of my life. Now that is no mystery for the trying of faith, but a plain fact, which neither thinking nor speaking can make less a fact. But don't let us speak of it. I must speak, however, before the silence, of what you said and repeat in words for which I gratefully thank you, and which are not ostentatious, though unnecessary words. For if I were in a position to accept sacrifices from you, I would not accept such a sacrifice, amounting to a sacrifice of duty and dignity, as well as of ease and satisfaction, to an exchange of higher work for lower work, and of the special work you are called to, for that which is work for anybody. I am not so ignorant of the right uses and destinies of what you have and are. You will leave the Solicitor Generalships to the Fitzroy Kellys, and justify your own nature, and besides, do me the little right, over the over-right you are always doing me, of believing that I would not bear or dare to do you so much wrong if I were in the position to do it. And for all the rest I thank you. Believe that I thank you, and that the feeling is not so weak as the word. That you should take care at all for me has been a matter of unaffected wonder to me from the first hour until now, and I cannot help the pain I feel sometimes in thinking that it would have been better for you if you never had known me. May God turn back the evil of me. Certainly I admit that I cannot expect you, just at this moment, to say more than you say, and I shall try to be at ease in the consideration that you are as accessible to the unicorn now as you ever could be at any former period of your life. And here I have done. I had done living, I thought, when you came and sought me out. And why, and to what end? That I cannot help thinking now. Perhaps just that I may pray for you, which were a sufficient end. If you come on Saturday, I trust you to leave this subject untouched, as it must be indeed henceforth. I am yours, E.B.B. No word more of Pisa. I shall not go, I think. End of section 106.
Section 107 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark September 18, 1845. Words. It was written I should hate and never use them to any purpose. I will not say one word here, very well knowing neither word nor deed avails from me. My letter will have reassured you on the point you seem undecided about, whether I would speak, etc. I will come whenever you shall signify that I may, whenever, acting in my best interests, you feel that it will not hurt you, weary you in any way, to see me. But I fear that on Saturday I must be otherwhere. I enclosed a letter from my old foe, which could not but melt me for all my moroseness, and I can hardly go and return for my sister in time. Will you tell me? It is dark, but I want to save the post. Ever yours, R.B. End of section 107.
Section 108 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday. Postmark September 18th, 1845. Of course you cannot do otherwise than go with your sister, or it will be every man out of his humour perhaps, and you are not so very savage after all. On Monday, then, if you do not hear to the contrary. Papa has been walking to and fro in this room, looking thoughtfully and talking leisurely, and every moment I have expected, I confess, some word that did not come about Pisa. Mr. Kenyon thinks it cannot end so, and I do sometimes, and in the meantime I do confess to a little savageness also, at heart. All I asked him to say the other day was that he was not displeased with me, and he wouldn't. And for me to walk across his displeasure spread on the threshold of the door, and moreover take a sister and brother with me, and do such a thing for the sake of going to Italy and securing a personal advantage, were altogether impossible, obviously impossible. So poor papa is quite in disgrace with me just now, if he would but care for that. May God bless you. Amuse yourself well on Saturday. I could not see you on Thursday anyway, for Mr. Kenyon is here every day, staying in town just on account of this Pisa business, in his abundant kindness. On Monday, then. Ever yours, E.B.B. End of section 108.
Section 109 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday morning. Postmark September 18, 1845. But you too will surely want, if you think me a rational creature, my explanation, without which all that I have said and done would be pure madness, I think. It is just what I see, that I do see, or rather it has proved, since I first visited you, that the reality was infinitely worse than I knew it to be. For, and after the writing of that first letter, on my first visit, I believed, through some silly or misapprehended talk, collected at second hand too, that your complaint was of quite another nature, a spinal injury, irremediable in the nature of it. Had it been so, now speak for me, for what you hope I am, and say how that should affect or neutralize what you were, what I wished to associate with myself in you. But as you now are, then if I had married you 7 years ago, and this visitation came now first, I should be fulfilling a pious duty, I suppose, in enduring what could not be amended, a pattern to good people in not running away. For where were now the use and the good and the profit, and I desire in this life, with very little fluctuation for a man and too weak a one, to live and just write out certain things which are in me, and so save my soul. I would endeavor to do this if I were forced to live among lions, as you once said. But I should best do this if I lived quietly, with myself and with you. That you cannot dance like Cerrito does not materially disarrange this plan, nor that I might, beside the perpetual incentive and sustainment and consolation, get, over and above the main reward, the incidental, particular, and unexpected happiness of being allowed, when not working, to rather occupy myself with watching you than with certain other pursuits I might be otherwise addicted to. This also does not constitute an obstacle, as I see obstacles, but you see them, and I see you, and know my first duty, and do it resolutely, if not cheerfully. As for referring again to leave by word or letter, you will see, and very likely the tone of this letter even will be misunderstood, because I studiously cut out all vain words, protesting, etc. No, will it? I said, unadvisedly, that Saturday was taken from me, but it was dark, and I had not looked at the tickets. The hour of the performance is later than I thought. If tomorrow does not suit you, as I infer, let it be Saturday at 3, and I will leave earlier, a little, and all will be quite right here. One hint will apprise me. God bless you, dearest friend, R.B. Something else just heard makes me reluctantly strike out Saturday. Monday, then? End of section 109.
Section 110 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday morning, postmark September 19th, 1845. It is not misunderstanding you to know you to be the most generous and loyal of all in the world. You overwhelm me with your generosity. Only while you see from above and I from below, we cannot see the same thing in the same light. Moreover, if we did, I should be more beneath you in one sense than I am. Do me the justice of remembering this whenever you recur in thought to the subject which ends here in the words of it. I began to write last Saturday to thank you for all the delight I had had in Shelley, though you beguiled me about the pencil marks, which are few. Besides the translations, some of the original poems were not in my copy, and were, so, quite new to me. Marianne's Dream I had been anxious about to no end. I only know it now. On Monday, at the usual hour. As to coming twice into town on Saturday, that would have been quite foolish if it had been possible. Dearest friend, I am yours, E.B.B. End of section 110. Section 111 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark September 24th, 1845. I have nothing to say about Pisa, but a great deal, if I could say it, about you, who do what is wrong by your own confession, and are ill because of it, and make people uneasy. Now, is it right altogether? Is it right to do wrong? For it comes to that. And is it kind to do so much wrong? For it comes almost to that besides. Ah, you should not indeed. I seem to see quite plainly that you will be ill in a serious way if you do not take care and take exercise, and so you must consent to be teased a little into taking both. And if you will not take them here, or not so effectually as in other places, why not go with your Italian friends? Have you thought of it at all? I have been thinking since yesterday that it might be best for you to go at once, now that the probability has turned quite against me. If I were going, I should ask you not to do so immediately, but you see how unlikely it is, although I mean still to speak my whole thoughts. I will do that, even though for the mere purpose of self-satisfaction. George came last night, but there is an adverse star this morning, and neither of us has the opportunity necessary. Only both he and I will speak, that is certain. And Arabelle had the kindness to say yesterday that if I liked to go, she would go with me at whatever hazard, which is very kind, but you know I could not. It would not be right of me. And perhaps, after all, we may gain the point lawfully, and if not, at the worst, the winter may be warm. It is better to fall into the hands of God, as the Jew said, and I may lose less strength than usual, having more than usual to lose, and altogether it may not be so bad an alternative. As to being the cause of any anger against my sister, you would not advise me into such a position, I am sure. It would be untenable for one moment. But you, in that case, would it not be good for your head if you went at once? I praise myself for saying so to you, yet if it really is good for you, I don't deserve the praising at all. And how was it on Saturday, that question I did not ask yesterday, with Ben Jonson and the amateurs? I thought of you at the time. I mean on that Saturday evening, nevertheless. You shall hear when there is any more to say. May God bless you, dearest friend. I am ever yours, E.B.B. End of section 111.
Section 112 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday evening. Postmark, September 25, 1845. I walked to town this morning and back again, so that when I found your note on my return, and knew what you had been enjoining me in the way of exercise, I seemed as if I knew, too, why that energetic fit had possessed me, and why I succumbed to it so readily. You shall never have to intimate twice to me that such an insignificant thing, even as the taking exercise, should be done. Besides, I have many motives now for wishing to continue well. But Italy, just now? Oh no, my friends would go through Pisa too. On that subject I must not speak, and you have more strength to lose, and are so well, evidently so well, that is, so much better, so sure to be still better. Can it be that you will not go? Here are your new notes on my verses. Where are my words for the thanks? But you know what I feel, and shall feel, ever feel, for these and for all. The notes would be beyond price to me if they came from some dear Phemius of a teacher. But from you? The theatricals went off with great éclat, and the performance was really good, really clever, or better. Forster's Kitely was very emphatic and earnest, and grew into great interest, quite up to the poet's allotted tether, which is none of the longest. He pitched the character's key note too gravely, I thought, beginning with certainty, rather than mere suspicion, of evil. Dickens' Bobadil was capital, with perhaps a little too much of the consciousness of entire cowardice, which I don't so willingly attribute to the noble would-be pacificator of Europe, besieger of Strigonium, etc. But the end of it all was really pathetic, as it should be, for Bobadil is only too clever for the company of fools he makes wonderment for, having once the misfortune to relish their society, and to need but too pressingly their tobacco money. What can he do but suit himself to their capacities? And D. Gerald was very amusing and clever in his Country Gull, and Mr. Leech superb in the Town Master Matthew. All were good, indeed, and were voted good, and called on, and cheered off, and praised heartily behind their backs and before the curtain. Stanfield's function had exercised solely in the touching up, very effectively, sundry scenes, painted scenes, and the dresses, which were perfect, had the advantage of Mr. Maclise's experience. And all is told. And now I shall hear you promise me, if anything occurs, with what feeling I wait and hope, you know, if there is no best of reasons against it. Saturday, you remember, is my day. This fine weather, too. May God bless my dearest friend. Ever yours, R.B. End of section 112.
Section 113 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark September 25th, 1845. I have spoken again, and the result is that we are in precisely the same position, only with bitterer feelings on one side. If I go or stay, they must be bitter. Words have been said that I cannot easily forget, nor remember without pain, and yet I really do almost smile in the midst of it all, to think how I was treated this morning as an undutiful daughter because I tried to put on my gloves, for there was no worse provocation. At least he complained of the undutifulness and rebellion of every one in the house, and when I asked if he meant that reproach for me, the answer was that he meant it for all of us, one with another. And I could not get an answer. He would not even grant me the consolation of thinking that I sacrificed what I supposed to be good to him. I told him that my prospects of health seemed to me to depend on taking this step, but that through my affection for him I was ready to sacrifice those to his pleasure if he exacted it, only it was necessary to my self-satisfaction in future years to understand definitely that the sacrifice was exacted by him and was made to him, and not thrown away blindly and by a misapprehension. And he would not answer that. I might do my own way, he said. He would not speak. He would not say that he was not displeased with me, nor the contrary. I had better do what I liked. For his part, he washed his hands of me altogether. And so I have been very wise. Witness how my eyes are swelled with annotations and reflections on all this. The best of it is that now George himself admits I can do no more in the way of speaking. I have no spell for charming the dragons, and allows me to be passive and enjoins me to be tranquil, and not make up my mind to any dreadful exertion for the future. Moreover, he advises me to go on with the preparations for the voyage, and promises to state the case himself at the last hour to the highest authority, and judge finally whether it will be possible for me to go with the necessary companionship. And it seems best to go to Malta on the 3rd of October, if at all, from steam packet reasons, without excluding Pisa, remember, by any means. Well, and what do you think? Might it be desirable for me to give up the whole? Tell me. I feel aggrieved, of course, and wounded, and whether I go or stay, that feeling must last. I cannot help it. But my spirits sink altogether at the thought of leaving England so, and then I doubt about Arabel and Stormy, and it seems to me that I ought not to mix them up in a business of this kind, where the advantage is merely personal to myself. On the other side, George holds that if I give up and stay even, there will be displeasure just the same, and that when once gone, the irritation will exhaust and smooth itself away, which however does not touch my chief objection. Would it be better, more right, to give it up? Think for me. Even if I hold on to the last, at the last I shall be thrown off. That is my conviction. But shall I give up at once? Do think for me. And I have thought that if you like to come on Friday instead of Saturday, as there is the uncertainty about next week, it would divide the time more equally. But let it be as you like, and according to circumstances as you see them. Perhaps you have decided to go at once with your friends. Who knows? I wish I could know that you were better today. May God bless you. Ever yours, E.B.B. End of section 113.
Section 114 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, September 25, 1845. You have said to me more than once that you wished I might never know certain feelings you had been forced to endure. I suppose all of us have the proper place where a blow should fall to be felt most, and I truly wish you may never feel what I have to bear in looking on, quite powerless and silent, while you are subjected to this treatment, which I refuse to characterize, so blind is it for blindness. I think I ought to understand what a father may exact, and a child should comply with, and I respect the most ambiguous of love's caprices, if they give never so slight a clue to their all-justifying source. Did I, when you signified to me the probable objections, you remember what, to myself, my own happiness, did I once allude to, much less argue against, or refuse to acknowledge those objections? For I wholly sympathize, however it go against me, with the highest, weariest pride and love for you, and the proper jealousy and vigilance they entail. But now and here the jewel is not being overguarded, but ruined, cast away, and whoever is privileged to interfere should do so in the possessor's own interest. All common sense interferes, all rationality against absolute no reason at all. And you ask whether you ought to obey this no reason? I will tell you, all passive obedience and implicit submission of will and intellect is by far too easy. if well considered, to be the course prescribed by God to man in this life of probation, for they evade probation altogether, though foolish people think otherwise. Chop off your legs, you will never go astray. Stifle your reason altogether, and you will find it is difficult to reason ill. It is hard to make these sacrifices, and not so hard as to lose the reward, or incur the penalty of an eternity to come. Hard to effect them, then, and go through with them. Not hard, when a leg is to be cut off, that it is rather harder to keep it quiet on a stool, I know very well. The partial indulgence, the proper exercise of one's faculties, there is the difficulty and problem for solution, set by that Providence which might have made the laws of religion as indubitable as those of vitality, and revealed the articles of belief as certainly as that condition, for instance, by which we breathe so many times in a minute to support life. But there is no reward proposed for the feat of breathing, and a great one for that of believing. Consequently, there must go a great deal more voluntary effort to this latter than is implied in the getting absolutely rid of it at once, by adopting the direction of an infallible church, or private judgment of another. For all our life is some form of religion, and all our action some belief, and there is but one law, however modified, for the greater and the less. In your case, I do think you are called upon to do your duty to yourself, that is, to God in the end. Your own reason should examine the whole matter in dispute by every light which can be put in requisition, and every interest that appears to be affected by your conduct should have its utmost claims considered. Your father's in the first place, and that interest, not in the miserable limits of a few days' pique or whim in which it would seem to express itself, but in its whole extent, the hereafter, which all momentary passion prevents him seeing, indeed, the present on either side which everyone else must see. And this examination made, with whatever earnestness you will, I do think, and I am sure, that on its conclusion you should act in confidence that a duty has been performed. Difficult, or how were it a duty? Will it not be infinitely harder to act so than to blindly adopt his pleasure and die under it? Who cannot do that? I fling these hasty rough words over the paper, fast as they will fall, knowing to whom I cast them, and that any sense they may contain or point to will be caught and understood, and presented in a better light. The hard thing, this is all I want to say, is to act on one's own best conviction, not to abjure it and accept another will, and say, there is my plain duty. Easy it is, whether plain or not. How all changes! When I first knew you, you know what followed. I supposed you to labor under an incurable complaint, and of course to be completely dependent on your father for its commonest alleviations. The moment after that inconsiderate letter, I reproached myself bitterly with the selfishness apparently involved in any proposition I might then have made, for though I have never been at all frightened of the world, nor mistrustful of my power to deal with it, and get my purpose out of it, if once I thought it worth while, yet I could not but feel the consideration of what failure would now be paralyze all effort even in fancy. When you told me lately that you could never be poor, all my solicitude was at an end. I had but myself to care about, and I told you what I believed and believe, that I can at any time amply provide for that, and that I could cheerfully and confidently undertake the removing that obstacle. Now again the circumstances shift, and you are in what I should wonder at as the veriest slavery, and I who could free you from it. I am here scarcely daring to write, though I know you must feel for me, and forgive what forces itself from me, what retires so mutely into my heart at your least word, what shall not be again written or spoken, if you so will, that I should be made happy beyond all hope of expression by. Now, while I dream, let me once dream. I would marry you now, and thus I would come when you let me, and go when you bade me. I would be no more than one of your brothers. No more, that is, instead of getting tomorrow for Saturday, I should get Saturday as well, 2 hours for one. When your head ached, I should be here. I deliberately choose the realization of that dream, of sitting simply by you for an hour every day, rather than any other, excluding you. I am able to form for this world, or any world I know, and it will continue but a dream. God bless my dearest E.B.B. R.B. You understand that I see you tomorrow, Friday, as you propose. I am better, thank you, and I will go out today. You know what I am, what I would speak, and all I would do. End of section 114.
Section 115 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday evening, postmarked September 27th, 1845. I had your letter late last night, everyone almost being out of the house by an accident, so that it was left in the letter-box, and if I had wished to answer it before I saw you, it had scarcely been possible. But it will be the same thing, for you know as well as if you saw my answer what it must be, what it cannot choose but be, on pain of sinking me so infinitely below not merely your level but my own, that the depth cannot bear a glance down. Yet though I am not made of such clay as to admit of my taking a base advantage of certain noble extravagances, and that I am not, I thank God, for your sake, I will say, I must say, that your words in this letter have done me good and made me happy, that I thank and bless you for them, and that to receive such a proof of attachment from you not only overpowers every present evil, but seems to me a full and abundant amends for the merely personal sufferings of my whole life. When I had read that letter last night, I did think so. I looked round and round for the small bitternesses which for several days had been bitter to me, and I could not find one of them. The tear marks went away in the moisture of new, happy tears. Why, how else could I have felt? How else do you think I could? How would any woman have felt, who could feel at all, hearing such words said, though in a dream indeed, by such a speaker? And now listen to me in turn. You have touched me more profoundly than I thought even you could have touched me. My heart was full when you came here today. Henceforward I am yours for everything but to do you harm. And I am yours too much in my heart ever to consent to do you harm in that way. If I could consent to do it, not only should I be less loyal, but in one sense less yours. I say this to you without drawback and reserve, because it is all I am able to say, and perhaps all I shall be able to say. However this may be, a promise goes to you in it that none, except God and your will, shall interpose between you and me. I mean that if he should free me within a moderate time from the trailing chain of this weakness, I will then be to you whatever at that hour you shall choose, whether friend or more than friend, a friend to the last in any case. So it rests with God and with you. Only in the meanwhile you are most absolutely free, unentangled, as they call it, by the breadth of a thread. And if I did not know that you considered yourself so, I would not see you any more, let the effort cost me what it might. You may force me to feel, but you cannot force me to think contrary to my first thought, that it were better for you to forget me at once in one relation. And if better for you, can it be bad for me? Which flings me down on the stone pavement of the logicians. And now if I ask a boon of you, will you forget afterwards that it ever was asked? I have hesitated a great deal, but my face is down on the stone pavement. No, I will not ask today. It shall be for another day, and may God bless you on this and on those that come after, my dearest friend. End of section 115.
Section 116 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, September 27, 1845. Think for me, speak for me, my dearest, my own. You that are all great-heartedness and generosity, do that one more generous thing. God bless you for R.B. What can it be you ask of me? A boon. Once my answer to that had been the plain one, but now, when I have better experience of... No, now I have best experience of how you understand my interests, that at last we both know what is my true good. So ask, my own now. From there it is. Oh, do not fear I am entangled. My crown is loose on my head, not nailed there. My pearl lies in my hand. I may return it to the sea, if I will. What is it you ask of me, this first asking? End of section 116.
Section 117 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark September 29th, 1845. Then first I ask you not to misunderstand, because we do not agree, but disagree as to what is your true good, but disagree, and as widely as ever indeed. The other asking shall come in its season, some day before I go, if I go. It only relates to a restitution, and you cannot guess it if you try, so don't try. And perhaps you can't grant it if you try, and I cannot guess. Cabins and berths all taken in the Malta steamer for both 3rd and 20th of October. See what dark lanterns the stars hold out, and how I shall stay in England after all, as I think. And thus we are thrown back on the old Gibraltar scheme, with its shifting of steamers, unless we take the dreary alternative of Madeira, or Cadiz. Even suppose Madeira, why it were for a few months alone, and there would be no temptation to loiter as in Italy. Don't think too hardly of poor papa. You have his wrong side, his side of peculiar wrongness, to you just now. When you have walked round him, you will have other thoughts of him. Are you better, I wonder? And taking exercise, and trying to be better? May God bless you. Tuesday need not be the last day if you like to take one more besides, for there is no going until the 4th or 7th, and the 7th is the more probable of those two. But now you have done with me. Until Tuesday. Ever yours, E.B.B. End of section 117. Section 118 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday, postmark October 1st, 1845. I have read to the last line of your Rosicrucian, and my scepticism grew and grew through Hume's process of doubtful doubts, and at last rose to the full stature of incredulity, for I never could believe Shelley capable of such a book, call it a book, not even with a flood of boarding-school idiocy dashed in by way of dilution. Altogether it roused me to deny myself so far as to look at the date of the book, and to get up and travel to the other end of the room to confront it with other dates in the letters from abroad. I, who never think of a date except the A.D., and am inclined every now and then to write that down as 1548. Well, and on comparing these dates in these 2 volumes before my eyes, I find that your Rosicrucian was printed for Stockdale in 1822, and that Shelley died in the July of the same year. There is a vindicating fact for you. And unless the Rosicrucian went into more editions than one, and dates here from a later one, which is not ascertainable from this fragment of a title page, the innocence of the great poet stands proved, now doesn't it? for nobody will say that he published such a book in the last year of his life, in the maturity of his genius, and that Godwin's daughter helped him in it. That dripping dew from the skeleton is the only living word in the book, which really amused me notwithstanding, from the intense absurdity of the whole composition, descriptions, sentiments, and morals. Judge yourself if I had not better say no about the cloak. I would take it if you wished such a kindness to me, and although you might find it very useful to yourself, or to your mother or sister, still if you wished me to take it, I should like to have it, and the mantle of the prophet might bring me down something of his spirit. But do you remember, do you consider, how many talkers there are in this house, and what would be talked, or that it is not worth while to provoke it all? And papa, knowing it, would not like it, and altogether it is far better, believe me, that you should keep your own cloak, and I the thought of the kindness you meditated in respect to it. I have heard nothing more, nothing. I was asked the other day by a very young friend of mine, the daughter of an older friend who once followed you upstairs in this house, Mr. Hunter, an independent minister, for Mr. Browning's autograph. She wants it for a collection, for her album, and so will you write out a verse or two on one side of notepaper, not as you write for the printers, and let me keep my promise and send it to her. I forgot to ask you before. Or one verse will do, anything will do, and don't let me be bringing you into vexation. It need not be of manuscript rarity. You are not better, really, I fear, and your mother's being ill affects you more than you like to admit, I fear besides. Will you, when you write, say how both are? Nothing extenuating, you know. May God bless you, my dearest friend. Ever yours, E.B.B. End of section 118.
Section 119 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday, postmark, October 2nd, 1845. Well, let us hope against hope in the sad matter of the novel. Yet, it is by Shelley, if you will have the truth, as I happen to know, proof last being that Leigh Hunt told me he unearthed it in Shelley's own library at Marlow once, to the writer's horror and shame. He snatched it out of my hands, said H., yet I thrust it into yours. So much for the subtle fence of friends who reach your heart by a side thrust, as I told you on Tuesday, after the enemy has fallen back breathless and baffled. As for the date, that Stockdale was a notorious pirate and raker up of rash publications. And, do you know, I suspect the title page is all that boasts such novelty. See if the book, the inside leaves, be not older evidently, a common trick of the trade to this day. The history of this, and Just Rosie, as it is spelt, the other novel, may be read in Medwin's Conversations, and, as I have been told, in Lady Charlotte Bury's Reminiscences, or whatever she calls them. The Guistrazi was certainly written in concert with somebody or other, for I confess the whole story grows monstrous, and even the froth of wine strings itself in bright bubbles. Ah, but this was the scum of the fermenting vat, do you see? I am happy to say I forget the novel entirely, or almost, and only keep the exact impression which you have gained through me. The fair cross of gold he dashed on the floor. That is my pet line, because the chill dew of a place not commonly supposed to favor humidity is a plagiarism from Lewis's Monk, and now flashes on me. Yes, Lewis, too, puts the phrase into intense italics. And now, please read a chorus in the Prometheus Unbound, or a scene from the Cenci, and join company with Shelley again. From chill dew I come to the cloak. You are quite right, and I give up that fancy. Will you then take one more precaution when all proper safeguards have been adopted, and when everything is sure, Contrive some one sureness besides, against cold or wind or sea air, and say this, for the cloak which is not here, and to help the heart's wish, which is, so I shall be there, palpably. Will you do this? Tell me you will tomorrow, and tell me all good news. My mother suffers still. I hope she is no worse, but a little better, certainly better. I am better, too, in my unimportant way. Now I will write you the verses, some easy ones out of a paperful meant to go between poem and poem in my next number, and break the shock of collision. Let me kiss your hand, dearest. My heart and life, all is yours and forever. God make you happy, as I am through you. Bless you, R.B. End of section 119.
Section 120 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, postmark October 6th, 1845. Tuesday is given up in full council. The thing is beyond doubting of, as George says and as you thought yesterday, and then George has it in his head to beguile the Duke of Palmella out of a smaller cabin, so that I might sail from the Thames on the 20th, and whether he succeeds or not, I humbly confess that one of the chief advantages of the new plan, if not the very chief, as I see it, is just in the delay. Your spring song is full of beauty, as you know very well, and that's the wise thrush, so characteristic of you, and of the thrush too, that I was sorely tempted to ask you to write it twice over, and not send the first copy to Mary Hunter, notwithstanding my promise to her. And now when you come to print these fragments, would it not be well if you were to stoop to the vulgarism of prefixing some word of introduction, as other people do, you know, a title, a name? You perplex your readers often by casting yourself on their intelligence in these things, and although it is true that readers in general are stupid and can't understand, it is still more true that they are lazy and won't understand, and they don't catch your point of sight at first, unless you think it worth while to push them by the shoulders and force them into the right place. Now these fragments, you mean to print them with a line between, and not one word at the top of it, now don't you? And then people will read, "Oh, to be in England," and say to themselves, "Why, who is this? Who is out of England?" Which is an extreme case, of course, but you will see what I mean. And often I have observed how some of the very most beautiful of your lyrics have suffered just from your disdain of the usual tactics of writers in this one respect. And you are not better still. You are worse instead of better, are you not? Tell me, and what can you mean about unimportance, when you were worse last week, this expiring week, than ever before, by your own confession? And now, and your mother? Yes, I promise. And so Elijah will be missed instead of his mantle, which will be a losing contract after all. But it shall be as you say. May you be able to say that you are better. God bless you. Ever yours. Never think of the White Slave. I had just taken it up. The trash of it is prodigious, far beyond Mr. Smythe. Not that I can settle upon a book just now, in all this wind, to judge of it fairly. End of section 120.
Section 121 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmark October 6, 1845. I should certainly think that the Duke of Palmella may be induced, and with no great difficulty, to give up a cabin under the circumstances, and then the plan becomes really objection-proof, so far as mortal plans go. But now you must think all the boldlier about whatever difficulties remain, just because they are so much the fewer. It is cold already in the mornings and evenings, cold and, this morning, foggy. I did not ask if you continued to go out from time to time. I am sure you should. You would so prepare yourself properly for the fatigue and change. Yesterday it was very warm and fine in the afternoon, nor is this noontime so bad, if the requisite precautions are taken, and do make journeys across the room and out of it. Meanwhile, and stand when possible, get all the strength ready now that so much is to be spent. Oh, if I were by you! Thank you, thank you. I will devise titles. I quite see what you say. Now you do say it. I am, this Monday morning, the prescribed day for efforts and beginnings, looking over and correcting what you read. To press they shall go, and then the plays can follow gently. And then, oh, to be in Pisa, now that E.B.B. is there. And I shall be there. I am much better today, and my mother better, and tomorrow I shall see you, so some good things together. Dearest, till tomorrow, and ever I am yours, wholly yours. May God bless you. R.B. You do not ask me that boon. Why is that? Besides, I have my own real boons to ask too, as you will inevitably find, and I shall perhaps get heart by your example. End of section 121.
Section 122 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark October 7th, 1845. Ah, but the good things do not come together, for just as your letter comes, I am driven to asking you to leave Tuesday for Wednesday. On Tuesday Mr. Kenyon is to be here, or not to be here, he says. There's a doubt, and you would rather go to a clear day. So if you do not hear from me again, I shall expect you on Wednesday, unless I hear to the contrary from you. And if anything happens to Wednesday, you shall hear. Mr. Kenyon is in town for only 2 days or 3. I never could grumble against him, so good and kind as he is, but he may not come after all tomorrow, so it is not grudging the obolus to Belisarius, but the squandering of the last golden days at the bottom of the purse. Do I stand? Do I walk? Yes, most uprightly. I walk upright every day. Do I go out? No, never. And I am not to be scolded for that, because when you were looking at the sun to-day, I was marking the east wind. And perhaps if I had breathed a breath of it, farewell Pisa. People who can walk don't always walk into the lion's den as a consequence, do they? Should they? Are you sure that they should? I write in great haste. So Wednesday then, perhaps. And yours every day. You understand, Wednesday, if nothing to the contrary. End of section 122.
Section 123 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. 12 Wednesday. Postmark October 8, 1845. Well, dearest, at all events, I get up with the assurance I shall see you, and go on till the fatal 11:15 p.m., believing in the same. And then, if after all there does come such a note as this, with its instructions, why, first, it is such a note, and such a gain, and next it makes a great day out of tomorrow, that was to have been so little of a day. That is all. Only I am suspicious now of a real loss to me in the end. For putting off yesterday, I dared put off, on your part, Friday to Saturday, while now, what shall be said to that? Dear Mr. Kenyon, to be the smiling, unconscious obstacle to any pleasure of mine, if it were merely pleasure. But I want to catch our next post tomorrow, then, accepting what is to be accepted. Bless you, my dearest, your own R.B. End of section 123.
Section 124 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening, postmark October 8, 1845. Mr. Kenyon never came. My sisters met him in the street, and he had been detained all day in the city, and would certainly be here to-morrow, Wednesday. And so you see what has happened to Wednesday. Moreover, he may come besides on Thursday. I can answer for nothing. Only, if I do not write, and if you find Thursday admissible, will you come then? In the case of an obstacle, you shall hear. And it is not, in the meantime, my fault, now is it? I have been quite enough vexed about it, indeed. Did the Monday work harm to the head, I wonder? I do fear so that you won't get through those papers with impunity, especially if the plays are to come after, though ever so gently. And if you are to suffer, it would be right to tongue-tie that silver bell, and leave the congregations to their selling of cabbages, which is unphilanthropic of me, perhaps. O filtate! Be sure that I shall be bold when the time for going comes, and both bold and capable of the effort. I am desired to keep to the respirator and the cabin for a day or two, while the cold can reach us, and midway in the Bay of Biscay some change of climate may be felt, they say. There is no sort of danger for me, except that I shall stay in England. And why is it that I feel to-night more than ever almost as if I should stay in England? Who can tell? I can tell one thing. If I stay, it will not be from a failure in my resolution. That will not be, shall not be. Yes, and Mr. Kenyon and I agreed the other day that there was something of the tigress nature, very distinctly cognizable under what he is pleased to call my bar-lambishness. Then on Thursday, unless something happens to Thursday, and I shall write in that case, and I trust to you, as always, to attend to your own convenience, just as you may trust to me to remember my own boon. Ah, you are curious, I think, which is scarcely wise of you, because it may, you know, be the roc's egg after all. But no, it isn't. I will say just so much. And besides, I did say that it was a restitution, which limits the guesses if it does not put an end to them. Unguessable, I choose it to be. And now I feel as if I should not stay in England, which is the difference between 5 minutes and another. May God bless you. Ever yours, E.B.B. End of section 124. Section 125 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark October 11th, 1845. Dear Mr. Kenyon has been here again, and talking so, in his kindness too, about the probabilities as to Pisa being against me, about all depending on one throw, and the dice being loaded, etc., that I looked at him aghast, as if he looked at the future through the folded curtain, and was licensed to speak oracles, and ever since I have been out of spirits, out of spirits, and must write myself back again, or try. After all, he may be wrong like another, and I should tell you that he reasons altogether from the delay, and that the cabins will therefore be taken, and the circular bills out of reach. He said that one of his purposes in staying in town was to knout me every day, didn't he? Well, George will probably speak before he leaves town, which will be on Monday, and now that the hour approaches, I do feel as if the house stood upon gunpowder, and as if I held Guy Fawkes's lantern in my right hand. And no, I shall not go. The obstacles will not be those of Mr. Kenyon's finding, and what their precise character will be I do not see distinctly, only that they will be sufficient, and thrown by one hand just where the wheel should turn. That I see, and you will in a few days. Did you go to Moxon's and settle the printing matter? Tell me. And what was the use of telling Mr. Kenyon that you were quite well, when you know you are not? Will you say to me how you are, saying the truth, and also how your mother is? To show the significance of the omission of those evening, or rather night visits of papa's, for they came sometimes at 11, and sometimes at 12, I will tell you that he used to sit and talk in them, and then always kneel and pray with me and for me, which I used, of course, to feel as a proof of very kind and affectionate sympathy on his part, and which has proportionably pained me in the withdrawing. They were no ordinary visits, you observe, and he could not well throw me further from him than by ceasing to pay them. The thing is quite expressively significant. Not that I pretend to complain, nor to have reason to complain. One should not be grateful for kindness only while it lasts. That would be a short-breathed gratitude. I just tell you the fact, proving that it cannot be accidental. Did you ever tire me? Indeed, no, you never did. And do understand that I am not to be tired in that way, though, as Mr. Boyd said once of his daughter, one may be so far too effeminate. No, if I were put into a crowd I should be tired soon. Or apart from the crowd, if you made me discourse orations de corona, concerning your bag even, I should be tired soon, though peradventure not very much sooner than you who heard. But on the smooth ground of quiet conversation, particularly when three people don't talk at once as my brothers do, to say the least, I last for a long while. Not to say that I have the pretension of being as good and inexhaustible a listener to your own speaking as you could find in the world. So please not to accuse me of being tired again. I can't be tired, and won't be tired, you see. And now, since I began to write this, there is a new evil and anxiety, a worse anxiety than any, for one of my brothers is ill, had been unwell for some days, and we thought nothing of it till to-day, Saturday, and the doctors call it a fever of the typhoid character. Not typhus yet, but we are very uneasy. You must not come on Wednesday if an infectious fever be in the house. That must be out of the question. May God bless you. I am quite heavy-hearted to-day, but never less yours, E.B.B. End of section 125.
Section 126 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark, October 13, 1845. These are bad news, dearest, all bad, except the enduring comfort of your regard. The illness of your brother is worst. That would stay you, and is the first proper obstacle. I shall not attempt to speak and prove my feelings. You know what even flesh is to me through you. I wait in anxiety for the next account. If after all you do not go to Pisa, why, we must be cheerful and wise and take courage and hope. I cannot but see with your eyes, and from your place, you know, and will let this all be one surprising and deplorable mistake of mere love and care. But no such another mistake ought to be suffered, if you escape the effects of this. I will not cease to believe in a better event till the very last, however, and it is a deep satisfaction that all has been made plain and straight up to this strange and sad interposition like a bar. You have done your part, at least, with all that forethought and counsel from your friends and adequate judges of the case. So, if the bar will not move, you will consider, will you not, dearest, where one may best encamp in the unforbidden country, and wait till the spring and fine weather? Would it be advisable to go where Mr. Kenyon suggested, or elsewhere? Oh, these vain wishes, the will here and no means. My life is bound up with yours, my own, first and last love. What wonder if I fear to tire you? I who, knowing you as I do, admiring what is so admirable, let me speak, loving what must needs be loved, fain to learn what you only can teach, proud of so much, happy in so much of you. I, who, for all this, neither come to admire, nor feel proud, nor be taught, but only to live with you and be by you. That is love, for I know the rest, as I say. I know those qualities are in you, but at them I could get in so many ways. I have your books. Here are my letters you give me. You would answer my questions were I in Pisa. Well, and it all would amount to nothing, infinitely much as I know it is, to nothing, if I could not sit by you and see you. I can stop at that, but not before. And it seems strange to me how little, less than little I've laid open of my feelings, the nature of them to you. I smile to think how, if all this while I had been acting with the profoundest policy in intention, so as to pledge myself to nothing I could not afterwards perform with the most perfect ease and security, I should have done not much unlike what I have done, to be sure. One word includes many or all, what I have not said, what I will not even now say. You will know, in God's time, to which I trust. I will answer your note now, the questions. I did go. It may amuse you to write on, to Moxon's. First let me tell you that when I called there, the Saturday before, his brother, in his absence, informed me, replying to the question when it came naturally in turn with a round of like inquiries, that your poems continued to sell singularly well. They would end in bringing a clear profit, he said. I thought to catch him and ask if they had done so. Oh, not at the beginning. It takes more time, he answered. On Thursday I saw Moxon. He spoke rather encouragingly of my own prospects. I sent him a sheetful tomorrow, I believe, and we are out on the 1st of next month. Tennyson, by the way, has got his pension, £200 per annum, by the other way. Moxon has brought the manuscripts of Keats in the possession of Taylor, the publisher, and is going to bring out a complete edition, which is pleasant to hear. After settling with Moxon, I went to Mrs. Carlyle's, who told me characteristic quaintnesses of Carlyle's father and mother over the tea she gave me, and all yesterday, you are to know, I was in a permanent mortal fright, for my uncle came in the morning to entreat me to go to Paris in the evening about some urgent business of his, a 5 minutes' matter with his brother there, and the affair being really urgent and material to his and the brother's interest, and no substitute being to be thought of, I was forced to promise to go, in case a letter, which would arrive in town at noon, should not prove satisfactory. So I calculated times, and found I could be in Paris tomorrow, and back again certainly by Wednesday, and so not lose you on that day. Oh, the fear I had! But I was sure then and now that the 17th would not see you depart. But night came, and the last Dover train left, and I drew breath freely. This morning I find the letter was all right, so may it be with all worse apprehensions. What you fear precisely, that never happens, as Napoleon observed, and thereon grew bold. I had stipulated for an hour's notice, if go I must, and that was to be wholly spent in writing to you, for in quiet consternation my mother cared for my carpet-bag. And so I shall hear from you tomorrow. That is, you will write then, tell me all about your brother. As for what you say, with the kindest intentions of fever contagion, and keeping away on Wednesday, on that account it is indeed out of the question. For a first reason, which dispenses with any second, because I disbelieve altogether in contagion from fevers, and especially from typhus fevers, as do much better informed men than myself. I speak quite advisedly. If there should be only that reason, therefore, you will not deprive me of the happiness of seeing you next Wednesday. I am not well, have a cold, influenza, or some unpleasant thing, but am better than yesterday. My mother is much better, I think. She and my sister are resolute non-contagionists, mind you that. God bless you and all you love. I, dearest, am your R.B. End of section 126.
Section 127 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, postmark October 14th, 1845. It was the merest foolishness in me to write about fevers and the rest as I did to-day, just as if it could do any good, all the wringing of hands in the world. And there is no typhus yet, and no danger of any sort, I hope and trust. And how weak it is, that habit of spreading the cloud which is in you all round you, how weak and selfish, and unlike what you would do, just as you are unlike Mr. Kenyon. And you are unlike him, and you were right on Thursday when you said so, and I was wrong in setting up a phrase on the other side. Only what I said came by an instinct, because you seemed to be giving him all the sunshine to use and carry, which should not be, after all. But you are unlike him, and must be, seeing that the producers must differ from the nati consumere fruges, in the intellectual as in the material. You create, and he enjoys, and the work makes you feel, and the pleasure makes him ruddy, and it is so of a necessity. So differs the man of genius from the man of letters, and then dear Mr. Kenyon is not even a man of letters in a full sense. He is rather a sybarite of letters. Do you think he ever knew what mental labour is? I fancy not. Not more than he has known what mental inspiration is, and not more than he has known what the strife of the heart is, with all his tenderness and sensibility. He seems to me to evade pain, and where he suffers at all, to do so rather negatively than positively, if you understand what I mean by that, rather by a want than by a blow. The secret of all being that he has a certain latitudinarianism, not indifferentism, in his life and affections, and has no capacity for concentration and intensity. Partly by temperament and partly by philosophy he contrives to keep the sunny side of the street, though never inclined to forget the blind man at the corner. Ah, dear Mr. Kenyon, he is magnanimous in toleration, and excellent in sympathy, and he has the love of beauty and the reverence of genius, but the faculty of worship he has not. He will not worship aright either your heroes or your gods, and while you do it, he only tolerates the act in you. Once he said, not to me, but I heard of it, what if genius should be nothing but scrofula? And he doubts, I very much fear, whether the world is not governed by a throw of those very same loaded dice, and no otherwise. Yet he reveres genius in the acting of it, and recognizes a God in creation, only it is but so far, and not farther. At least I think not, and I have a right to think what I please of him, holding him as I do, in such true affection. One of the kindest and most indulgent of human beings has he been to me, and I am happy to be grateful to him. Sunday. The Duke of Palmella takes the whole vessel for the 20th, and therefore, if I go, it must be on the 17th. Therefore, besides, as George must be on sessions to-morrow, he will settle the question with papa to-night. In the meantime, our poor Ossie is not much better, though a little, and is ordered leeches on his head, and is confined to his bed, and attended by physician and surgeon. It is not decided typhus, but they will not answer for it not being infectious, and although he is quite at the top of the house, 2 stories above me, I shall not like you to come indeed. And then there will be only room for a farewell, and I, who am a coward, shrink from the saying of it. No, not being able to see you to-morrow, Mr. Kenyon is to be here to-morrow, he says, let us agree to throw away Wednesday. I will write, you will write perhaps, and above all things you will promise to write by the Star on Monday, that the captain may give me your letter at Gibraltar. You promise. But I shall hear from you before then, and oftener than once, and you will acquiesce about Wednesday, and grant at once that there can be no gain, no good, in that miserable good-bying. I do not want the pain of it to remember you by. I shall remember very well without it, be sure. Still it shall be as you like, as you shall choose, and if you are disappointed about Wednesday, if it is not vain in me to talk of disappointments, why do with Wednesday as you think best, always understanding that there's no risk of infection. Monday. All this I had written yesterday, and to-day it is all worse than vain. Do not be angry with me, do not think it my fault, but I do not go to Italy. It has ended as I feared. What passed between George and papa there is no need of telling. Only the letter said that I might go if I pleased, but that going it would be under his heaviest displeasure. George, in great indignation, pressed the question fully, but all was vain, and I am left in this position, to go if I please, with his displeasure over me, which, after what you have said, and after what Mr. Kenyon has said, and after what my own conscience and deepest moral convictions say aloud, I would unhesitatingly do at this hour, and necessarily run the risk of exposing my sister and brother to that same displeasure, from which risk I shrink and fall back, and feel that to incur it is impossible. Dear Mr. Kenyon has been here, and we have been talking, and he sees what I see, that I am justified in going myself, but not in bringing others into difficulty. The very kindness and goodness with which they desire me, both my sisters, not to think of them, naturally makes me think more of them. And so tell me that I am not wrong in taking up my chain again, and acquiescing in this hard necessity. The bitterest fact of all is that I had believed papa to have loved me more than he obviously does, but I never regret knowledge. I mean, I never would unknow anything, even were it the taste of the apples by the Dead Sea, and this must be accepted like the rest. In the meantime your letter comes, and if I could seem to be very unhappy after reading it, why, it would be all pretence on my part, believe me. Can you care for me so much? You? Then that is light enough to account for all the shadows, and to make them almost unregarded, the shadows of the life behind. Moreover, dear Ossie is somewhat better, with a pulse only at 90, and the doctors declare that visitors may come to the house without any manner of danger. Or I should not trust to your theories, no, indeed. It was not that I expected you to be afraid, but that I was afraid. And if I am not ashamed for that, why, at least I am for being lâche about Wednesday, when you thought of hurrying back from Paris only for it. You could think that. You can care for me so much. I come to it again. When I hold some words to my eyes, such as these in this letter, I can see nothing beyond them, no evil, no want. There is no evil and no want. Am I wrong in the decision about Italy? Could I do otherwise? I had courage and to spare, but the question, you see, did not regard myself wholly. For the rest, the unforbidden country lies within these four walls. Madeira was proposed in vain, and any part of England would be as objectionable as Italy, and not more advantageous to me than Wimpole Street. To take courage and be cheerful, as you say, is left as an alternative, and the winter may be mild, to fall into the hands of God rather than of man. And I shall be here for your November, remember. And now that you are not well, will you take care? And not come on Wednesday, unless you are better. And never again bring me wet flowers, which probably did all the harm on Thursday. I was afraid for you then, though I said nothing. May God bless you. Ever yours I am, your own. 90 is not a high pulse for a fever of this kind, is it? And the heat diminishes, and his spirits are better, and we are all much easier, have been both to-day and yesterday indeed. End of section 127.
Section 128 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday morning. Postmark, October 14, 1845. Be sure, my own dearest love, that this is for the best. Will be seen for the best in the end. It is hard to bear now, but you have to bear it. Any other person could not. And you will, I know, knowing you, will be well this one winter if you can. And then, since I am not selfish in this love to you, my own conscience tells me, I desire more earnestly than I ever knew what desiring was, to be yours, and with you, and, as far as may be in this life and world, you, and no hindrance to that. But one gives me a moment's care or fear, but that one is just your little hand, as I could fancy it raised in any least interest of yours, and before that, I am, and would ever be still silent. But now, what is to make you raise that hand? I will not speak now, not seem to take advantage of your present feelings. We will be rational, and all considering, and weighing consequences, and foreseeing them. But first I will prove, if that has to be done. Why, but I begin speaking, and I should not, I know. Bless you, love, R.B. Tomorrow I see you without fail. I am rejoiced, as you can imagine, at your brother's improved state. End of section 128.
Section 129 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, postmark October 15th, 1845. Will this note reach you at the fatal hour, or sooner? At any rate, it is forced to ask you to take Thursday for Wednesday, inasmuch as Mr. Kenyon, in his exceeding kindness, has put off his journey just for me, he says, because he saw me depressed about the decision, and wished to come and see me again to-morrow, and talk the spirits up, I suppose. It is all so kind and good that I cannot find a voice to grumble about the obligation it brings of writing thus. And then, if you suffer from cold and influenza, it will be better for you not to come for another day. I think that for comfort. Shall I hear how you are to-night, I wonder? Dear Ossie turned the corner, the physician said, yesterday evening, and although a little fluctuating to-day, remains on the whole considerably better. They were just in time to keep the fever from turning to typhus. How fast you print your book, for it is to be out on the 1st of November. Why, it comes out suddenly, like the sun. Mr. Kenyon asked me if I had seen anything you were going to print, and when I mentioned the second part of the Duchess, and described how your perfect rhymes, perfectly new, and all clashing together as by natural attraction, had put me at once to shame and admiration, he began to praise the first part of the same poem, which I had heard him do before, by the way, and extolled it as one of your most striking productions. And so until Thursday, may God bless you, and as the heart goes, ever yours. I am glad for Tennyson, and glad for Keats. It is well to be able to be glad about something, is it not? About something out of ourselves. And in myself, I shall be most glad if I have a letter to-night. Shall I? End of section 129.
Section 130 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, October 15, 1845. Thanks, my dearest, for the good news of the fever's abatement. It is good, too, that you write cheerfully. On the whole, what is it to me that you write is of me? I shall never say that. Mr. Kenyon is all kindness, and one gets to take it as not so purely natural a thing, the showing kindness to those it concerns, and belongs to. Well, on Thursday then, tomorrow, did you not get a note of mine, a hurried note, which was meant for yesterday afternoon's delivery? Mr. Forster came yesterday, and was very profuse of graciosities. He may have, or must have meant well, so we will go on again with the friendship, as the snail repairs his battered shell. My poems went duly to press on Monday night. There is not much correctable in them. You make, or you spoil. One of these things, that is, I do. I have adopted all your emendations, and thrown in lines and words, just a morning's business. But one does not write plays so. You may like some of my smaller things, which stop interstices, better than what you have seen. I shall wonder to know. I am to receive a proof at the end of the week. Will you help me and overlook it? Yes, she says. My thanks, I do not say. While writing this, the Times catches my eye. It just came in. Something from the Lancet is extracted. A long article against quackery. And, as I say, this is the first and only sentence I read. There is scarcely a peer of the realm who is not the patron of some quack, pill, or potion. And the literati, too, are deeply tainted. We have heard of barbarians who threw quacks and their medicines into the sea. But here in England we have Browning, a prince of poets, touching the pitch which defiles and making Paracelsus the hero of a poem. Sir E.L. Bulwer writes puffs for the water doctors in a style worthy of imitation by the scribe that does the poetical for Moses and Son. Miss Martineau makes a finessing servant girl her physician general, and Richard Howitt and the lady aforesaid stand godfather and mother to the contemptible mesmeric vagaries of Spencer Hall. Even the sweet incense to me fails of its effect if Paracelsus is to figure on a level with Priesnitz and Jane. What weather, now at last! Think for yourself and for me. Could you not go out on such days? I am quite well now, cold over and gone. Did I tell you my uncle arrived from Paris on Monday, as I hoped he would, so my travel would have been to great purpose. Bless my dearest, my own, R.B. End of section 130.
Section 131 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday. Postmark October 16th, 1845. Your letter, which should have reached me in the morning of yesterday, I did not receive until nearly midnight, partly through the eccentricity of our new postman, whose good pleasure it is to make use of the letter-box without knocking, and partly from the confusion in the house of illness in different ways, the very servants being ill, one of them breaking a blood vessel, for there is no new case of fever, and for dear Ossie, he grows better slowly day by day. And just so late last night 5 letters were found in the letter-box, and mine, yours, among them, which accounts for my beginning to answer it only now. What am I to say but this, that I know what you are, and that I know also what you are to me, and that I should accept that knowledge as more than sufficient recompense for worse vexations than these late ones. Therefore let no more be said of them, and no more need be said, even if they were not likely to prove their own end good, as I believe with you. You may be quite sure that I shall be well this winter, if in any way it should be possible, and that I will not be beaten down, if the will can do anything. I admire how, if all had happened so but a year ago, yet it could not have happened quite so, I should certainly have been beaten down, and how it is different now, and how it is only gratitude to you to say that it is different now. My cage is not worse, but better since you brought the green groundsel to it, and to dash oneself against the wires of it will not open the door. We shall see, and God will oversee. And in the meantime you will not talk of extravagances, and then nobody need hold up the hand, because, as I said and say, I am yours, your own, only not to hurt you. So now let us talk of the 1st of November, and of the poems which are to come out then, and of the poems which are to come after then, and of the new avatar of Sordello, for instance, which you taught me to look for. And let us both be busy and cheerful, and you will come and see me throughout the winter, if you do not decide rather on going abroad, which may be better for your health's sake, in which case I shall have your letters. And here is another, just arrived. How I thank you! Think of the times! Still it was very well of them to recognize your principality. Oh yes, do let me see the proof. I understand too about the making and spoiling. Almost you forced me to smile by thinking it worth while to say that you are not selfish. Did Sir Percival say so to Sir Gawain across the Round Table in those times of chivalry to which you belong by the soul? Certainly you are not selfish. May God bless you. Ever your E.B.B. The fever may last, they say, for a week longer, or even a fortnight, but it decreases. Yet he is hot still, and very weak. To tomorrow. End of section 131. Section 132 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday. Postmark October 17th, 1845. Do tell me what you mean precisely by your bells and pomegranates title. I have always understood it to refer to the Hebraic priestly garment, but Mr. Kenyon held against me the other day that your reference was different, though he had not the remotest idea how. And yesterday I forgot to ask, for not the first time. Tell me, too, why you should not in the new number satisfy, by a note somewhere, the Davises of the world, who are in the majority. Davi sumus, non oedipi, with a solution of this one Sphinx riddle. Is there a reason against it? Ossie continues to make progress, with a pulse at only 84 this morning. Are you learned in the pulse that I should talk as if you were? I, who have had my lessons. He takes scarcely anything yet but water, and his head is very hot still, but the progress is quite sure, though it may be a lingering case. Your beautiful flowers, none the less beautiful for waiting for water yesterday, as fresh as ever they were, and while I was putting them into the water, I thought that your visit went on all the time. Other thoughts, too, I had, which made me look down blindly, quite blindly, on the little blue flowers, while I thought what I could not have said an hour before without breaking into tears, which would have run faster then. To say now that I never can forget, that I feel myself bound to you as one human being cannot be more bound to another, and that you are more to me at this moment than all the rest of the world, is only to say in new words that it would be a wrong against myself to seem to risk your happiness and abuse your generosity. For me, though you threw out words yesterday about the testimony of a third person, it would be monstrous to assume it to be necessary to vindicate my trust of you. I trust you implicitly, and am not too proud to owe all things to you. But now let us wait and see what this winter does or undoes, while God does his part for good, as we know. I will never fail to you from any human influence whatever, that I have promised. But you must let it be different from the other sort of promise, which it would be a wrong to make. May God bless you, you whose fault it is to be too generous. You are not like other men, as I could see from the beginning, no. Shall I have the proof tonight, I ask myself? And if you like to come on Monday rather than Tuesday, I do not see why there should be a no to that. Judge from your own convenience. Only we must be wise in the general practice, and abstain from too frequent meetings, for fear of difficulties. I am Cassandra, you know, and smell the slaughter in the bathroom. It would make no difference in fact, but in comfort much. Ever your own. End of section 132.
Section 133 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Giordano. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark October 18, 1845. I must not go on tearing these poor sheets, one after the other. The proper phrases will not come, so let them stay, while you care for my best interests in their best only way, and say for me what I would say if I could. Dearest, say it, as I feel it. I am thankful to hear of the continued improvement of your brother. So may it continue with him. Pulses I know very little about. I go by your own impression, which are evidently favorable. I will make a note as you suggest, or perhaps keep it for the closing number, the next, when it will come fitly in with 2 or 3 parting words I shall have to say. The rabbis make bells and pomegranates symbolical of pleasure and profit, the gay and the grave, the poetry and the prose, singing and sermonizing, such a mixture of effects as in the original hour, that is, quarter of an hour, of confidence and creation. I meant the whole should prove at last. Well, it has succeeded beyond my most adventurous wishes in one respect. Blessed eyes mine eyes have been, if there was any sweetness in the tongue, or flavour in the seeds to her. But I shall do quite other and better things, or shame on me. The proof has not yet come. I should go, I suppose, and inquire this afternoon, and probably I will. I weigh all the words in your permission to come on Monday. Do not think I have not seen that contingency from the first. Let it be Tuesday, no sooner. Meanwhile, you are never away, never from your place here. God bless, my dearest, ever yours, R.B. End of section 133.
Section 134 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning, in the same envelope with the preceding letter. This arrived on Saturday night. I just corrected in time for this our first post. Will it do, the new matter? I can take it tomorrow, when I am to see you, if you are able to glance through it by then. The inscription, how does that read? There is strange temptation, by the way, in the space they please to leave for the presumable motto. They but remind me of my own conception. But one must give no clue of a silk's breadth to the bower, yet one day. Which God send you, dearest, and your R.B. End of section 134.
Section 135 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark October 22nd, 1845. Even at the risk of teasing you a little, I must say a few words, that there may be no misunderstanding between us, and this before I sleep tonight. Today and before today you surprised me by your manner of receiving my remark about your visits, for I believed I had sufficiently made clear to you long ago how certain questions were ordered in this house, and how no exception was to be expected for my sake, or even for yours. Surely I told you this quite plainly long ago. I only meant to say in my last letter in the same track, fearing in the case of your wishing to come oftener that you might think it unkind in me not to seem to wish the same, that if you came too often, and it was observed, difficulties and vexations would follow as a matter of course, and it would be wise therefore to run no risk. That was the head and front of what I meant to say. The weekly one visit is a thing established, and may go on as long as you please, and there is no objection to your coming twice a week now and then, if now and then merely, if there is no habit. Do you understand? I may be prudent in an extreme, perhaps, and certainly everybody in the house is not equally prudent, but I did shrink from running any risk with that calm and comfort of the winter as it seemed to come on. And was it more than I said about the cloak? Was there any newness in it, anything to startle you? Still, I do perfectly see that whether new or old, what it involves may be well unpleasant to you, and that, however old, it may be apt to recur to your mind with a new increasing unpleasantness. We have both been carried too far, perhaps, by late events and impulses, but it is never too late to come back to a right place, and I for my part come back to mine, and entreat you, my dearest friend, first not to answer this, and next to weigh and consider thoroughly that particular contingency, which, I tell you plainly, I who know, the tongue of men and of angels would not modify so as to render less full of vexations to you. Let Pisa prove the excellent hardness of some marbles. Judge, from motives of self-respect, you may well walk an opposite way, you. When I told you once, or twice, that no human influence should, etc., etc., I spoke for myself, quite overlooking you, and now that I turn and see you, I am surprised that I did not see you before, there. I ask you, therefore, to consider that contingency well, not forgetting the other obvious evils, which the late decision about Pisa has aggravated beyond calculation. For as the smoke rolls off, we see the harm done by the fire. And so, and now, is it not advisable for you to go abroad at once? As you always intended, you know, now that your book is through the press. What if you go next week? I leave it to you. In any case, I entreat you not to answer this, neither let your thoughts be too hard on me for what you may call perhaps vacillation, only that I stand excused, I do not say justified, before my own moral sense. May God bless you. If you go, I shall wait to see you till you return, and have letters in the meantime. I write all this as fast as I can to have it over. What I ask of you is to consider alone and decide advisedly, for both our sakes. If it should be your choice not to make an end now, why I shall understand that by your not going, or you may say no in a word, for I require no protestations indeed, and you may trust to me, it shall be as you choose. You will consider my happiness most by considering your own, and that is my last word. Wednesday morning. I did not say half I thought about the poems yesterday, and their various power and beauty will be striking and surprising to your most accustomed readers. St. Praxit, Pictor Ignotus, The Ride, The Duchess. Of the new poems I like supremely the first and last, that lost leader which strikes so broadly and deep, which nobody can ever forget, and which is worth all the journalizing and pamphleteering in the world. And then the last Thought, which is quite to be grudged to that place of fragments. Those grand seasides in the long lines. Should not these fragments be severed otherwise than by numbers? The last stanza but one of The Lost Mistress seemed obscure to me. Is it so really? The end you have put to England in Italy gives unity to the whole, just what the poem wanted. Also you have given some nobler lines to the middle than met me there before. The Duchess appears to me more than ever a new minted golden coin, the rhythm of it answering to your own description, speech half asleep, or song half awake. You have right of trove to these novel effects of rhythm. Now if people do not cry out about these poems, what are we to think of the world? May God bless you always. Send me the next proof in any case. Your E.B.B. End of section 135.
Section 136 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, October 23, 1845. But I must answer you, and be forgiven too, dearest. I was, to begin at the beginning, surely not startled, only properly aware of the deep blessing I have been enjoying this while, and not disposed to take its continuance as a pure matter of course, and so treat with indifference the first shadow of a threatening intimation from without, the first hint of a possible abstraction from the quarter to which so many hopes and fears of mine have gone of late. In this case, knowing you, I was sure that if any imaginable form of displeasure could touch you without reaching me, I should not hear of it too soon. So I spoke. So you have spoken. And so now you get excused. No, wondered at, with all my faculty of wonder for the strange exulting way you will persist to think of me. Now, once for all, I will not pass for what I make no least pretence to. I quite understand the grace of your imaginary self-denial, and fidelity to a given word, and noble constancy. But it all happens to be none of mine, none in the least. I love you because I love you. I see you once a week because I cannot see you all day long. I think of you all day long because I most certainly could not think of you once an hour less, if I tried, or went to Pisa, or abroad in every sense in order to be happy, a kind of adventure which you seem to suppose you have in some way interfered with. Do for this once think, and never after, on the impossibility of your ever, you know I must talk your own language, so I shall say, hindering any scheme of mine, stopping any supposable advancement of mine. Do you really think that before I found you, I was going about the world seeking whom I might devour? That is, be devoured by in the shape of a wife? Do you suppose I ever dreamed of marrying? What would it mean for me with my life I am hardened in, considering the rational chances? How the land is used to furnish its contingent of Shakespeare's women, or by success, happiness, etc., etc. You never can be seeing for a moment with the world's eyes and meaning getting rich and all that. Yet put that away, and what do you meet at every turn if you are hunting about in the dusk to catch my good but yourself? I know who has got it, caught it, and means to keep it on his heart. The person most concerned. I, dearest, who cannot play the disinterested part of bidding you forget your protestation. What shall I have to hold by? Come what will through the years, through this life, if God shall so determine, if I were not sure that the first moment when you can suffer me with you in that relation, you will remember and act accordingly. I will, as you know, conform my life to any imaginable rule which shall render it possible for your life to move with it and possess it, all the little it is worth. For your friends, whatever can be got over, whatever opposition may be rational, will be easily removed, I suppose. You know, when I spoke lately about the selfishness I dared believe I was free from, I hardly meant the low faults of, I shall say, a different organisation to mine, which has vices in plenty, but not those. Besides, half a dozen scratches with a pen make one stand up an apparent angel of light from the lawyer's parchment, and Doctor's Commons is one bland smile of applause. The selfishness I deprecate is one which a good many women, and men too, call real passion, under the influence of which I ought to say, be mine whatever happens to you. But I know better, and you know best, and you know me for all this letter which is no doubt in me, I feel but a dear entire goodness and affection, of which God knows whether I am proud or not. And now you will let me be, will not you? Let me have my way, live my life, love my love, when I am praying God to bless her forever. R.B. End of section 136.
Section 137 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark October 24th, 1845. And be forgiven. Yes, and be thanked besides, if I knew how to thank you worthily and as I feel, only that I do not know it and cannot say it. And it was not, indeed, doubt of you, oh no, that made me write as I did write. It was rather because I felt you to be surely noblest, and therefore fitly dearest, that it seemed to me detestable and intolerable to leave you on this road, where the mud must splash up against you, and never cry gare. Yet I was quite enough unhappy yesterday, and before yesterday, I will confess to-day, to be too gratefully glad to let you be. To let you have your way, you who overcome always, but where you tell me not to think of you so and so, as if I could help thinking of you so, and as if I should not take the liberty of persisting to think of you just so. Let me be, let me have my way. I am unworthy of you perhaps in everything except one thing, and that you cannot guess. May God bless you. Ever I am yours. The proof does not come. End of section 137. Section 138 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday. Postmark October 25th, 1845. I wrote briefly yesterday not to make my letter longer by keeping it, and a few last words which belong to it by right must follow after it. Must, for I want to say that you need not indeed talk to me about squares being not round, and of you being not selfish. You know it is foolish to talk such superfluities, and not a compliment, I won't say to my knowledge of you and faith in you, but to my understanding generally. Why should you say to me at all, much less for this third or fourth time, I am not selfish, to me who never, when I have been deepest asleep and dreaming, never dreamed of attributing to you any form of such a fault? Promise not to say so again. Now promise. Think how it must sound to my ears, when really and truly I have sometimes felt jealous of myself, of my own infirmities, and thought that you cared for me only because your chivalry touched them with a silver sound, and that without them you would pass by on the other side. Why, 20 times I have thought that, and been vexed, ungrateful vexation. In exchange for which too frank confession, I will ask for another silent promise. A silent promise. No, but first I will say another thing. First I will say that you are not to fancy any the least danger of my falling under displeasure through your visits. There is no sort of risk of it for the present. And if I ran the risk of making you uncomfortable about that, I did foolishly, and what I meant to do was different. I wish you also to understand that, even if you came here every day, my brothers and sisters would simply care to know if I liked it, and then be glad if I was glad. The caution referred to one person alone, in relation to whom, however, there will be no getting over. You might as well think to sweep off a third of the stars of heaven with the motion of your eyelashes, this for matter of fact and certainty, and this, as I said before, the keeping of a general rule and from no disrespect towards individuals. A great peculiarity in the individual, of course. But though I have been a submissive daughter, and this from no effort, but for love's sake, because I loved him tenderly, and love him, and hoped that he loved me back again, even if the proofs came untenderly sometimes, yet I have reserved for myself always that right over my own affections which is the most strictly personal of all things, and which involves principles and consequences of infinite importance and scope, even though I never thought, except perhaps when the door of life was just about to open, before it opened, never thought it probable or possible that I should have occasion for the exercise, from without and from within at once. I have too much need to look up. For friends I can look anyway, round and down even. The merest thread of a sympathy will draw me sometimes, or even the least look of kind eyes over dyspathy. Cela se peut facilement. But for another relation it was all different, and rightly so, and so very different. Cela ne se peut nullement, as in Malherbe. And now we must agree to let all this be, and set ourselves to get as much good and enjoyment from the coming winter, better spent at Pisa, as we can. And I begin my joy by being glad that you are not going, since I am not going, and by being proud of these new green leaves in your bay, which came out with the new number. And then will come the tragedies, and then what beside? We shall have a happy winter after all, I shall at least, and if Pisa had been better, London might be worse, and for me to grow pretentious and fastidious and critical about various sorts of purple, I who have been used to the brun foncé of Madame de Sévigné, foncé and enfoncé, would be too absurd. But why does not the proof come all this time? I have kept this letter to go back with it. I had a proposition from the New York booksellers about 6 weeks ago, the booksellers who printed the poems, to let them reprint those prose papers of mine in the Athenaeum, with additional matter on American literature, in a volume by itself, to be published at the same time both in America and England by Wiley and Putnam in Waterloo Place, and meaning to offer liberal terms, they said. Now what shall I do? Those papers are not fit for separate publication, and I am not inclined to the responsibility of them. And in any case they must give as much trouble as if they were rewritten, trouble and not poetry, before I could consent to such a thing. Well, and if I do not, these people are just as likely to print them without leave, and so without correction. What do you advise? What shall I do? All this time they think me sublimely indifferent, they who pressed for an answer by return of packet, and now it is past 6, 8 weeks, and I must say something. Am I not femme qui parle to-day? And let me talk on ever so, the proof won't come. May God bless you, and me as I am, yours, E.B.B. And the silent promise I would have you make is this, that if ever you should leave me, it shall be, though you are not selfish, for your sake, and not for mine, for your good, and not for mine. I ask it, not because I am disinterested, but because one class of motives would be valid, and the other void, simply for that reason. Then the femme qui parle, looking back over the parlance, did not mean to say on the first page of this letter that she was ever for a moment vexed in her pride that she should owe anything to her adversities. It was only because adversities are accidents and not essentials. If it had been prosperities, it would have been the same thing. No, not the same thing, but far worse. Ossie is up today and doing well. End of section 138.
Section 139 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, October 27, 1845. How does one make silent promises? Or rather, how does the maker of them communicate that fact to whomsoever it may concern? I know there have been many, very many unutterable vows and promises made, that is, thought down upon, the white slip at the top of my notes, such as of this note, when not trusted to the pen that always comes in for the shame, but given up and replaced by the poor forms to which a pen is equal, and a glad minute I should account that in which you collected and accepted those promises, because they would not be all so unworthy of me, much less you. I would receive, in virtue of them, the ascription of whatever worthiness is supposed to lie in deep truest love and gratitude. Read my silent answer thereto. All your letter is one comfort. We will be happy this winter, and after, do not fear. I am most happy to begin that your brother is so much better. He must be weak and susceptible of cold, remember. It was on my lip, I do think, last visit, or the last but one, to beg you to detach those papers from the Athenaeum's Gacchus. Certainly this opportunity is most favourable for every reason. You cannot hesitate, surely. At present those papers are lost for practical purposes. Do pray reply without fail to the proposers. No harm of these really fine fellows who could do harm by printing incorrect copies, and perhaps eking out the column by supposititious matter. Ex ger, they strengthened and lengthened a book of Dickens in Paris by adding quant suff of Thackeray's yellow plush papers, as I discovered by a Parisian somebody praising the latter to me as Dickens' best work, and who do really a good straightforward un-American thing. You will encourage the day of small things, though this is not small, nor likely to have small results. I shall be impatient to hear that you have decided. I like the progress of these Americans in taste, their amazing leaps like grasshoppers up to the sun, from... What is the from? What depth do you remember, say 10 or 12 years back? To Carlyle and Tennyson and you. So children leave off Jack of Cornwall and go on just to Homer. I cannot conceive why my proof does not come. I must go tomorrow and see. In the other I have corrected all the points you noted, to their evident improvement. Yesterday I took out Luria and read it through, the skeleton. I shall hope to finish it soon now. It is for a purely imaginary stage, very simple and straightforward. Would you... No, act by act, as I was about to propose that you should read it. That process would effect the oneness I most wish to preserve. On Tuesday, at last I am with you. Till when be with me ever dearest. God bless you ever. R.B. End of section 139. Section 140 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday, 9 a.m. In the same envelope with the preceding letter. I got this on coming home last night. Have just run through it this morning and sent it that time may not be lost. Faults. But I don't know how I have got tired of this. The tragedies will be better, at least the second. At 3 this day. Bless you, R.B. End of section 140.
Section 141 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. I write in haste not to lose time about the proof. You will see on the papers here my doubtfulnesses, such as they are, but silence swallows up the admirations, and there is no time. Theocrit overtakes that wish of mine which ran on so fast, and the Duchess grows and grows the more I look, and Saul is noble and must have his full royalty some day. Would it not be well, by the way, to print it in the meanwhile as a fragment confessed, sewing asterisks at the end? Because as a poem of yours it stands there and wants unity, and people can't be expected to understand the difference between incompleteness and defect, unless you make a sign. For the new poems, they are full of beauty. You throw largesses out on all sides, without counting the coins. How beautiful that night and morning, and the earth's immortalities, and the song too, and for your glove all women should be grateful, and Ronsard honoured, in this fresh shower of music on his old grave, though the chivalry of the interpretation, as well as much beside, is so plainly yours, could only be yours perhaps, and even you are forced to let in a third person, close to the doorway, before you can do any good. What a noble lion you give us too, with the flesh on his forehead, and leagues in the desert already, as we look on him, and then with what a curious felicity you turn the subject glove to another use, and strike the lord's blow back on him with it, in the last paragraph of your story, and the versification, and the lady's speech, to return, so calm and proud, yet a little bitter. Am I not to thank you for all the pleasure and pride in these poems, while you stand by and try to talk them down, perhaps? Tell me how your mother is. Tell me how you are, you who never were to be told twice about walking. Gone the way of all promises, is that promise? Ever yours, E.B.B. End of section 141.
Section 142 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday night. Postmark October 30, 1845. Like your kindness, far too generous kindness, all this trouble in correcting, and it is my proper office now by this time to sit still and receive, by right human, as opposed to divine. When you see the pamphlet's self, you will find your own doing, but where you will find the proofs of the best of all helping and counselling and inciting, unless in new works which shall justify the unsatisfaction, if I may not say shame, at these written before your time, my best love. Are you doing well today? For I feel well, have walked some 8 or 9 miles, and my mother is very much better, is singularly better. You know whether you rejoiced me or no by that information about the exercise you had taken yesterday? Think what telling one that you would grow stronger would mean. Vexatious with you? Prudence is all very right, and one ought, no doubt, to say, of course we shall not expect a life exempt from the usual proportion of, etc., etc. But truth is still more right, and includes the highest prudence besides. And I do believe that we shall be happy. That is, you will be happy. You see, I dare confidently expect the end to it all. So it has always been with me in my life of wonders. Absolute wonders with God's hand over all. And this last and best of all would never have begun so and gone on so to break off abruptly even here in this world for the little time. So try, dearest, every method, take every measure of hastening such a consummation. Why, we shall see Italy together. I will shut myself in 4 walls of a room with you and never leave you, and be most of all then a lord of infinite space. But to travel with you to Italy or Greece. Very vain, I know that, all such daydreaming, and ungrateful too, with the real sufficing happiness here of being, and knowing that you know me to be, and suffer me to tell you I am yours, ever your own. God bless you, my dearest. End of section 142.
Section 143 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark November 1st, 1845. All today, Friday, Miss Mitford has been here. She came at 2 and went away at 7, and I feel as if I had been making a 5-hour speech on the Corn Laws in Harriet Martineau's Parliament, so tired I am. Not that dear Miss Mitford did not talk both for me and herself, for that of course she did. But I was forced to answer once every 10 minutes at least, and Flush, my usual companion, does not exact so much, and so I am tired and come to rest myself on this paper. Your name was not once spoken to-day, a little from my good fencing. When I saw you at the end of an alley of associations, I pushed the conversation up the next, because I was afraid of questions such as every moment I expected, with a pair of woman's eyes behind them, and those are worse than Mr. Kenyon's, when he puts on his spectacles. So your name was not once spoken. Not thought of, I do not say. Perhaps when I once lost her at Chevy Chase, and found her suddenly with Isidore the Queen's hairdresser, my thoughts might have wandered off to you and your unanswered letter, while she passed gradually from that to this. I am not sure of the contrary. And Isidore, they say, reads Béranger, and is supposed to be the most literary person at court, and wasn't at Chevy Chase, one must needs think. One must needs write nonsense rather, for I have written it there. The sense and the truth is, that your letter went to the bottom of my heart, and that my thoughts have turned round it ever since and through all the talking to-day. Yes, indeed, dreams. But what is not dreaming is this and this reading of these words, this proof of this regard, all this that you are to me in fact, and which you cannot guess the full meaning of, dramatic poet as you are, cannot, since you do not know what my life meant before you touched it, and my angel at the gate of the prison. My wonder is greater than your wonders, I who sate here alone but yesterday, so weary of my own being, that to take interest in my very poems I had to lift them up by an effort and separate them from myself, and cast them out from me into the sunshine where I was not, feeling nothing of the light which fell on them even, making indeed a sort of pleasure and interest about that factitious personality associated with them, but knowing it to be all far on the outside of me, myself, not seeming to touch it with the end of my finger, and receiving it as a mockery and a bitterness when people persisted in confounding one with another. Morbid it was, if you like it, perhaps very morbid, but all these heaps of letters, which go into the fire one after the other, and which, because I am a woman and have written verses, it seems so amusing to the letter writers of your sex to write and see what will come of it, some from kind good motives, I know. Well, how could it all make for me even such a narrow strip of sunshine as Flush finds on the floor sometimes, and lays his nose along, with both ears out in the shadow? It was not for me in any way. It was not within my reach. I did not seem to touch it, as I said. Flush came nearer, and I was grateful to him, yes, grateful, for not being tired. I have felt grateful and flattered, yes, flattered, when he has chosen rather to stay with me all day than go downstairs. Grateful, too, with reason, I have been and am to my own family for not letting me see that I was a burden. These are facts. And now how am I to feel when you tell me what you have told me, and what you could, would, and will do, and shall not do, but when you tell me? Only remember that such words make you freer and freer, if you can be freer than free, just as every one makes me happier and richer, too rich by you to claim any debt. May God bless you always. When I wrote that letter to let you come the first time, do you know, the tears ran down my cheeks. I could not tell why. Partly it might be mere nervousness, and then I was vexed with you for wishing to come as other people did, and vexed with myself for not being able to refuse you as I did them. When does the book come out? Not on the 1st, I begin to be glad. Ever yours, E.B.B. I trust that you go on to take exercise, and that your mother is still better. Ossie's worst symptom now is too great an appetite, a monster appetite indeed. End of section 143.
Section 144 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark November 4, 1845. Only a word to tell you, Moxon promises the books for tomorrow, Wednesday. So towards evening yours will reach you. Parve liber sine me ibis. Oh, would I were by you then and ever. You see and know and understand why I can neither talk to you nor write to you now, as we are now. From the beginning the personal interest absorbed every other, greater or smaller. But as one cannot well, or should not, sit quite silently, the words go on about Horn or what chances, while you are in my thought. But when I have you, so it seems, in my very heart, when you are entirely with me, oh, the day! Then it will all go better, talk and writing too. Love me, my own love, not as I love you, not for... But I cannot write that, nor do I ask anything, with all your gifts here, except for the luxury of asking. Withdraw nothing, then, dearest, from your R.B. End of section 144.
Section 145 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday, postmark November 6, 1845. I had your note last night, and am waiting for the book today. A true, living, breathing book, let the writer say of it what he will. Also when it comes, it won't certainly come sine te, which is my comfort. And now, not to make any more fuss about a matter of simple restitution, may I have my letter back. I mean the letter which, if you did not destroy, did not punish for its sins long and long ago, belongs to me, which, if destroyed, I must lose for my sins, but, if undestroyed, which I may have back. May I not? Is it not my own? Must I not? That letter I was made to return, and now turn to ask for again in further expiation. Now do I ask humbly enough? And send it at once, if undestroyed. Do not wait till Saturday. I have considered about Mr. Kenyon, and it seems best, in the event of a question or of a remark equivalent to a question, to confess to the visits generally once a week, because he may hear 1, 2, 3 different ways, not to say the other reasons, and Chaucer's charge against doubleness. I fear that he, not Chaucer, will wonder a little, and he has looked at me with scanning spectacles already, and talked of its being a mystery to him how you made your way here, and I, who, though I can bespeak self-command, have no sort of presence of mind, not so much as one would use to play at jack-straws, did not help the case at all. Well, it cannot be helped. Did I ever tell you what he said of you once? That you deserved to be a poet, being one in your heart and life. He said that of you to me, and I thought it a noble encomium, and deserving its application. For the rest, yes, you know I do. God knows I do. Whatever I can feel is for you, and perhaps it is not less for not being simmered away in too much sunshine, as with women accounted happier. I am happy besides now, happy enough to die now. May God bless you, dear, dearest. Ever I am yours. The book does not come, so I shall not wait. Mr. Kenyon came instead, and comes again on Friday, he says, and Saturday seems to be clear still. End of section 145.
Section 146 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Just arrived. Mind, the silent writing overflows the page and laughs at the black words for Mr. Kenyon to read. But your note arrived earlier. More of that when I write after this dreadful dispatching business that falls on me. Friend A and B and C must get their copy and word of regard, or by next post. Could you think that untoward letter lived one moment after it returned to me? I burned it and cried, "Serve it right." Poor letter. Yet I should have been vexed and offended then to be told I could love you better than I did already. Live and learn, live and love you, dearest as loves you. R.B. You will write to reassure me about Saturday, if not for other reasons. See your corrections, and understand that in one or two instances in which they would seem not to be adopted, they are so by some modification of the previous or following line, as one of the Sorrento lines, about a turret. See? Can you give me Horn's address? I would send then. End of section 146.
Section 147 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening, postmark November 7th, 1845. I see and know, read and mark, and only hope there is no harm done by my meddling, and lose the sense of it all in the sense of beauty and power everywhere, which nobody could kill if they took to meddling more even. And now what will people say to this and this and this, or O seclum incipiens et impietum, or rather, O ungrateful right hand, which does not thank you first. I do thank you. I have been reading everything with new delight, and at intervals remembering in inglorious complacency, for which you must try to forgive me, that Mr. Forster is no longer anything like an enemy. And yet, just see what a contradiction. The British Quarterly has been abusing me so at large that I can only take it to be the achievement of a very particular friend indeed, of someone who positively never reviewed before, and tries his new sort on me out of pure friendship. Only I suppose it is not the general rule, and that there are friends with a difference. Not that you are to fancy me pained, oh no, merely surprised. I was prepared for anything almost from the quarter in question, but scarcely for being hung to the crows so publicly, though within the bounds of legitimate criticisms, mind. But oh, the creatures of your sex are not always magnanimous, that is true. And to put you between me and all, the thought of you, in a great eclipse of the world, that is happy, only too happy for such as I am, as my own heart warns me hour by hour. Serve me right. I do not dare to complain. I wished for the safety of that letter so much that I finished by persuading myself of the probability of it, but serve me right quite clearly. And yet, but no more and yets about it. And yets fray the silk. I see how the turret stands in the new reading, triumphing over the tower, and unexceptionable in every respect. Also I do hold that nobody with an ordinary understanding has the slightest pretence for attaching a charge of obscurity to this new number. There are lights enough for the critics to scan one another's dull blank of visage by. One verse indeed in that expressive lyric of the lost mistress does still seem questionable to me, though you have changed a word since I saw it, and still I fancy that I rather leap at the meaning than reach it. But it is my own fault, probably. I am not sure. With that one exception, I am quite sure that people who shall complain of darkness are blind. I mean that the construction is clear and unembarrassed everywhere. Subtleties of thought, which are not directly apprehensible by minds of a common range, are here as elsewhere in your writings. But if to utter things hard to understand from that cause be an offence, why, we may begin with our beloved brother Paul, you know, and go down through all the geniuses of the world, and bid them put away their inspirations. You must descend to the level of critic A or B, that he may look into your face. Ah well, let them rave. You will live when all those are under the willows. In the meantime there is something better, as you said, even than your poetry, as the giver is better than the gift, and the maker than the creature, and you than yours. Yes, you than yours. I did not mean it so when I wrote it first, but I accept the bona verba, and use the phrase for the end of my letter, as you are better than yours, even when so much yours as your own E.B.B. May I see the first act first? Let me. And you walk? Mr. Horn's address is Hillside, Fitzroy Park, Highgate. There is no reason against Saturday so far. Mr. Kenyon comes tomorrow, Friday, and therefore, and if Saturday should become impracticable, I will write again. End of section 147.
Section 148 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday evening, postmark November 10, 1845. When I come back from seeing you and think it over at all, there never is a least word of yours I could not occupy myself with and wish to return to you with some, not to say all, the thoughts and fancies it is sure to call out of me. There is nothing in you that does not draw all out of me. You possess me, dearest, and there is no help for the expressing it all, no voice or hand but these of mine which shrink and turn away from the attempt. So you must go on patiently, knowing me more and more, and your entire power on me, and I will console myself to the full extent with your knowledge, penetration, intuition. Somehow I must believe you can get to what is here in me, without the pretence of my telling or writing it. But because I give up the great achievements, there is no reason I should not secure any occasion of making clear one of the less important points that arise in our intercourse, if I fancy I can do it with the least success. For instance, it is on my mind to explain what I meant yesterday by trusting that the entire happiness I feel in the letters and the help in the criticizing might not be hurt by the surmise, even, that those labours to which you were born might be suspended in any degree through such generosity to me. Dearest, I believed in your glorious genius, and knew it for a true star from the moment I saw it. Long before I had the blessing of knowing it was my star, with my fortune and futurity in it. And when I draw back from myself, and look better and more clearly, then I do feel with you that the writing a few letters more or less, reading many or few rhymes of any other person, would not interfere in any material degree with that power of yours, that you might easily make one so happy, and yet go on writing Geraldines and Berthas. But how can I, dearest, leave my heart's treasures long, even to look at your genius? And when I come back and find all safe, find the comfort of you, the traces of you, will it do, tell me, to trust all that as a light effort, an easy matter? Yet if you can lift me with one hand, while the other suffices to crown you, there is queenliness in that too. Well, I have spoken, and I told you, your turn comes now. How have you determined respecting the American edition? You tell me nothing of yourself. It is all me you help, me you do good to, and I take it all. Now see if this goes on. I have not had every love luxury, I now find out. Where is the proper, rationally to be expected lover's quarrel? Here, as you will find, ire amantium. I am no more at a loss with my Naso than Peter Ronsard. But then they are to be reintegratio amoris. To get back into a thing, one must needs get for a moment first out of it. Trust me, no. And now the natural inference from all this, the consistent inference, the self-denying ordinance. Why, do you doubt even this? You must just put aside the romance and tell the Americans to wait. Make my heart start up when the letter is laid to it. The letter full of your news, telling me you are well and walking and working for my sake towards the time, informing me, moreover, if Thursday or Friday is to be my day. May God bless you, my own love. I will certainly bring you an act of the play, for this serpent's reason, in addition to the others, No, I will tell you that. I can tell you now more than even lately. Ever your own, R.B. End of section 148.
Section 149 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday, postmark November 11th, 1845. If it were possible that you could do me harm in the way of work, but it isn't, it would be possible, not through writing letters and reading manuscripts, but because of a reason to be drawn from your own great line. What man is strong until he stands alone? What man, what woman? For have I not felt 20 times the desolate advantage of being insulated here, and of not minding anybody when I made my poems? Of living a little like a disembodied spirit, and caring less for supposititious criticism than for the black fly buzzing in the pane? That made me what dear Mr. Kenyon calls insolent, untimid and unconventional in my degree, and not so much by strength, you see, as by separation. You touch your greater ends by mere strength, breaking with your own hands the hampering threads which in your position would have hampered me. Still, when all is changed for me now and different, it is not possible, for all the changing, nor for all your line and my speculation, that I should not be better and stronger for being within your influences and sympathies, in this way of writing as in other ways. We shall see, you will see. Yet I have been idle lately, I confess, leaning half out of some turret window of the castle of indolence, and watching the new sunrise, as why not? Do I mean to be idle always? No. And am I not an industrious worker on the average of days? Indeed, yes. Also I have been less idle than you think perhaps, even this last year, though the results seem so like trifling, and I shall set about the prose papers for the New York People, and the something rather better besides, we may hope. May I not hope, if you wish it? Only there is no crown for me, be sure, except what grows from this letter and such letters, this sense of being anything to one. There is no room for another crown. Have I a great head like Goethe's, that there should be room? And mine is bent down already by the unused weight, and as to bearing it, will it do, tell me, to treat that as a light effort, an easy matter? Now let me remember to tell you that the line of yours I have just quoted, and which has been present with me since you wrote it, Mr. Chorley has quoted too in his new novel of Pomfret. You were right in your identifying of servant and waistcoat, and Wilson waited only till you had gone on Saturday to give me a parcel and note. The novel itself, in fact, which Mr. Chorley had the kindness to send me some days or weeks, said the note, previous to the publication. Very good-natured of him, certainly, and the book seems to me his best work in point of sustainment and vigour, and I am in process of being interested in it. Not that he is a maker even for this prose, a feeler, an observer, a thinker even, in a certain sphere, but a maker? No, as it seems to me, and if I were he, I would rather herd with the essayists than the novelists, where he is too good to take inferior rank and not strong enough to go up higher. Only it would be more right in me to be grateful than to talk so, now wouldn't it? And here is Mr. Kenyon's letter back again, a kind, good letter, a letter I have liked to read, so it was kind and good in you to let me. And he was with me to-day and praising the ride to Ghent, and praising the Duchess, and praising you altogether, as I liked to hear him. The Ghent ride was very fine, and the "into the midnight they galloped abreast" drew us out into the night as witnesses. And then the Duchess, the conception of it was noble, and the vehicle, rhythm and all, most characteristic and individual, though some of the rhymes did not find grace in his ears. But the incantation scene, just trenching on the supernatural, that was taken to be wonderful, showing extraordinary power, as indeed other things did, works of a highly original writer, and of such various faculty. Am I not tired of writing your praises as he said them? So I shall tell you, instead of any more, that I went down to the drawing room yesterday, because it was warm enough, by an act of supererogatory virtue, for which you may praise me in turn. What weather it is, and how the year seems to have forgotten itself into April. But after all, how have I answered your letter? And how are such letters to be answered? Do we answer the sun when he shines? May God bless you. It is my answer, with one word besides, that I am wholly and ever your E.B.B. On Thursday, as far as I know yet, and you shall hear if there should be an obstacle. Will you walk? If you will not, you know, you must be forgetting me a little. Will you remember me too in the act of the play? But above all things in taking the right exercise, and in not overworking the head. And this for no serpent's reason. End of section 149. Section 150 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. 2 letters in one. Wednesday. Postmark November 15th, 1845. I shall see you tomorrow, and yet am writing what you will have to read perhaps. When you spoke of stars and geniuses in that letter, I did not seem to hear. I was listening to those words of the letter which were of a better silver in the sound than even your praise could be, and now that at last I come to hear them in their extravagance, oh such pure extravagance about glorious geniuses, I can't help telling you they were heard last and deserved it. Shall I tell you besides, the first moment in which I seemed to admit to myself in a flash of lightning the possibility of your affection for me being more than dream work, the first moment was that when you intimated, as you have done since repeatedly, that you cared for me not for a reason, but because you cared for me. Now such a particle, which reasonable people would take to be irrational, was just the only one fitted to the uses of my understanding on the particular question we were upon. Just the woman's reason, suitable to the woman, for I could understand that it might be as you said, and if so that it was altogether unanswerable, do you see? If a fact includes its own cause, why there it stands forever, one of earth's immortalities, as long as it includes it. And when unreasonableness stands for a reason, it is a promising state of things, we may both admit, and proves what it would be as well not too curiously to inquire into. But then, to look at it in a brighter aspect, I do remember how, years ago, when talking the foolishnesses which women will talk when they are by themselves and not forced to be sensible, one of my friends thought it safest to begin with a little aversion, and another wisest to begin with a great deal of esteem, and how the best attachments were produced so and so. I took it into my head to say that the best was where there was no cause at all for it, and the more wholly unreasonable the better still, that the motive should lie in the feeling itself, and not in the object of it, and that the affection which could, if it could, throw itself out on an idiot with a goitre, would be more admirable than Abelard's. Whereupon everybody laughed, and some one thought it affected of me, and no true opinion, and others said plainly that it was immoral, and somebody else hoped in a sarcasm that I meant to act out my theory for the advantage of the world, to which I replied quite gravely that I had not virtue enough, and so people laughed, as it is fair to laugh when other people are esteemed to talk nonsense. and all this came back to me in the south wind of your parce que, and I tell it as it came, now. Which proves, if it proves anything, while I have every sort of natural pleasure in your praises, and like you to like my poetry just as I should, and perhaps more than I should, yet why it is all behind, and in its place, and why I have a tendency moreover to sift and measure any praise of yours, and to separate it from the superfluities, far more than with any other person's praise in the world. Friday evening. Shall I send this letter or not? I have been trial ciel, no, and writing a new beginning on a new sheet even, but after all you ought to hear the remote echo of your last letter, far out among the hills, as well as the immediate reverberation, and so I will send it, and what I send is not to be answered, remember. I read Luria's first act twice through before I slept last night, and feel just as a bullet might feel, not because of the lead of it, but because shot into the air and suddenly arrested and suspended. It, Luria, is all life, and we know, that is the reader knows, that there must be results here and there. How fine that sight of Luria is upon the lynx hides, how you see the more in him just in the glimpse you have by the eyes of another, and that laugh when the horse drops the forage, what wonderful truth and character you have in that. And then when he is in the scene, golden-hearted Luria, you called him once to me, and his heart shines already, wide open to the morning sun. The construction seems to me very clear everywhere, and the rhythm, even over-smooth in a few verses, where you invert a little artificially, but that shall be set down on a separate strip of paper, and in the meantime I am snatched up into Luria, and feel myself driven on to the ends of the poet, just as a reader should. But you are not driven on to any ends, so as to be tired, I mean. You will not suffer yourself to be overworked because you are interested in this work. I am so certain that the sensations in your head demand repose, and it must be so injurious to you to be perpetually calling these new creations, one after another, that you must consent to be called to, and not hurry the next act, no, nor any act. Let the people have time to learn the last number by heart. And how glad I am that Mr. Fox should say what he did of it, though it wasn't true, you know, not exactly. Still, I do hold that as far as construction goes, you never put together so much unquestionable smooth glory before, not a single entanglement for the understanding, unless the snowdrops make an exception, while for the undeniableness of genius it never stood out before your readers more plainly than in that same number. Also you have extended your sweep of power, the seaweed is thrown farther, if not higher, than it was found before, and one may calculate surely now how a few more waves will cover the brown stones and float the side up away through the fissure of the rocks. The rhythm, to touch one of the various things, the rhythm of that duchess does more and more strike me as a new thing, something like, if like anything, what the Greeks called pedestrian metre, between metre and prose, the difficult rhymes combining too quite curiously with the easy looseness of the general measure. Then the right with that touch of natural feeling at the end, to prove that it was not in brutal carelessness that the poor horse was driven through all that suffering, yes, and how that one touch of softness acts back upon the energy and resolution, and exalts both, instead of weakening anything, as might have been expected by the vulgar of writers and critics. And then Saul, and in the first place St. Praxed, and for pure description Fordoux and the deep Pictor Ignotus, and the noble serene Italy in England, which grows on you the more you know of it, and that delightful glove, and the short lyrics, for one comes to select everything at last, and certainly I do like these poems better and better, as your poems are made to be liked. But you will be tired to hear it said over and over so, and I am going to Luria besides. When you write, will you say exactly how you are? And will you write? And I want to explain to you that although I don't make a profession of equable spirits, as a matter of temperament my spirits were always given to rock a little up and down, yet that I did not mean to be so ungrateful and wicked as to complain of low spirits now and to you. It would not be true either. And I said low to express a merely bodily state. My opium comes in to keep the pulse from fluttering and fainting, to give the right composure and point of balance to the nervous system. I don't take it for my spirits in the usual sense, You must not think such a thing. The medical man who came to see me made me take it the other day when he was in the room, before the right hour, and when I was talking quite cheerfully, just for the need he observed in the pulse. It was a necessity of my position, he said. Also, I do not suffer from it in any way, as people usually do who take opium. I am not even subject to an opium headache. As to the low spirits, I will not say that mine have not been low enough, and with cause enough, but even then, why, if you were to ask the nearest witnesses, say even my own sisters, everybody would tell you, I think, that the cheerfulness even then was the remarkable thing in me. Certainly it has been remarked about me again and again. Nobody has known that it was an effort, a habit of effort, to throw the light on the outside. I do abhor so that ignoble groaning aloud of the groans of testy and sensitude. Yet I may say that for 3 years I never was conscious of one movement of pleasure in anything. Think if I could mean to complain of low spirits now, and to you! Why, it would be like complaining of not being able to see at noon, which would simply prove that I was very blind. And you who are not blind cannot make out what is written, so you need not try. May God bless you long after you have done blessing me. Your own E.B.B. Now I am half tempted to tear this letter in two, and it is not long enough for 3, and to send you only the latter half. But you will understand, you will not think that there is a contradiction between the first and last. You cannot. One is a truth of me, and the other a truth of you, and we two are different, you know. You are not overworking in Luria. That you should not is a truth too. I observed that Mr. Kenyon put in Junior to your address. Ought that to be done? Or does my fashion of directing find you without hesitation? Mr. Kenyon asked me for Mr. Chorley's book, or you should have it. Shall I send it to you presently? End of section 150.
Section 151 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday morning. Postmark, November 17, 1845. At last your letter comes, and the deep joy. I know and use to analyze my own feelings, and be sober in giving distinctive names to their varieties. This is deep joy, the true love with which I take this much of you into my heart. That proves what it is I wanted so long, and find at last, and am happy for ever. I must have more than intimated, I must have spoken plainly out the truth, if I do myself the barest justice, and told you long ago that the admiration at your works went away, quite another way, and afar from the love of you. If I could fancy some method of what I shall say happening without all the obvious stumbling blocks of falseness, etc., which no foolish fancy dares associate with you, if you could tell me when I next sit by you, I will undeceive you. I am not the Miss B. She is upstairs, and you shall see her. I only wrote those letters, and am what you see. That is all now left you. Or the misapprehension having arisen from me in some inexplicable way. I should not begin by saying anything, dear, dearest, but after that I should assure you, soon make you believe that I did not much wonder at the event, for I have been all my life asking what connection there is between the satisfaction at the display of power and the sympathy with, ever increasing sympathy with, all imaginable weakness. Look now, Coleridge writes on and on. At last he writes a note to his war eclogue, in which he avers himself to have been actuated by a really, on the whole, benevolent feeling to Mr. Pitt, when he wrote that stanza in which fire means to cling to him everlastingly. Where is the long line of admiration now that the end snaps? And now, here I refuse to fancy. You know whether if you never write another line, speak another intelligible word, recognize me by a look again, whether I shall love you less or more. More. having a right to expect more strength with the strange emergency. And it is because I know this, build upon this entirely, that as a reasonable creature I am bound to look first to what hangs farthest and most loosely from me, what might go from you to your loss, and so to mine, to say the least. Because I want all of you, not just so much as I could not live without, and because I see the danger of your entirely generous disposition, and cannot quite yet bring myself to profit by it in the quiet way you recommend. Always remember, I never wrote to you all the years on the strength of your poetry, though I constantly heard of you through Mr. K, and was near seeing you once, and might have easily availed myself of his intervention to commend any letter to your notice, so as to reach you out of the foolish crowd of rushers in upon genius, who come and eat their bread and cheese on the high altar, and talk of reverence without one of its surest instincts, never quiet till they cut their initials on the cheek of the Medicean Venus to prove they worship her. My admiration, as I said, went its natural way in silence, but when on my return to England in December, late in the month, Mr. K sent those poems to my sister, and I read my name there. And when, a day or two after, I met him, beginning to speak my mind on them, and getting on no better than I should now, said quite naturally, "If I were to write this now," he assured me with his perfect kindness, "you would even be pleased to hear from me under those circumstances. Nay, for I will tell you all in this, in everything. When he wrote me a note soon after to reassure me on that point, then I did write, on account of my purely personal obligation, though of course taking that occasion to allude to the general and customary delight in your works. I did write, on the whole, unwillingly, with the consciousness of having to speak on a subject which I felt thoroughly concerning, and could not be satisfied with an imperfect expression of. As for expecting then what has followed, I shall only say I was scheming how to get done with England and go to my heart in Italy. And now, my love, I am round you. My whole life is wound up and down and over you. I feel you stir everywhere. I am not conscious of thinking or feeling but about you, with some reference to you. So I will live, so may I die. And you have blessed me beyond the bond, in more than in giving me yourself to love, inasmuch as you believed me from the first. What you call dream work was real of its kind, did you not think? And now you believe me, I believe, and am happy in what I write with my heart full of love for you. Why do you tell me of a doubt, as now, and bid me not clear it up, not answer you? Have I done wrong in thus answering? Never, never do me direct wrong, and hide for a moment from me what a word can explain as now. You see, you thought, if but for a moment, I loved your intellect, or what predominates in your poetry and is most distinct from your heart, better or as well as you, did you not? And I have told you everything, explained everything, have I not? And now I will dare, yes, dearest, kiss you back to my heart again, my own. There and there. And since I wrote what is above, I have been reading among other poems that sonnet, Past and Future, which affects me more than any poem I ever read. How can I put your poetry away from you, even in these ineffectual attempts to concentrate myself upon, and better apply myself to what remains? Poor, poor work it is, for is not that sonnet to be loved as a true utterance of yours? I cannot attempt to put down the thoughts that rise. May God bless me as you pray, by letting that beloved hand shake the less. I will only ask the less for being laid on mine through this life. And indeed, you write down for me to calmly read that I make you happy. Then it is, as with all power, God through the weakest instrumentality, and I am past expression proud and grateful, my love. I am your R.B. I must answer your questions. I am better, and will certainly have your injunction before my eyes and work quite moderately. Your letters come straight to me. My father's go to town, except on extraordinary occasions, so that all come for my first looking over. I saw Mr. K. last night at the Amateur Comedy, and heaps of old acquaintances, and came home tired and savage, and yearned literally for a letter this morning. And so it came, and I was well again. So I'm not even to have your low spirits leaning on mine? It was just because I always find you alike, and ever like yourself, that I seemed to discern a depth when you spoke of some days, and what they made uneven were all as agreeable to me. Do not now deprive me of a right to find you as you are. Get no habit of being cheerful with me. I have universal sympathy and can show you a side of me, a true face, turn as you may. If you are cheerful, so will I be. If sad, my cheerfulness will be all the while behind, and propping up any sadness that meets yours, if that should be necessary. As for my question about the opium, you do not misunderstand that, neither. I trust in the eventual consummation of my, shall I not say our, hopes, and all that bears upon your health immediately or prospectively affects me. How it affects me. Will you write again? Wednesday, remember. Mr. K. wants me to go to him one of the 3 next days after. I will bring you some letters, one from Landor. Why should I trouble you about Pomfret? And Luria? Does it so interest you? Better is to come of it. How you lift me up. End of section 151.
Section 152 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday, postmark November 18th, 1845. How you overcome me, as always you do, and where is the answer to anything except too deep down in the heart for even the pearl divers? But understand, what you do not quite, that I did not mistake you as far even as you say here, and even for a moment. I did not write any of that letter in a doubt of you, not a word. I was simply looking back in it on my own states of feeling, looking back from that point of your praise to what was better, or I should not have looked back, and so coming to tell you, by a natural association, how the completely opposite point to that of any praise was the one which struck me first and most, viz., the no reason of your reasoning, acknowledged to be yours. Of course I acknowledge it to be yours. That high reason of no reason, I acknowledged it to be yours, didn't I, in acknowledging that it made an impression on me? And then, referring to the traditions of my experience, such as I told them to you, I meant so farther to acknowledge that I would rather be cared for in that unreasonable way than for the best reason in the world. But all that was history and philosophy simply, was it not? And no doubt of you. The truth is, since we really are talking truth in this world, that I never have doubted you. Ah, you know, I felt from the beginning so sure of the nobility and integrity in you that I would have trusted you to make a path for my soul. That you know. I felt certain that you believed of yourself every word you spoke or wrote, and you must not blame me if I thought besides sometimes, it was the extent of my thought, that you were self-deceived as to the nature of your own feelings. If you could turn over every page of my heart like the pages of a book, you would see nothing there offensive to the least of your feelings, not even to the outside fringes of your man's vanity, should you have any vanity like a man, which I do doubt. I never wronged you in the least of things, never, I thank God for it. But self-deceived, it was so easy for you to be. See how on every side and day by day men are, and women too, in this sort of feelings. Self-deceived it was so possible for you to be, and while I thought it possible, could I help thinking it best for you that it should be so? And was it not right in me to persist in thinking it possible? It was my reverence for you that made me persist. What was I that I should think otherwise? I had been shut up here too long, face to face with my own spirit, not to know myself, and so to have lost the common illusions of vanity. All the men I had ever known could not make your stature among them. So it was not distrust, but reverence rather. I sate by while the angel stirred the water, and I called it miracle. Do not blame me now, my angel. Nor say that I do not lean on you with all the weight of my past, because I do. You cannot guess what you are to me, you cannot, it is not possible. And though I have said that before, I must say it again, for it comes again to be said. It is something to me between dream and miracle, all of it, as if some dream of my earliest, brightest dreaming time had been lying through these dark years to steep in the sunshine, returning to me in a double light. Can it be, I say to myself, that you feel for me so? Can it be meant for me? This from you? If it is your right that I should be gloomy at will with you, you exercise it, I do think, for although I cannot promise to be very sorrowful when you come, how could that be? Yet from different motives it seems to me that I have written to you quite superfluities about my abomination of desolation, yes, indeed, and blamed myself afterwards. And now I must say this besides. When grief came upon grief, I never was tempted to ask, how have I deserved this of God? As sufferers sometimes do. I always felt that there must be cause enough, corruption enough, needing purification, weakness enough, needing strengthening. Nothing of the chastisement could come to me without cause and need. But in this different hour, when joy follows joy, and God makes me happy, as you say, through you, I cannot repress the how have I deserved this of him? I know I have not. I know I do not. Could it be that heart and life were devastated to make room for you? If so, it was well done, dearest. They leave the ground fallow before the wheat. Were you wrong in answering? Surely not, unless it is wrong to show all this goodness, and too much it may be for me. When the plants droop for drought, and the copious showers fall suddenly, silver upon silver, they die sometimes of the reverse of their adversities. But no, that even shall not be a danger. And if I said, do not answer, I did not mean that I would not have a doubt removed, having no doubt. But I was simply unwilling to seem to be asking for golden words, going down the aisles with that large silken purse, as quêteuse. Try to understand. On Wednesday, then. George is invited to meet you on Thursday at Mr. Kenyon's. The examiner speaks well, upon the whole, and with allowances. Oh, that absurdity about metaphysics apart from poetry! Can such things be in one of the best reviews of the day? Mr. Kenyon was here on Sunday, and talking of the poems with real living tears in his eyes and on his cheeks. But I will tell you. Luria is to climb to the place of a great work, I see. And if I write 2 long letters, is it not because you spoil me, and because, being spoiled, I cannot help it? May God bless you always. Your E.B.B. End of section 152.
Section 153 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday morning. Here is the copy of Landor's verses. You know thoroughly, do you not, why I brought all those good-natured letters, desperate praise and all? Not out of the least vanity in the world, nor to help myself in your sight with such testimony. Would it seem very extravagant, on the contrary, if I said that perhaps I laid them before your eyes in a real fit of compunction at not being, in my heart, thankful enough for the evident motive of the writers, and so was determined to give them the last honours, if not the first, and not make them miss you because through my fault they had missed me? Does this sound too fantastical? Because it is strictly true. The most laudatory of all I skimmed once over with my flesh creeping. It seemed such a death struggle, that of good nature over... Well, 'tis fresh ingratitude of me, so here it shall end. I am not ungrateful to you, but you must wait to know that. I can speak less than nothing with my living lips. I mean to ask your brother how you are tonight, so quietly. God bless you, my dearest, and reward you. Your R.B. Mrs. Shelley with the ricordi. Of course, Landor's praise is altogether a different gift, a gold vase from King Hiram. Beside, he has plenty of conscious rejoicing in his own riches, and is not left painfully poor by what he sends away. That is the unpleasant point with some others. They spread you abroad and want to gird up their loins and wait on you there. Landor says, "Come up higher, let us sit and eat together." Is it not that? Now, you are not to turn on me because the first is my proper feeling to you. For poetry is not the thing given or taken between us. It is heart and life and myself, not mine, I give. Give? That you glorify and change, and in returning then, give me. End of section 153.
Section 154 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday, postmark November 21st, 1845. Thank you, and will you, if your sister made the copy of Landor's verses for me as well as for you, thank her from me for another kindness, not the second nor the third. For my own part, be sure that if I did not fall on the right subtle interpretation about the letters, at least I did not think it vain of you. Vain, when supposing you really to have been over-gratified by such letters, it could have proved only an excess of humility. But besides the subtlety, you meant to be kind to me, you know, and I had a pleasure and an interest in reading them. Only that, mind. Sir John Hanmer's I was half angry with. Now is he not cold? And is it not easy to see why he is forced to write his own scenes 5 times over and over? He might have mentioned the Duchess, I think, and he a poet. Mr. Chorley speaks some things very well, but what does he mean about execution, en revanche? But I liked his letter and his candour in the last page of it. Will Mr. Warburton review you? Does he mean that? Now do let me see any other letters you receive, may I? Of course Landor's dwells apart from all, and besides the reason you give for being gratified by it, it is well that one prophet should open his mouth and prophesy, and give his witness to the inspiration of another. See what he says in the letter. You may stand quite alone if you will, and I think you will. That is a noble testimony to truth. And he discriminates. He understands and discerns. They are not words thrown out into the air. The profusion of imagery covering the depth of thought is a true description. And in the verses he lays his finger just on your characteristics, just on those which, when you were only a poet to me, only a poet, does it sound irreverent? Almost, I think. Which, when you were only a poet to me, I used to study, characteristic by characteristic, and turn myself round and round in despair of being ever able to approach, taking them to be so essentially and intensely masculine that like effects were unattainable, even in a lower degree, by any female hand. Did I not tell you so once before, or oftener than once? And must not these verses of Landor's be printed somewhere, in the Examiner, and again in the Athenaeum? If in the Examiner, certainly again in the Athenaeum. It would be a matter of course. Oh, those verses, how they have pleased me! It was an act worthy of him, and of you. George has been properly indoctrinated, and, we must hope, will do credit to my instructions. Just now, just as I was writing, he came in to say good morning and good night. He goes to chambers earlier than I receive visitors generally, and to ask with a smile if I had a message from my friend. That was you. And so he was indoctrinated. He is good and true, honest and kind, but a little over grave and reasonable, as I and my sisters complain continually. The great law lime-kiln dries human souls all to one colour, and he is an industrious reader among law-books, and knows a good deal about them. I have heard from persons who can judge, but with a sacrifice of impulsiveness and liberty of spirit, which I should regret for him if he sate on the woolsack even. Oh, that law! How I do detest it! I hate it and think ill of it. I tell George so sometimes, and he is good-natured and only thinks to himself, a little audibly now and then, that I am a woman and talking nonsense. But the morals of it, and the philosophy of it, and the manners of it, in which the whole host of barristers looks down on the attorneys and the rest of the world, how long are these things to last? Theodosia Garrow I have seen face to face once or twice. She is very clever, very accomplished, with talents and tastes of various kinds, a musician and linguist in most modern languages, I believe, and a writer of fluent, graceful, melodious verses. You cannot say any more. At least, I cannot, and though I have not seen this last poem in the Book of Beauty, I have no more trust ready for it than for its predecessors, of which Mr. Landor said as much. It is the personal feeling which speaks in him, I fancy, simply the personal feeling, and that being the case, it does not spoil the discriminating appreciation on the other page of this letter. I might have the modesty to admit besides that I may be wrong and he right all through, but more intense than Sappho, more intense than intensity itself, to think of that. Also the word poetry has a clear meaning to me, and all the fluency and facility and quick ear-catching of a tune which one can find in the world do not answer to it. No. How is the head? Will you tell me? I have written all this without a word of it, and yet ever since yesterday I have been uneasy. I cannot help it. You see you are not better, but worse. Since you were in Italy, then is it England that disagrees with you? And is it change away from England that you want? Require, I mean? If so, why, what follows and ought to follow? You must not be ill indeed. That is the first necessity. Tell me how you are, exactly how you are, and remember to walk, and not to work too much, for my sake, if you care for me, if it is not too bold of me to say so. I had fancied you were looking better rather than otherwise, but those sensations in the head are frightful and ought to be stopped by whatever means, even by the worst, as they would seem to me. Well, it was bad news to hear of the increase of pain, for the amendment was a passing show, I fear, and not caused even by thoughts of mine, or it would have appeared before, while on the other side, the sunny side of the way, I heard on that same yesterday what made me glad as good news, a whole gospel of good news, and from you too, who profess to say less than nothing, and that was that the time seemed longer to you. Do you remember saying it? And it made me glad, happy, perhaps too glad and happy, and surprised. Yes, surprised. For if you had told me, but you would not have told me, if you had let me guess just the contrary, that the time seemed shorter, why, it would have seemed to me as natural as nature. Oh, believe me, it would, and I could not have thought hardly of you for it in the most secret or silent of my thoughts. How am I to feel towards you, do you imagine, who have the world round you, and yet make me this to you? I never can tell you how, and you never can know it without having my heart in you with all its experiences. We measure by those weights. May God bless you, and save me from being the cause to you of any harm or grief. I choose it for my blessing instead of another. What should I be if I could fail willingly to you in the least thing? But I never will, and you know it. I will not move, nor speak, nor breathe, so as willingly and consciously to touch, with one shade of wrong, that precious deposit of heart and life, which may yet be recalled. And so, may God bless you and your E.B.B. Remember to say how you are. I sent Pomfret, and Shelley is returned, and the letters in the same parcel, but my letter goes by the post, as you see. Is there contrast enough between the two rival female personages of Pomfret? I fancy not. Helena should have been more demonstrative than she appeared in Italy, to secure the new modulation with Walter. But you will not think it a strong book, I am sure, with all the good and pure intention of it. The best character, most lifelike, as conventional life goes, seems to me Mr. Rose, beyond all comparison, and the best point, the noiseless, unaffected manner in which the acting out of the private judgment in Pomfret himself is made no heroic virtue, but simply an integral part of the love of truth. As to Grace, she is too good to be interesting, I am afraid, and people say of her more than she expresses, and as to generosity, she could not do otherwise in the last scenes. But I will not tell you the story after all. At the beginning of this letter I meant to write just one page, but my generosity is like Grace's, and could not help itself. There were the letters to write of, and the verses, and then, you know, femme qui parle never has done. Let me hear, and I will be as brisk as a monument next time for variety. End of section 154.
Section 155 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday night. Postmark, November 22, 1845. How good and kind to send me these books. The letter I say nothing of, according to convention. If I wrote down best and kindest, oh, what poorest words. I shall tell you all about Pomfret, to be sure. Chorley talked of it as we walked homewards together last night, modestly and well, and spoke of having given away 2 copies only, to his mother 1, and the other to Miss Barrett, and she seemed interested in the life of it, entered into his purpose in it, and I listened to it all, loving Chorley for his lovability, which is considerable at other times, and saying to myself what might better run in the child's couplet, not more than others I deserve, though God has given me more. Given me the letter which expresses surprise that I shall feel these blanks between the days when I shall see you longer and longer. So am I surprised that I should have mentioned so obvious a matter at all, or leave unmentioned 100 others its correlatives which I cannot conceive you to be ignorant of, you. When I spread out my riches before me and think what the hour and more means that you endow one with, I do, not to say could, I do form resolutions, and say to myself, if next time I am bidden stay away for a fortnight, I will not reply by a word beyond the grateful assent. I do, God knows, lay up in my heart these priceless treasures. Shall I tell you? I never in my life kept a journal, a register of sights or fancies or feelings. In my last travel I put down on a slip of paper a few dates, that I might remember in England on such a day I was in Vesuvius, in Pompeii, at Shelley's grave. All that should be kept in memory is, with me, best left to the brain's own process. But I have, from the first, recorded the date and the duration of every visit to you, the numbers of minutes you have given me, and I put them together until they make nearly 2 days now, 24-hour long days that I have been by you, and I enter the room determining to get up and go sooner, and I go away into the light street repenting that I went so soon, by I don't know how many minutes. For love, what is it all, this love for you, but an earnest desiring to include you in myself, if that might be, to feel you in my very heart, and hold you there for ever, through all chance and earthly changes. There, I had better leave off the words. I was very glad to find myself with your brother yesterday. I like him very much, and mean to get a friend in him, to supply the loss of my friend, Miss Barrett, which is gone, the friendship, so gone. But I did not ask after you, because I heard Moxon do it. Now of Landor's verses, I got a note from Forster yesterday telling me that he too had received a copy, so that there was no injunction to be secret. So I got a copy for dear Mr. Kenyon, and lo, what comes. I send the note to make you smile. I shall reply that I felt in duty bound to apprise you, as I did. You'll observe that I go to that too facile gate of his on Tuesday, my day, from your house directly. The worst is that I have got entangled with invitations already, and must go out again, hating it, to more than one place. I am very well, quite well. Yes, dearest. The pain is quite gone, and the inconvenience hard on its trace. You will write to me again, won't you not? And be as brief as your heart lets you, to me who hoard up your words to get remote and imperfect ideas of what, shall it be written, anger at you could mean when I see a line blotted out, a second-thoughted fingertip rapidly put forth upon one of my gold pieces. I rather think if Warburton reviews me it will be in the Quarterly, which I know he writes for. Hanmer is a very sculpturesque, passionless, high-minded and amiable man. This coldness, as you see it, is part of him. I like his poems, I think, better than you. The sonnets, do you know them? Not Fra Cipolla. See what is here, since you will not let me have only you to look at. This is Landor's first opinion, expressed to Forster. See the date, and last of all, see me and know me, beloved. May God bless you. End of section 155.
Section 156 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, postmark November 22nd, 1845. Mr. Kenyon came yesterday, and do you know, when he took out those verses and spoke his preface and I understood what was to follow, I had a temptation from my familiar devil not to say I had read them before. I had the temptation strong and clear. For he, Mr. K., told me that your sister let him see them. But no, my vade retro prevailed, and I spoke the truth and shamed the devil, and surprised Mr. Kenyon besides, as I could observe. Not an observation did he make till he was just going half away an hour afterwards, and then he said rather dryly, "And now may I ask how long ago it was when you first read these verses? Was it a fortnight ago?" It was better, I think, that I should not have made a mystery of such a simple thing, and yet I felt half vexed with myself and with him besides. But the verses, how he praised them! More than I thought of doing, as verses, though there is beauty and music and all that ought to be. Do you see clearly now that the latter lines refer to the combination in you, the qualities over and above those held in common with Chaucer? And I have heard this morning from 2 or 3 of the early readers of the Chronicle, I never care to see it till the evening, that the verses are there, so that my wishes have fulfilled themselves there at least. Strangely, for wishes of mine, which generally go by contraries, as the soothsayers declare of dreams. How kind of you to send me the fragment to Mr. Forster, and how I like to read it. Was the Hebrew yours then? Written then, I mean, or written now? Mr. Kenyon told me that you were to dine with him on Tuesday, and I took for granted, at first hearing, that you would come on Wednesday perhaps to me, and afterwards I saw the possibility of the two ends being joined without much difficulty. Still I was not sure, before your letter came, how it might be. That you really are better is the best news of all. Thank you for telling me. It will be wise not to go out too much. Equam servare mentem, as Landor quotes, in this as in the rest. Perhaps that worst pain was a sort of crisis, the sharp turn of the road about to end? Oh, I do trust it may be so. Mr. K. wrote to Landor to the effect that it was not because he, Mr. K., held you in affection, nor because the verses expressed critically the opinion entertained of you by all who could judge, nor because they praised a book with which his own name was associated, but for the abstract beauty of those verses. For that reason he could not help naming them to Mr. Landor, all of which was repeated to me yesterday. Also I heard of you from George, who admired you, as if you were a chancellor in posse, a great lawyer in esse, and then he thought you, what he never could think a lawyer, unassuming. And you are so kind. Only that makes me think bitterly what I have thought before, but cannot write to-day. It was good-natured of Mr. Chorley to send me a copy of his book, and he sending so few, very. George, who admires you, does not tolerate Mr. Chorley. Did I tell ever? Declares that the affectation is bad, and that there is a dash of vulgarity, which I positively refuse to believe, and should, I fancy, though face to face with the most vainglorious of waistcoats. How can there be vulgarity even of manners with so much mental refinement? I never could believe in those combinations of contradictions. An obvious matter, you think? As obvious as your green hill, which I cannot see. For the rest, my thought upon your great fact of the 2 days is quite different from yours, for I think directly, so little, so dreadfully little, what shallow earth for a deep root. What can be known of me in that time? So there is the only good, you see, that comes from making calculations on a slip of paper. It is not, and it cannot come to good. I would rather look at my 75 letters. There is room to breathe in them. And this is my idea, ecce, of monumental brevity. Antique Jacet at last. Your E.B.B. End of section 156.
Section 157 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday night. Postmark, November 24, 1845. But a word tonight, my love, for my head aches a little. I had to write a long letter to my friend at New Zealand. Now I want to sit and think of you and get well, but I must not quite lose the word I counted on. So that way you will take my 2 days and turn them against me. Oh, you. Did I say the root had been striking then? Or rather that the seeds, whence the roots take leisure and grow, they had been planted then? And might not a good heart and hand drop acorns enough to grow up into a complete Giordano grove? When the very rook, says farmers, hides and forgets whole navies of shipwood one day to be in his summer storing journeys. But this shall do. I am not going to prove what may be, when here it is, to my everlasting happiness. And I am kind. There again. Do I not know what you mean by that? Well, it is some comfort that you make all even in some degree, and take from my faculties here what you give them, despite of my protesting, in other directions. So I could not, when I first saw you, admire you very much, and wish for your friendship, and be willing to give you mine, and desirous of any opportunity of serving you, benefiting you. I could not think the finding myself in a position to feel this, just this and no more, a sufficiently fortunate event. But I must needs get up, or imitate, or what is it you fancy I do? An utterly distinct, unnecessary, inconsequential regard for you, which should, when it got too hard for shamming at the week's end, should simply spoil, in its explosion and departure, all the real and sufficing elements of an honest lifelong attachment and affections. That I should do this and think it a piece of kindness does. Now, I'll tell you what it does deserve, and what it shall get. Give me, dearest beyond expression, what I have always dared to think I would ask you for one day. Give me... Wait, for your own sake, not mine, who never dream of being worth of such a gift, but for your own sense of justice, and to say, so as my heart shall hear, that you were wrong, and are no longer so. Give me so much of you, oh, precious that you are, as may be given in a lock of your hair. I will live and die with it, and with the memory of you, this at the worst. If you give me what I beg, shall I say next Tuesday, when I leave you, I will not speak a word. If you do not, I will not think you unjust for all my light words, but I will pray you to wait and remember me one day, when the power to deserve more may be greater. Never the will. God supplies all things. May he bless you, beloved. So I can but pray, kissing your hand. R.B. Now pardon me, dearest, for what is written, what I cannot cancel, for the love's sake that it grew from. The chronicle was through Moxon, I believe. Landor had sent the verses to Forster at the same time as to me, yet they do not appear. I never in my life less cared about people's praise or blame for myself, and never more for its influence on other people than now. I would stand as high as I could in the eyes of all about you, yet not, after all, at poor Chorley's expense, whom your brother, I am sure, unintentionally is rather hasty in condemning. I have told you of my much rasher opinion, how I was ashamed and sorry when I corrected it after. C is of a different species to your brother, differently trained, looking different ways, and for some of the peculiarities that strike at first sight, C himself gives a good reason to the inquirer on better acquaintance. For vulgarity, no. But your kind brother will alter his view, I know, on further acquaintance. And, woe's me, will find that assumption pertest self would be troubled to exercise its quality at such a house as Mr. K's, where every symptom of a proper claim is met halfway and helped onward far too readily. Good night now. Am I not yours? Are you not mine? And can that make you happy too? Bless you once more and forever. That scrap of Landor's being for no other eye than mine, I made the foolish comment that there was no blotting out. Made it some 4 or 5 years ago, when I could read what I only guess at now, through my idle opening the hand and letting the court-bird go. But there used to be a real satisfaction to me in writing those grand Hebrew characters, the noble languages. End of section 157.
Section 158 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday, postmark November 24th, 1845. But what unlawful things have I said about kindness? I did not mean any harm, no indeed. And as to thinking, as to having ever thought that you could imitate, can this word be imitate? An unfelt feeling, or a feeling unsupposed to be felt, I may solemnly assure you that I never, never did so. Get up, imitate. But it was the contrary, all the contrary. From the beginning, now did I not believe you too much? Did I not believe you even in your contradiction of yourself, in your yes and no on the same subject, and take the world to be turning round backwards, and myself to have been shut up here till I grew mad, rather than disbelieve you either way? Well, you know it as well as I can tell you, and I will not any more. If I have been wrong, it was not so, nor indeed then. It is not so, though it is now, perhaps. Therefore, but wait, I never gave away what you ask me to give you to a human being, except my nearest relatives, and once or twice or thrice to female friends. Never, though reproached for it. And it is just 3 weeks since I said last to an asker that I was too great a prude for such a thing. It was best to anticipate the accusation. And prude or not, I could not, I never could. Something would not let me. And now, what am I to do? For my own sake, and not yours. Should you have it or not? Why, I suppose, yes. I suppose that, for my own sense of justice, and in order to show that I was wrong, which is wrong, you wrote a wrong word there. Right, you meant. To show that I was right, and am no longer so. I suppose you must have it. Oh, you, who have your way in everything, thing. Which does not mean, oh, vous qui avez toujours raison. Far from it. Also, which does not mean that I shall give you what you ask for tomorrow, because I shall not, and one of my conditions is, with others to follow, that not a word be said tomorrow, you understand. Some day I will send it, perhaps, as you knew I should. As you knew I should, notwithstanding that getting up, that imitation of humility, as you knew too well I should. Only I will not tease you as I might, perhaps, and now that your headache has begun again, the headache again, the worse than headache, see what good my wishes do. And try to understand that if I speak of my being wrong now in relation to you, of my being right before and wrong now, I mean wrong for your sake and not for mine, wrong in letting you come out into the desert here to me, you whose place is by the waters of Damascus. But I need not tell you over again, you know. May God bless you till tomorrow, and past it forever. Mr. Kenyon brought me your note yesterday to read about the order in the buttonhole. Or, oh, you, may I not re-echo? It enrages me to think of Mr. Forster. Publishing, too, as he does, at a moment, the very sweepings of Landor's desk. Is the motive of the reticence to be looked for somewhere among the cinders? Too bad it is. So till tomorrow, and you shall not be kind any more. Your E.B.B. But how a foolish comment! good and true rather, and I admired the writing, worthy of the reeds of Jordan. End of section 158.
Section 159 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday morning. Postmark November 27, 1845. How are you? Miss Bailey's visit yesterday, and Mr. K's today. He told me he should see you this morning, and I shall pass close by, having to be in town and near you, but only the thought will reach you and be with you. Tell me all this, dearest. How kind Mr. Kenyon was last night, and the day before. He neither wonders nor is much vexed, I dare believe, and I write now these few words to say so. My heart is set on next Thursday, remember, and the prize of Saturday. Oh, dearest, believe for truth's sake that I would most frankly own to any fault, any imperfection in the beginning of my love of you. In the pride and security of this present stage it has reached, I would gladly learn by the full lights now what an insufficient glimmer it grew from. But there never has been change, only development and increased knowledge and strength and feeling. I was made and meant to look for you, and wait for you, and become yours for ever. God bless you, and make me thankful. And you will give me that? What shall save me from wreck? But truly, how must I feel to you? Yours, R.B. End of section 159.
Section 160 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday evening, postmark November 27th, 1845. Now you must not blame me, you must not. To make a promise is one thing, and to keep it quite another, and the conclusion, you see, as from a tower. Suppose I had an oath in heaven somewhere, near to Coma Berenices, never to give you what you ask for, would not such an oath be stronger than a mere half-promise, such as I sent you a few hours ago? Admit that it would, and that I am not to blame for saying now, listen, that I never can nor will give you this thing, only that I will, if you please, exchange it for another thing, you understand. I, too, will avoid being assuming. I will not pretend to be generous, no, nor kind. It shall be pure merchandise or nothing at all. Therefore determine, remembering always how our Ars Poetica, after Horace, recommends dare et petere vicissim, which is making a clatter of pedantry, to take advantage of the noise, because perhaps I ought to be ashamed to say this to you, and perhaps I am, yet say it none the less. And, less lightly, if you have right and reason on your side, may I not have a little on mine too? And shall I not care, do you think? Think. Then there is another reason for me, entirely mine. You have come to me as a dream comes, as the best dreams come, dearest, and so there is need to me of a sign to know the difference between dream and vision, and that is my completest reason, my own reason. You have none like it, none. A ticket to know the horn gate from the ivory. Ought I not to have it? Therefore send it to me before I send you anything, and if possible by that Lewisham post, which was the most frequent bringer of your letters until these last few came, and which reaches me at 8 in the evening, when all the world is at dinner, and my solitude most certain. Everything is so still then, that I have heard the footsteps of a letter of yours 10 doors off, or more perhaps. Now beware of imagining from this which I say that there is a strict police from my correspondence. It is not so, nor that I do not like hearing from you at any and every hour. It is so. Only I would make the smoothest and sweetest of roads for, and you understand, and do not imagine beyond. Tuesday evening. What is written, all the above, and it is forbidden to me to write a word of what I could write down here, forbidden for good reasons. So I am silent on conditions. those being, first, that you never do such things again. No, you must not and shall not. I will not let it be. And secondly, that you try to hear the unspoken words, and understand how your gift will remain with me while I remain. They need not be said, just as it need not have been so beautiful for that. The beauty drops full fathom 5 into the deep thought which covers it. So I study my Machiavelli to contrive the possibility of wearing it, without being put to the question violently by all the curiosity of all my brothers. The questions how, what, why, put round and edgeways. They are famous, some of them, for asking questions. I say to them, well, how many more questions? And now, for me, have I said a word? Have I not been obedient? And by rights and injustice, there should have been a reproach, if there could. Because friendship, or more than friendship, Pisa or no Pisa, it was unnecessary altogether from you to me. But I have done, and you shall not be teased. Wednesday. Only I persist in the view of the other question. This will not do for the sign. This, which so far from being qualified for disproving a dream, is the beautiful image of a dream in itself, so beautiful, and with the very shut eyelids and the little folding of the hands to sleep. You see at a glance it will not do. And so, just as one might be interrupted while telling a fairy tale in the midst of the and so's, just so I have been interrupted by the coming in of Miss Bailey, and here she has been sitting for nearly 2 hours, from 12 to 2 nearly. And I like her, do you know? Not only she talks well, which was only a thing to expect, but she seems to feel, to have great sensibility, and her kindness to me, kindness of manner and words and expression altogether, quite touched me. I did not think of her being so lovable a person, yet it was kind and generous, her proposition about Italy. Did I tell you how she made it to me through Mr. Kenyon long ago, when I was a mere stranger to her? The proposition to go there with me herself. It was quite a grave, earnest proposal of hers, which was one of the reasons why I could not even wish not to see her to-day. Because, you see, it was a tremendous degree of experimental generosity to think of going to Italy by sea with an invalid stranger, seul à seul. And she was wholly in earnest, wholly. Is there not good in the world after all? Tell me how you are, for I am not at ease about you. You were not well even yesterday, I thought. If this goes on— but it mustn't go on. Oh, it must not. May God bless us more. Do not fancy in the meantime that you stay here too long for any observation that can be made. In the first place, there is nobody to observe. Everybody is out till 7, except the 1 or 2 who will not observe if I tell them not. My sisters are glad when you come, because it is a gladness of mine. They observe. I have a great deal of liberty to have so many chains. We all have in this house, and though the liberty has melancholy motives, it saves some daily torment, and I do not complain of it for one. May God bless you. Do not forget me. Say how you are. What good can I do with all my thoughts when you keep unwell? See, facts are against fancies. As when I would not have the lamp lighted yesterday because it seemed to make it later, and you proved directly that it would not make it earlier, by getting up and going away. Wholly and ever your E.B.B. End of section 160.
Section 161 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, November 28, 1845. Take it, dearest, what I am forced to think you mean, and take no more with it, for I gave all to give long ago. I am all yours, and now mine. Give me mine to be happy with. You will have received my note of yesterday. I am glad you are satisfied with Miss Bailey, whom I too thank. That is, sympathize with. Not wonder at, though, for her intention. Well, it may all be for the best. Here, or at Pisa, you are my blessing and life. How all considerate you are, you that are the kind, kind one. The post arrangement I will remember. Today, for instance, will this reach you at 8? I shall be with you then in thought. Forget you. What does that mean, dearest? And I might have stayed longer and you let me go. What does that mean? Also tell me. Why, I make up my mind to go, always like a man, and praise myself as I get through it, as when one plunges into the cold water. Only, that, too, is no more a merit than any other thing I do. There is the reward, the last and best. Or is it the lure? I would not be ashamed of my soul if it might be shown you. It is wholly grateful, conscious of you. But another time, do not let me wrong myself so. Say 1 minute more. On Monday? Much better. Having got free from an engagement for Saturday, shall stay quietly here and think the post never intending to come, for you will not let me wait longer. Shall I dare write down a grievance of my heart and not offend you? Yes, trusting in the right of my love. You tell me, sweet, here in the letter, I do not look so well, and sometimes I look better. How do you know? When I first saw you, I saw your eyes. Since then, you, it should appear, see mine. That I only know yours are there, and have to use that memory as if one carried dried flowers about when fairly inside the garden enclosure. And while I resolve and hesitate, and resolve again to complain of this, kissing your foot, not boldly complaining, nor rudely, while I have this on my mind, on my heart, ever since that May morning. Can it be? No, nothing can be wrong now. You will never call me kind again in that sense, you promise? Nor think bitterly of my kindness. That word. Shall I see you on Monday? God bless you, my dearest. I see her now. And here and now the eyes open wide enough, and I will kiss them. How gratefully. Your own R.B. End of section 161.
Section 162 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday, postmarked December 1st, 1845. It comes at 8 o'clock. The post says 8. I say nearer 8:30. It comes, and I thank you as I can. Do you remember the purple lock of a king on which hung the fate of a city? I do, and I need not in conscience, because this one here did not come to me by treason. Ego et rex meus, on the contrary, do fairly give and take. I meant at first only to send you what is in the ring, which, by the way, will not fit you, I know, not certainly in the finger which it was meant for, as it would not Napoleon before you, but can easily be altered to the right size. I meant at first to send you only what was in the ring, but your fashion is best, so you shall have it both ways. Now don't say a word on Monday, nor at all. As for the ring, recollect that I am forced to feel blindfold into the other world, and take what is nearest, by chance, not choice, or it might have been better, a little better, perhaps. The best of it is that it's the colour of your blue flowers. Now you will not say a word. I trust to you. It is enough that you should have said these others, I think. Now, is it just of you? Isn't it hard upon me? And if the charge is true, whose fault is it, pray? I have been ashamed and vexed with myself 50 times for being so like a little girl, for seeming to have affectations, and all in vain. It was stronger than I, as the French say. And for you to complain! As if Harun al-Rashid, after cutting off a head, should complain of the want of an obeisance. Well, I smile notwithstanding. Nobody can help smiling, both for my foolishness, which is great, I confess, though somewhat exaggerated in your statement, because if it was quite as bad as you say, you know I never should have seen you, and I have. And also for yours, because you take such a very preposterously wrong way for overcoming anybody's shyness. Do you know, I have laughed, really laughed at your letter. No, it has not been so bad. I have seen you at every visit, as well as I could, with both eyes wide open, only that by a supernatural influence they won't stay open with you, as they are used to do with other people. So now I tell you. And for the rest I promise nothing at all, as how can I, when it is quite beyond my control, and you have not improved my capabilities? Do you think you have? Why, what nonsense we have come to, we who ought to be talking Greek, said Mr. Kenyon. Yes, he came and talked of you, and told me how you had been speaking of me, and I have been thinking how I should have been proud of it a year ago, and how I could half scold you for it now. Ah, yes, and Mr. Kenyon told me that you had spoken exaggerations. Such exaggerations. Now should there not be some scolding? Some? But how did you expect Mr. Kenyon to wonder at you, or be vexed with you? That would have been strange, surely. You are and always have been a chief favourite in that quarter. Appreciated, praised, loved, I think. While I write, a letter from America is put into my hands, and having read it through with shame and confusion of face, not able to help a smile though, notwithstanding, I send it to you, to show how you have made me behave, to say nothing of my other offences to the kind people at Boston, and to a stray gentleman in Philadelphia, who is to perform a pilgrimage next year, he says, to visit the Holy Land and your E.B.B. I was naughty enough to take that letter to be a circular, for the address of various Europeans. In any case, just see how I have behaved, and if it has not been worse than not opening one's eyes, judge. Really and gravely I am ashamed. I mean as to Mr. Matthews, who has been an earnest, kind friend to me, and I do mean to behave better. I say that to prevent your scolding, you know. And think of Mr. Poe, with that great Roman justice of his, if not rather American, dedicating a book to one, and abusing one in the preface of the same. He wrote a review of me in just that spirit, the two extremes of laudation and reprehension, folded in on one another. You would have thought that it had been written by a friend and foe, each stark mad in love and hate, and writing the alternate paragraphs, a most curious production indeed. And here I shall end. I have been waiting for what does not come, the ring, sent to have the hair put in. But it won't come now, until too late for the post, and you must hear from me before Monday. You ought to have heard today. It has not been my fault. I have waited. Oh, these people, who won't remember that it is possible to be out of patience. So I send you my letter now, and what is in the paper now, and the rest you shall have after Monday, and you will not say a word, not then, not at all. I trust you, and may God bless you. If ever you care less for me, I do not say it in distrust of you. I trust you wholly, but you are a man, and free to care less, and if ever you do, why in that case you will destroy, burn, do all but send back. Enough is said for you to understand. May God bless you. You are best to me, best, as I see, in the world, and so, dearest aright, to your E.B.B. Finished on Saturday evening. Oh, this thread of silk! And to post. After all, you must wait till Tuesday. I have no silk within reach, and shall miss the post. Do forgive me. End of section 162. Section 163 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday evening. This is the mere postscript to the letter I have just sent away. By a few minutes too late comes what I have all day been waiting for. And besides, now it is just too late, now I may have a skein of silk, if I please, to make that knot with, for want of which 2 locks meant for you have been devoted to the infernal gods already, fallen into a tangle and thrown into the fire, and all the hair of my head might have followed, for I was losing my patience and temper fast, and the post to boot. So wisely I shut my letter, after unwisely having driven everything to the last moment, and now I have silk to tie fast with, to tie a nodus dignus of the celestial interposition, and a new packet shall be ready to go to you directly. At last I remember to tell you that the first letter you had from me this week was forgotten, not by me, forgotten and detained so from the post, a piece of carelessness, which Wilson came to confess to me too frankly for me to grumble, as I should have done otherwise. For the staying longer, I did not mean to say you were wrong not to stay. In the first place, you were keeping your father in a maze, as you said yourself, and then, even without that, I never know what o'clock it is. Never. Mr. Kenyon tells me that I must live in a dream, which I do. Time goes, seeming to go round rather than go forward. The watch I have broke its spring 2 years ago, and there I leave it in the drawer, and the clocks all round strike out of hearing, or at best, when the wind brings the sound, one upon another in a confusion. So you know more of time than I do or can. Till Monday, then. I sent the Ricordi to take care of the rest, of mine. It is a touching story, and there is an impracticable nobleness from end to end in the spirit of it. How slow, to the ear and mind, that Italian rhetoric is, a language for dreamers and declaimers. Yet Dante made it for action, and Machiavelli's prose can walk and strike as well as float and faint. The ring is smaller than I feared at first, and may perhaps— Now you will not say a word. My excuse is that you had nothing to remember me by, while I had this and this and this and this. How much too much. If I could be too much, your E.B.B. End of section 163.
Section 164 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark, December 2nd, 1845. I was happy, so happy before, but I am happier and richer now. My love, no words could serve here, but there is life before us, and to the end of it the vibration now struck will extend. I will live and die with your beautiful ring, your beloved hair, comforting me, blessing me. Let me write tomorrow, when I think on all you have been and are to me, on the wonder of it and the deliciousness. It makes the paper words that come seem vainer than ever. Tomorrow I will write. May God bless you, my own, my precious. I am all your own. R.B. I have thought again, and believe it will be best to select the finger you intended, as the alteration will be simpler, I find, and one is less liable to observation and comment. Was not that Mr. Kenyon last evening? Did he ask or hear or say anything? End of section 164. Section 165 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Postmark, December 3, 1845. See, dearest, what the post brings me this minute. Now is it not a good omen, a pleasant, unconscious prophecy of what is to be? Be it well done or badly, there are you, leading me up and onward, in his review as everywhere, at every future time. And our names will go together, be read together. In itself, this is nothing to you, dear poet, but the unexpectedness, unintended significance of it has pleased me very much. Does it not please you? I thought I was to figure in that cold quarterly all by myself, for he writes for it. But here you are close by me. It cannot but be for good. He has no knowledge whatever that I am even a friend of yours. Say you are pleased. There was no writing yesterday for me, nor will there be much today. In some moods, you know, I turn and take 1,000 new views of what you say, and find fault with you to your surprise. At others I rest on you, and feel all well, all best. Now, for one instance, even that phrase of the possibility, and what is to follow, even that I cannot accept against. I am happy, contented. Too well, too prodigally blessed to be even able to murmur just sufficiently loud to get, in addition to it all, a sweetest stopping of the mouth. I will say quietly and becomingly, yes, I do promise you. Yet it is some solace to... No, I will not even couple the promise with an adjuration that you, at the same time, see that they care for me properly at Hanwell Asylum. The best by all accounts, yet I feel so sure of you, so safe and confident in you. If any of it had been my work, my own, distrust and foreboding had pursued me from the beginning. But all is yours. You crust me round with gold and jewellery, like the wood of a sceptre. And why should you transfer your own work? Wood enough to choose from in the first instance, but the choice once made. So I rest on you for life, for death, beloved. Beside you do stand in my solemn belief the direct miraculous gift of God to me. That is my solemn belief. May I be thankful. I am anxious to hear from you. When am I not? But not before the American letter is written and sent. Is that done? And who was the visitor on Monday? And if, etc., what did he remark? And what is right or wrong with Saturday? Is it to be mine? Bless you, dearest, now and forever. Words cannot say how much I am your own. End of section 165.
Section 166 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark December 4th, 1845. No, Mr. Kenyon, after all. Not yesterday, not today. And the knock at the door belonged perhaps to the post, which brought me a kind letter from Mrs. Jameson to ask how I was, and if she might come. But she won't come on Saturday. I shall provide. She may as well, and better, come on a free day. On the other side, are you sure that Mr. Proctor may not stretch out his hand and seize on Saturday? He was to dine with you, you said. Or that some new engagement may not start up suddenly in the midst of it. I trust to you, in such a case, to alter our arrangement without a second thought. Monday stands close by, remember, and there's a Saturday to follow Monday, and I should understand at a word, or apart from a word. Just as you understand how to take me with guile, when you tell me that anything in me can have any part in making you happy. You who can say such words and call them vain words. Ah, well, if I only knew certainly, more certainly than the thing may be known by either me or you, that nothing in me could have any part in making you unhappy. Ah, would it not be enough, that knowledge, to content me, to overjoy me? But that lies too high and out of reach, you see, and one can't hope to get at it except by the ladder Jacob saw, and which an archangel helped to hide away behind the gate of heaven afterwards. Wednesday. In the meantime, I had a letter from you yesterday, and am promised another to-day. How, I was going to say kind and pull down the thunders. How unkind. Will that do? How good you are to me, how dear you must be. Dear, dearest, if I feel that you love me, can I help it if, without any other sort of certain knowledge, the world grows lighter round me? Being but a mortal woman, can I help it? No, certainly. I comfort myself by thinking sometimes that I can at least understand you, comprehend you in what you are and in what you possess and combine, and that, if doing this better than others, who are better otherwise than I am, so far, worthier of that to understand you is something, and that I account it something in my own favour, mine. Yet when you tell me that I ought to know some things, though untold, you are wrong, and speak what is impossible. My imagination sits by the roadside Apedilos, like the startled sea-nymph in Aeschylus, but never dares to put one unsandalled foot, unbidden, on a certain tract of ground, never takes a step there unled, and never, I write the simple truth, Even as the alternative of the probability of your ceasing to care for me, have I touched, untold, on the possibility of your caring more for me. Never. That you should continue to care was the utmost of what I saw in that direction. So when you spoke of a strengthened feeling, judge how I listened with my heart. Judge. Luria is very great. You will avenge him with the sympathies of the world. That I foresee. And for the rest, it is a magnanimity which grows and grows, and which will, of a worldly necessity, fall by its own weight at last, nothing less being possible. The scene with Tiburcio, and the end of the act with its great effects, are more pathetic than professed pathos. When I come to criticize, it will be chiefly on what I take to be a little occasional flatness in the versification, which you may remove, if you please, by knotting up a few lines here and there. But I shall write more of Luria, and well remember in the meanwhile that you wanted smoothness, you said. May God bless you. I shall have the letter to-night, I think, gladly. Yes, I thought of the greater safety from comment. It is best in every way. I lean on you and trust to you, and am always, as to one who is all to me, your own. End of section 166. Section 167 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Postmark December 4th, 1845. Why, of course I am pleased. I should have been pleased last year, for the vanity's sake of being reviewed in your company. Now, as far as that vice of vanity goes, shall I tell you, I would infinitely prefer to see you set before the public in your own right solitude and supremacy, apart from me or any one else, this as far as my vice and vanity goes, and because vainer I am of my poet than of my poems, pour cause. But since, according to the quarterly regime, you were to be not apart, but with somebody of my degree, I am glad, pleased, that it should be with myself. And since I was to be there at all, I am pleased, very much pleased, that it should be with you. Oh, of course I am pleased. I am pleased that the names should be read together, as you say, and am happily safe from the apprehension of that ingenious idea of yours about my leading you, etc. Quite happily safe from the apprehension of that idea's occurring to any mind in the world, except just your own. Now, if I find fault with you for writing down such an extravagance, such an ungainly absurdity, oh, I shall abuse it just as I shall choose. Can it be to your surprise? Can it? Ought you to say such things, when in the first place they are unfit in themselves and inapplicable, and in the second place abominable in my eyes? The qualification for Hanwell Asylum is different peradventure from what you take it to be. We had better not examine it too nearly. You never will say such words again. It is your promise to me, not those words, and not any in their likeness. Also, nothing is my work, if you please. What an omen you take in calling anything my work! If it is my work, woe on it, for everything turns to evil which I touch. Let it be God's work and yours, and I may take breath and wait in hope. And indeed I exclaim to myself about the miracle of it far more even than you can do. It seems to me, as I say over and over, I say it to my own thoughts oftenest, it seems to me still a dream how you came here at all. The very machinery of it seems miraculous. Why did I receive you, and only you? Can I tell? No, not a word. Last year I had such an escape of seeing Mr. Horn, and in this way it was. He was going to Germany, he said, for an indefinite time, and took the trouble of begging me to receive him for 10 minutes before he went. I answered with my usual no, like a wild Indian, whereupon he wrote me a letter so expressive of mortification and vexation — mortification was one of the words used, I remember — that I grew ashamed of myself, and told him to come any day, of the last 5 or 6 days he had to spare, between 2 and 5. Well, he never came. Either he was overcome with work and engagements of various sorts and had not a moment, which was his way of explaining the matter, and quite true, I dare say, or he was vexed and resolved on punishing me for my caprices. If the latter was the motive, I cannot call the punishment effective, for I clapped my hands for joy when I felt my danger to be past, and now, of course, I have no scruples. I may be as capricious as I please, may I not? Not that I ask you. It is a settled matter. And it is useful to keep out Mr. Chorley with Mr. Horn, and Mr. Horn with Mr. Chorley, and the rest of the world with those two. Only the miracle is that you should be behind the enclosure, within it, and so. That is my side of the wonder, of the machinery of the wonder, as I see it. But there are greater things than these. Speaking of the portrait of you in the spirit of the age, which is not like, no, which has not your character in a line of it, something in just the forehead and eyes and hair, but even that thrown utterly out of your order by another bearing so unlike you. Speaking of that portrait, shall I tell you? Mr. Horn had the goodness to send me all those portraits, and I selected the heads which, in right hero worship, were anything to me, and had them framed after a rough fashion and hung up before my eyes. Harriet Martineau's, because she was a woman and admirable, and had written me some kind letters, and for the rest Wordsworth, Carlyle's, Tennyson's, and yours. The day you paid your first visit here, I, in a fit of shyness not quite unnatural, though I have been cordially laughed at for it by everybody in the house, pulled down your portrait. There is the nail, under Wordsworth, and then pulled down Tennyson's in a fit of justice, because I would not have his hung up and yours away. It was the delight of my brothers to open all the drawers and the boxes, and whatever they could get access to, and find and take those two heads and hang them on the old nails, and analyze my absurdity to me, day after day. But at last I tired them out, being obstinate, and finally settled the question one morning by fastening the print of you inside your Paracelsus. Oh no, it is not like, and I knew it was not before I saw you, though Mr. Kenyon said, rather like. By the way, Mr. Kenyon does not come. It is strange that he should not come. When he told me that he could not see me for a week or a fortnight, he meant it, I suppose. So it is to be on Saturday. And I will write directly to America. The letter will be sent by the time you get this. May God bless you ever. It is not so much a look of ferocity, as you say, in that head, as of expression by intention. Several people have said of it what nobody would say of you, how affected looking, which is too strong, but it is not like you in any way, and there's the truth. So until Saturday. I read Luria and feel the life in him, but walk and do not work, do you? Wholly your E.B.B. End of section 167.
Section 168 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday night. Postmark, December 8, 1885. Well, I did see your brother last night, and very wisely neither spoke nor kept silence in the proper degree, but said that I hoped you were well, from the sudden feeling that I must say something of you, not pretend indifference about you now, and from the impossibility of saying the full of what I might, because other people were by, and after, in the evening, when I should have remedied the first imperfect expression, I had not altogether the heart. So you, dearest, will clear me with him if he wonders, will you not? But it all hangs together, speaking of you, to you, writing to you, all is helpless and sorrowful work by the side of what is in my soul to say and to write, or is it not the natural consequence? If these vehicles of feeling sufficed, there would be the end, and that my feeling for you should end. For the rest, the headache which kept away while I sat with you made itself amends afterwards, and it is unkind to that warm Telford to look blank at his hospitable endeavours. All my power of face went acquis de doigt. Did your brother tell you? Yes, I think, of the portentous book, lettered I, and thick as a law book of congratulatory letters on the appearance of Eon. But how under the B's in the index came Miss Barrett, and woe's me, R.B. I don't know when I've had so ghastly a visitation. There was the utterly forgotten letter in the as thoroughly disused handwriting in the, I fear, still at completely obsolete feeling. No, not so bad as that. But at first there was all the novelty and social admiration at the friend. It is truly not right to pluck all the rich soil from the roots and hold them up clean and dry as if they came so from all you now see, which is nothing at all, like the Chinese air plant. Do you understand this? And surely Eon is a very, very beautiful and noble conception, and finely executed. A beautiful work. What has come after has lowered it down by grade after grade. It don't stand apart on the hill like a wonder. Now it is built up to by other attempts, but the great difference is in myself. Another maker of another Eon, finding me out and behaving as Talfourd did, would not find that me. So to be behaved to, so to be honoured, that we should have all the goodwill, 10 years ago, and 10 years hence. Always understand that you do not take me as I was at the beginning, with a crowd of loves to give to something, and so get rid of their pain and burden. I have known what that ends in. A handful of anything may be as sufficient a sample, serve your purposes, and teach you its nature, as well as whole heaps. And I know what most of the pleasures of this world are, so that I can be surer of myself, and make you surer, on calm, demonstrated grounds, than if I had a host of objects of admiration or ambition yet to become acquainted with. You say, I am a man and may change. I answer, yes. But while I hold my senses, only change for the presumable better, and not for the experienced worst. Here is my uncle's foot on the stair. His knock hurried the last sentence. Here is by me. Understand what this would have led to, how you would have been proved logically my own best extreme want, my life's end. Yes, dearest. Bless you ever, R.B. End of section 168.
Section 169 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmark December 8th, 1845. Let me hear how you are, and that you are better instead of worse for the exertions of last night. After you left me yesterday, I considered how we might have managed it more conveniently for you, and had the lamp in, and arranged matters so as to interpose less time between the going and the dining, even if you and George did not go together, which might have been best, but which I did not like quite to propose. Now supposing that on Thursday you dine in town, remember not to be unnecessarily perplexed in the extreme where to spend the time before 5, shall I say, at any rate. We will have the lamp, and I can easily explain if an observation should be made, only it will not be, because our goers out here never come home until 6, and the head of the house not until 7, as I told you. George thought it worth while going to Mr. Talfourd's yesterday, just to see the author of Paracelsus dance the polka. Should I not tell you? I am vexed by another thing which he tells me. Vexed, if amused a little by the absurdity of it. I mean that absurd affair of the orthography. Now isn't it absurd? And for neither you nor George to have the chivalry of tearing out that letter of mine, which was absurd too in its way, and which, knowing less of the world than I know now, I wrote as if writing for my private conscience, and privately repented writing in a day, and have gone on repenting ever since, when I happened to think enough of it for repentance. Because if Mr. Sergeant Talfourd sent then his iron to me, he did it in mere good nature, hearing by chance of me through the publisher of my Prometheus at the moment, and of course caring no more for my opinion than for the rest of me, and it was excessively bad taste in me to say more than the briefest word of thanks in return, even if I had been competent to say it. Ah well, you see how it is, and that I am vexed you should have read it, as George says you did. He laughing to see me so vexed. So I turn round and avenge myself by crying aloud against the editor of the orthography. Surely such a thing was never done before, even by an author in the last stage of a mortal disease of self-love. To edit the common parlance of conventional flatteries, lettered in so many volumes, bound in green morocco, and laid on the drawing-room table for one's own particular private public, is it not a miracle of vanity, neither more nor less? I took the opportunity of the letter to Mr. Matthews, talking of vanity, mine, to send Landor's verses to America. Yours, so they will be in the American papers. I know Mr. Matthews. I was speaking to him of your last number of Bells and Pomegranates, and the verses came in naturally, just as my speaking did, for it is not the first time, nor the second, nor the third even, that I have written to him of you, though I admire how in all those previous times I did it in pure disinterestedness, purely because your name belonged to my country and to her literature, and how I have a sort of reward at this present in being able to write that I please without any one saying it is a new fancy. As for the Americans, they have a zeal without knowledge for poetry. There is more love for verse among them than among the English, but they suffer themselves to be led in their choice of poets by English critics of average discernment. This is said of them by their own men of letters. Tennyson is idolized deep down in the bush-woods, to their honour be it said, but to understand you sufficiently, they wait for the explanations of the critics. So I wanted them to see what Landor says of you. The comfort in these questions is that there can be no question, except between the sooner and the later, a little sooner and a little later. But when there is real love and zeal, it becomes worth while to try to ripen the knowledge. They love Tennyson so much that the colour of his waistcoats is a sort of minor Oregon question, and I like that, do not you? Monday. Now I have your letter, and you will observe, without a finger-post from me, how busily we have both been preoccupied in disavowing our own letters of old on iron. Mr. Talfourd's collection goes to prove too much, I think, and you a little too much, when you draw inferences of no changes from changes like these. Oh yes, I perfectly understand that every sort of inconstancy of purpose regards a presumably better thing, but I do not so well understand how any presumable doubt is to be set to rest by that fact. I do not indeed. Have you seen all the birds and beasts in the world? Have you seen the unicorns? Which is only a pebble thrown down into your smooth logic, and we need not stand by to watch the bubbles born of it. And as to the iron letters, I am delighted that you have anything to repent, as I have everything. Certainly it is a noble play, there is the moral sublime in it, but it is not the work of a poet, and if he had never written another to show what was not in him, this might have been predicated of it as surely, I hold. Still, it is a noble work, and even if you overpraised it, I did not read your letter, though you read mine, alas. You, under the circumstances, would have been less noble yourself not to have done so. Only, how I agree with you in what you say against the hanging up of these dry roots, the soil shaken off. Such abominable taste, now, isn't it? Though you do not use that word. I thought Mr. Kenyon would have come yesterday, and that I might have something to tell you, of him at least. And George never told me of the thing you found to say to him of me, and which makes me smile, and would have made him wonder if he had not been suffering probably from some legal distraction at the moment, inasmuch as he knew perfectly that you had just left me. My sisters told him downstairs, and he came into this room just before he set off on Saturday, with a "So I am to meet Mr. Browning?" But he made no observation afterwards, none. And if he heard what you said at all, which I doubt, he referred it probably to some enforced civility on Yorick's part, when the last chapter was too much with him. I have written about Luria in another place. You shall have the papers when I have read through the play. How different this living poetry is from the polished rhetoric of iron. The man and the statue are not more different. After all, poetry is a distinct thing. It is here or it is not here. It is not a matter of taste, but of sight and feeling. As to the Venice, it gives proof, does it not, rather of poetical sensibility than of poetical faculty? Or did you expect me to say more? Of the perception of the poet, rather than of his conception? Do you think more than this? There are fine, eloquent expressions, and the tone of sentiment is good and high everywhere. Do not write Luria if your head is uneasy, and you cannot say that it is not, can you? Or will you, if you can? In any case, you will do what you can. Take care of yourself, and not suffer yourself to be tired either by writing or by too much going out, and take the necessary exercise. This you will do. I entreat you to do it. May God bless and make you happy, S. You will lose nothing if I say, as I am yours. End of section 169.
Section 170 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday morning. Postmark December 9, 1845. Well then, I am no longer sorry that I did not read either of your letters, for there were 2 in the collection. I did not read one word of them, and hear why. When your brother and I took the book between us in wonderment at the notion, we turned to the index in large text hand, and stopped at Miss B, and he indeed read them, or some of them, but holding the volume at a distance which defied my short-sighted eye. All I saw was the faint, small characters. And do you know, I neither trusted myself to ask a nearer look, nor a second look, as if I were studying unduly what I had just said was most unfairly exposed to view. So I was silent, and lost you in that. Then, and for ever, I promise you, now that you speak of vexation it would give you. All I know of the notes, that one is addressed to Talfourd in the third person, and when I had run through my own, not far off, B.A., B.R., I was sick of the book altogether. You are generous to me, but to say the truth, I might have remembered the most justifying circumstance in my case, which was that my own Paracelsus, printed a few months before, had been as dead a failure as Eon a brilliant success, for until just before— really I forget. But I know that until Forster's notice in the Examiner appeared, every journal that thought worthwhile to allude to the poem at all treated it with entire contempt. Beginning, I think, with the Athenaeum, which then made haste to say, a few days after its publication, that it was not without talent, but spoiled by obscurity, and only an imitation of Shelley. Something to this effect, and a criticism of about 3 lines among their library table notices. And that first taste was a most flattering sample of what the craft had in store for me, since my publisher and I had to laugh fairly at his book, quite of another kind than the sergeant's, in which he was used to paste extracts from newspapers and the like, seeing that out of a long string of notices one vied with its predecessor in disgust at my rubbish, as their word went, but Forster's notice altered a good deal, which I have to recollect for his good. Still, the contrast between myself and Talfourd was so utter. You remember the world's wonder Eon made? And I was determined not to pass for the curious piece of neglected merit I really was not. And so— Dearest, why should you leave your own especial sphere of doing me good for another than yours? Does the sun rake and hoe about the garden as well as shine steadily over it? Why must you, who give me heart and power as nothing else did or could, to do well, concern yourself with what might be done by any good, kind ministrant only fit for such offices? Not that I feel even more bound to you for them. They have their weight, I know, but what weight beside the divine gift of yourself? Do not, dearest, care for making me known. You know me, and they know so little after all your endeavour, who are ignorant of what you are to me. If you— well, but that will follow. If I do greater things one day, what shall they serve for? What range themselves under of right? Mr. Matthews sent me 2 copies of his poems, and I believe a newspaper, when time was, about the blot and the scutcheon, and also through Moxon, I believe it was Mr. M., a proposition for reprinting, to which I assented, of course, and there was an end to the matter. And might I have stayed till 5? Dearest, I'll never ask for more than you give, but I feel every single sand of the golden showers. In spite of what I say above, I have an invitation for Thursday, which I had no intention of remembering. It admitted of such liberty. But now... Something I will say. Polka, forsooth! One lady whose head could not, and another whose feet could not, dance. But I talked a little to your brother, whom I like more and more. It comforts me that he is yours. So Thursday. Thank you from the heart. I am well and about to go out. This week I have done nothing to Luria. Is it that my ring is gone? There surely is something to forgive in me for that shameful business, or I should not feel as I do in the matter. But you did forgive me. God bless my own, only love, ever. Yours wholly, R.B. N.B. An antiquarian friend of mine in old days picked up a nondescript wonder of a coin. I just remember he described it as rhomboid in shape. Cut, I fancy, out of church plate in troubled times. What did my friend do but get ready a box lined with velvet and properly compartmented to have always about him, so that the next such coin he picked up, say in Cheapside, he might at once transfer to a place of safety, his waistcoat pocket being no happy receptacle for the same. I saw the box, and encouraged the man to keep a vigilant eye. Parallel. R.B. having found a unicorn. Do you forgive these strips of paper? I could not wait to send for more, having exhausted my stock. End of section 170.
Section 171 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening, postmark December 10th, 1845. It was right of you to write. Now see what jangling comes of not using the fit words. I said right, not to say kind. Right of you to write to me today, and I had begun to be disappointed already because the post seemed to be past, when suddenly the knock brought the letter which deserves all this praising. If not kind, then kindest. Will that do better? Perhaps. Mr. Kenyon was here today, and asked when you were coming again, and I answered at random, at the end of the week, Thursday or Friday, which did not prevent another question about what we were consulting about. He said that he must have you, and had written to beg you to go to his store on days when you came here, only murmuring something besides of neither Thursday nor Friday being disengaged days with him. Oh, my disingenuousness! Then he talked again of Saul. A true impression the poem has made on him. He reads it every night, he says, when he comes home, and just before he goes to sleep, to put his dreams into order, and observed very aptly, I thought, that it reminded him of Homer's shield of Achilles, thrown into lyrical whirlwind life. Quite ill he took it of me the not expecting him to like it so much, and retorted on me, with most undeserved severity, as I felt it, that I never understood anybody to have any sensibility except myself. Wasn't it severe to come from dear Mr. Kenyon? But he has caught some sort of evil spirit from your Saul, perhaps, though admiring the poem enough to have a good spirit instead. And do you remember of the said poem that it is there only as a first part, and that the next parts must certainly follow and complete what will be a great lyrical work? Now remember. And forget Luria, if you are better forgetting, and forget me, when you are happier forgetting. I say that too. So your idea of a unicorn is one horn broken off, and you a poet? one horn broken off, or hid in the blackthorn hedge. Such a mistake as our enlightened public on their part made when they magnified the divinity of the brazen chariot just under the thundercloud. I don't remember the Athenaeum, but can well believe that it said what you say. The Athenaeum admires only what gods, men, and columns reject. It applauds nothing but mediocrity, mark it, as a general rule. The good they see, the great escapes them. Dare to breathe a breath above the close, flat conventions of literature, and you are put down and instructed how to be like other people. By the way, see by the very last number that you never think to write peoples, on pain of writing what is obsolete, and these the teachers of the public. If the public does not learn, where is the marvel of it? An imitation of Shelley, when if Paracelsus was anything, it was the expression of a new mind, as all might see, as I saw, let me be proud to remember, and I was not over-dazzled by iron. Ah, indeed, if I could rake and hoe, or even pick up weeds along the walk, which is the work of the most helpless children, if I could do any of this, there would be some good of me. But as for shining, when there is not so much light in me as to do carpet work by, why let any one in the world, except you, tell me to shine, and it will just be a mockery. But you have studied astronomy with your favorite snails, who are apt to take a dark lantern for the sun, and so you come on Thursday, and I only hope that Mrs. Jameson will not come too. The carpet work makes me think of her, and not having come yet, she may come on Thursday by a fatal cross-stitch. For I do not hear from her, and my precautions are watched out. May God bless you always, your own. But no, I did not forgive. Where was the fault to be forgiven, except in me, for not being right in my meaning? End of section 171.
Section 172 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark December 12, 1845. And now, my heart's love, I am waiting to hear from you. My heart is full of you. When I try to remember what I said yesterday, that thought of what fills my heart, only that makes me bear with the memory. I knew that even such imperfect, poorest words must have come from thence, if not bearing up to you all that is there. And I know you are ever above me to receive and help and forgive, and wait for the one day which I will never say to myself cannot come, when I shall speak what I feel, more of it, or some of it, for now nothing is spoken. My all-beloved. Ah, you opposed very rightly, I dare say, the writing that paper I spoke of. The process should be so much simpler. I most earnestly expect of you, my love, that in the event of any such necessity as was then alluded to, you accept at once in my name any conditions possible for a human will to submit to. There is no imaginable condition to which you allow me to accede that I will not joyfully bend all my faculties to comply with. And you know this. But so, also do you know more. And yet, I may tire of you, may forget you. I will write again, having the long, long week to wait. And one of the things I must say will be that with my love I cannot lose my pride in you. That nothing but that love could balance that pride, and that blessing the love so divinely, you must minister to the pride as well. Yes, my own, I shall follow your fame, and better than fame, the good you do in the world. And if you please, it shall be all mine, as your hand, as your eyes. I will write and pray it from you into a promise, and your promises I live upon. May God bless you. Your R.B. End of section 172.
Section 173 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday, postmark December 13th, 1845. Do not blame me in your thoughts for what I said yesterday or wrote a day before, or think perhaps on the dark side of some other days when I cannot help it, always when I cannot help it. You could not blame me if you saw the full motives as I feel them. If it is distrust, it is not of you, dearest of all, but of myself rather. It is not doubt of you, but for you. From the beginning I have been subject to the too reasonable fear which rises as my spirits fall, that your happiness might suffer in the end through your having known me. It is for you I fear, whenever I fear, and if you were less to me, should I fear, do you think? If you were to me only what I am to myself, for instance, if your happiness were only as precious as my own in my own eyes, should I fear, do you think, then? Think, and do not blame me. To tell you to forget me when forgetting seemed happiest for you, was it not that, I said, proved more affection than might go in smoother words? I could prove the truth of that out of my heart. And for the rest, you need not fear any fear of mine. My fear will not cross a wish of yours, be sure. Neither does it prevent your being all to me, all, more than I used to take for all when I looked round the world, almost more than I took for all in my earliest dreams. You stand in between me and not merely the living who stood closest, but between me and the closer graves, and I reproach myself for this sometimes, and so ask you not to blame me for a different thing. As to unfavourable influences, I can speak of them quietly, having foreseen them from the first, and it is true, I have been thinking since yesterday that I might be prevented from receiving you here, and should, if all were known. But with that act the adverse power would end. It is not my fault if I have to choose between two affections, only my pain. And I have not to choose between two duties, I feel, since I am yours, while I am of any worth to you at all. For the plan of the sealed letter, it would correct no evil. Ah, you do not see, you do not understand. The danger does not come from the side to which a reason may go. Only one person holds the thunder, and I shall be thundered at. I shall not be reasoned with. It is impossible. I could tell you some dreary chronicles made for laughing and crying over, and you know that if I once thought I might be loved enough to be spared above others, I cannot think so now. In the meanwhile, we need not for the present be afraid. Let there be ever so many suspectors, there will be no informers. I suspect the suspectors, but the informers are out of the world, I am very sure. And then the one person, by a curious anomaly, never draws an inference of this order, until the bare blade of it is thrust palpably into his hand, point outwards. So it has been in other cases than ours, and so it is at this moment in the house, with others than ourselves. I have your letter to stop me. If I had my whole life in my hands with your letter, could I thank you for it, I wonder, at all worthily? I cannot believe that I could. Yet in life and in death I shall be grateful to you. But for the paper, no. Now observe that it would seem like a prepared apology for something wrong, and besides, the apology would be nothing but the offence in another form, unless you said it was all a mistake. Will you again? That it was all a mistake and you were only calling for your boots. Well, if you said that, it would be worth writing, but anything less would be something worse than nothing, and would not save me, which you were thinking of, I know, would not save me the least of the stripes. For conditions, now I will tell you what I said once in a jest. If a prince of El Dorado should come, with a pedigree of lineal descent from some signory in the moon in one hand, and a ticket of good behaviour from the nearest independent chapel in the other, why even then, said my sister Arabel, it would not do. And she was right, and we all agreed that she was right. It is an obliquity of the will, and one laughs at it till the turn comes for crying. Poor Henrietta has suffered silently, with that softest of possible natures, which hers is indeed, beginning with implicit obedience, and ending with something as unlike it as possible. But you see, where money is wanted, and where the dependence is total, see. And when once, in the case of the one dearest to me, when just at the last he was involved in the same grief, and I attempted to make over my advantages to him. It could be no sacrifice, you know. I did not want the money, and could buy nothing with it so good as his happiness. Why, then my hands were seized and tied, and then and there, in the midst of the trouble, came the end of all. I tell you all this just to make you understand a little. Did I not tell you before? But there is no danger at present, and why ruffle this present with disquieting thoughts? Why not leave that future to itself? For me, I sit in the track of the avalanche quite calmly, so calmly as to surprise myself at intervals, and yet I know the reason of the calmness well. For Mr. Kenyon, dear Mr. Kenyon, he will speak the softest of words, if any, only he will think privately that you are foolish, and that I am ungenerous, but I will not say so any more now, so as to tease you. There is another thing of more consequence than his thoughts, which is often in my mind to ask you of, but there will be time for such questions. Let us leave the winter to its own peace. If I should be ill again, you will be reasonable, and we both must submit to God's necessity. Not, you know, that I have the least intention of being ill, if I can help it, and in the case of a tolerably mild winter, and with all this strength to use, there are possibilities for me, and then I have sunshine from you, which is better than Pisa's. And what more would you say? Do I not hear and understand? It seems to me that I do both, or why all this wonder and gratitude? If the devotion of the remainder of my life could prove that I hear, would it be proof enough? Proof enough, perhaps, but not gift enough. May God bless you always. I have put some of the hair into a little locket which was given to me when I was a child by my favourite uncle, papa's only brother, who used to tell me that he loved me better than my own father did, and was jealous when I was not glad. It is through him in part that I am richer than my sisters, through him and his mother. And a great grief it was on trial when he died a few years ago in Jamaica, proving by his last act that I was unforgotten. And now I remember how he once said to me, "Do you beware of ever loving. If you do, you will not do it half. It will be for life and death." So I put the hair into his locket, which I wear habitually, and which never had hair before, the natural use of it being for perfume. And this is the best perfume for all hours, besides the completing of a prophecy. Your E.B.B. End of section 173.
Section 174 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmark December 15, 1845. Every word you write goes to my heart and lives there. Let us live so and die so, if God will. I trust many years hence to begin telling you what I feel now, that the beam of light will have reached you. Meantime it is here. Let me kiss your forehead, my sweetest, dearest. Wednesday I am waiting for. How waiting for? After all, it seems probable that there was no intentional mischief in that jeweller's management of the ring. The divided gold must have been exposed to fire, heated thoroughly perhaps. And what became of the contents then? Well, all is safe now, and I go to work again, of course. My next act is just done. That is, being done. But what I did not foresee, I cannot bring it copied by Wednesday, as my sister went this morning on a visit for the week. On the matters, the others I will not think, as you bid me, if I can help at least. But your kind, gentle, good sisters, and the provoking sorrow at the right meaning at the bottom of the wrongdoing. Wrong to itself and its plain purpose, and meanwhile the real tragedy and sacrifice of a life. If you should see Mr. Kenyon, and can find if he will be disengaged on Wednesday evening, I shall be glad to go in that case. But I have been writing, as I say, and will leave off this for the better communing with you. Don't imagine I am unwell. I feel quite well, but a little tired, and the thought of you waits in such readiness. So may God bless you, beloved. I am all your own, R.B. End of section 174.
Section 175 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday, postmarked December 16th, 1845. Mr. Kenyon has not come. He does not come so often, I think. Did he know from you that you were to see me last Thursday? If he did, it might be as well, do you not think, to go to him next week? Will it not seem frequent otherwise? But if you did not tell him of Thursday distinctly, I did not remember. He might take the Wednesday's visit to be the substitute for rather than the successor of Thursday's, and in that case why not write a word to him yourself to propose dining with him as he suggested? He really wishes to see you, of that I am sure. But you will know what is best to do, and he may come here to-morrow, perhaps, and ask a whole set of questions about you, so my right hand may forget its cunning for any good it does. Only don't send messages by me, please. How happy I am with your letter to-night. When I had sent away my last letter, I began to remember, and I could not help smiling to do so, that I had totally forgotten the great subject of my fame, and the oath you administered about it, totally. Now how do you read that omen? If I forget myself, who is to remember me, do you think, except you? Which brings me where I would stay. Yes, yours, it must be. But you, it had better be. But to leave the vain superstitions, let me go on to assure you that I did mean to answer that part of your former letter, and do mean to behave well and be obedient. Your wish would be enough, even if there could be likelihood without it of my doing nothing ever again. Oh, certainly I have been idle. It comes of lotus-eating, and besides of sitting too long in the sun. Yet idle may not be the word. Silent I have been, through too many thoughts to speak just that. As to writing letters and reading manuscripts filling all my time, why I must lack vital energy indeed. You do not mean seriously to fancy such a thing of me. For the rest, tell me, is it your opinion that when the Apostle Paul saw the unspeakable things being snatched up into the third heavens, whether in the body or out of the body he could not tell, is it your opinion that all the week after he worked particularly hard at the tent-making? For my part, I doubt it. I would not speak profanely or extravagantly. It is not the best way to thank God. But to say only that I was in the desert and that I am among the palm trees is to say nothing, because it is easy to understand how, after walking straight on, furlong after furlong, dreary day after dreary day, one may come to the end of the sand, and within sight of the fountain. There is nothing miraculous in that, you know. Yet even in that case, to doubt whether it may not all be mirage would be the natural first thought, the recurring dream-fear, now would it not? And you can reproach me for my thoughts, as if they were unnatural? Never mind about the third act. The advantage is that you will not tire yourself perhaps the next week. What gladness it is that you should really seem better, and how much better that is even than Luria. Mrs. Jameson came to-day, but I will tell you. May God bless you now and always. Your E.B.B. End of section 175. Section 176 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening, postmarked December 17th, 1845. Henrietta had a note from Mr. Kenyon to the effect that he was coming to see Bar to-day, if in any way he found it possible. Now he has not come, and the inference is that he will come to-morrow, in which case you will be convicted of not wishing to be with him, perhaps. So would it not be advisable for you to call at his door for a moment, and before you come here? Think of it. You know it would not do to vex him, would it? Your E.B.B. End of section 176.
Section 177 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday morning. Postmark, December 19, 1845. I ought to have written yesterday, so today, when I need a letter and get none, there is my own fault besides, and the less consolation. A letter from you would light up this sad day. Shall I fancy how, if a letter lay there where I look, rain might fall and winds blow while I listen to you, long after the words have been laid to heart? But here you are in your place, with me who am your own, and so the rhyme joins on. She shall speak to me in places lone, with a low and holy tone. Aye, when I have lit my lamp at night, she shall be present with my sprite. And I will say, whate'er it be, every word she telleth me. Now is that taken from your book? No, but from my book, which holds my verses as I write them, and as I open it, I read that. And speaking of verse, somebody gave me a few days ago that Mr. Lowell's book you once mentioned to me. Anyone who admires you shall have my sympathy at once, even though we do change the laughing wine mark into a stain, that perfectly beautiful triplet. Nor am I to be indifferent to his good word for myself, though not very happily connected with the criticism on the epithet in that Yorkshire tragedy, which has better things, by the way, seeing that white boy in old language meant just good boy, a general epithet, as Johnson notices in the Life of Dryden, whom the schoolmaster Busby was used to class with his white boys. This is hypercriticism, however. For these American books should not be reprinted here. One asks what and where is the class to which they address themselves? For no doubt we have our congregations of ignoramuses that enjoy the profoundest ignorance imaginable on the subjects treated of. But these are evidently not the audience Mr. Lowell reckons on. Rather, if one may trust the manner of his setting to work, he would propound his doctrine to the class. Always to be found, of spirits instructed up to a certain height and there resting, vines that run up a prop, and there tangle and grow to a knot, which want supplying with fresh poles. So the provident man brings his bundle into the grounds and sticks them in laterally, or atop of the others as the case requires, and all the old stocks go on growing again. But here with us, whoever wanted Chaucer or Chapman or Ford got 'em long ago. What else have Lamb and Coleridge and Hazlitt and Hunt and so on to the end of their generations? What else been doing this many a year? What one passage of all these cited with the very air of a Columbus but has been known to all who know anything of poetry this many a year? The others who don't know anything are the stocks that have got to shoot, not climb higher. Compost they want in the first place. Fords and Crashaws rival nightingales. Why, they have been dissertated on by Wordsworth and Coleridge, then by Lamb and Hazlitt, then worked to death by Hunt, who printed them entire and quoted them to pieces again in every periodical he was ever engaged upon. And yet, after all, here Philip must read, out of a roll of dropping papers with yellow ink tracing, so old, something at which John claps his hands and says, "Really, that these ancients should own so much wit," etc. The passage no longer looks its fresh self after this veritable passage from hand to hand, as when in old dances the belle began the figure with her own partner, and by him was transferred to the next, and so to the next, they ever beginning with all the old alacrity and spirit, but she bearing a still accumulating weight of tokens of gallantry, and none the better for every fresh pushing and shoving and pulling and hauling, till at the bottom of the room. To which Mr. Lowell might say that, no, I will say the true thing against myself, and it is, that when I turn from what is in my mind, and determine to write about anybody's book, to avoid writing that I love, and love, and love again my own dearest love, because of the cuckoo song of it, then I shall be in no better humour with that book than with Mr. Lowell's. But I have a new thing to say or sing. You never before heard me love and bless and send my heart after. Bah, did you? Bah, and that is you. I tried, More than wanted to call you that on Wednesday. I have a flower here, rather a tree, a mimosa, which must be turned and turned, the side to the light changing in a little time to the leafy side, where all the fans lean and spread. So I turn your name to me, that side I have not last seen, and cannot tell how I feel glad that you will not part with the name Barrett, seeing that you have two of the same, and must always, moreover, remain my E.B.B. Dearest E.B.C. No, no, and so it will never be. Have you seen Mr. Kenyon? I did not write, knowing that such a procedure would draw the kind cure letter in return, with the invitation, etc., as if I had asked for it. I had perhaps better call on him some morning very early. Bless you, my own sweetest. You will write to me, I know in my heart. May ever God bless you. R.B. End of section 177.
Section 178 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark December 20th, 1845. Dearest, you know how to say what makes me happiest, you who never think, you say, of making me happy. For my part, I do not think of it either. I simply understand that you are my happiness, and that therefore you could not make another happiness for me, such as would be worth having, not even you. Why, how could you? That was in my mind to speak yesterday, but I could not speak it. To write it is easier. Talking of happiness, shall I tell you? Promise not to be angry, and I will tell you. I have thought sometimes that, if I considered myself holy, I should choose to die this winter, now, before I had disappointed you in anything. But because you are better and dearer and more to be considered than I do not choose it. I cannot choose to give you any pain, even on the chance of its being a less pain, a less evil, than what may follow, perhaps, who can say, if I should prove the burden of your life. For if you make me happy with some words, you frighten me with others, as with the extravagance yesterday, and seriously, too seriously, when the moment for smiling at them is past. I am frightened, I tremble. When you come to know me as well as I know myself, what can save me, do you think, from disappointing and displeasing you? I ask the question, and find no answer. It is a poor answer to say that I can do one thing well, that I have one capacity largely. On points of the general affections, I have in thought applied to myself the words of Madame de Stael, not fretfully, I hope, not complainingly, I am sure. I can thank God for most affectionate friends, not complainingly, yet mournfully and in profound conviction. Those words, Jamais je n'ai pas été aimé comme j'aime. The capacity of loving is the largest of my powers, I think. I thought so before knowing you, and one form of feeling. And although any woman might love you, every woman, with understanding enough to discern you by, oh, do not fancy that I am unduly magnifying mine office, yet I persist in persuading myself that. Because I have the capacity, as I said, and besides I owe more to you than others could, it seems to me. Let me boast of it. To many you might be better than all things, while one of all things. To me you are instead of all, to many a crowning happiness, to me the happiness itself. From out of the deep dark pits men see the stars more gloriously, and de profundis amavi. It is a very poor answer, almost as poor an answer as yours could be if I were to ask you to teach me to please you always, or rather how not to displease you, disappoint you, vex you. What if all those things were in my fate? And, to begin, I am disappointed tonight. I expected a letter which does not come, and I had felt so sure of having a letter tonight. Unreasonably sure, perhaps, which means doubly sure. Friday. Remember you have had 2 notes of mine, and that it is certainly not my turn to write, though I am writing. Scarcely you had gone on Wednesday when Mr. Kenyon came. It seemed best to me, you know, that you should go. I had the presentiment of his footsteps, and so near they were, that if you had looked up the street in leaving the door, you must have seen him. Of course I told him of your having been here, and also at his house, whereupon he inquired eagerly if you meant to dine with him, seeming disappointed by my negative. Now I had told him, he said, and murmured on to himself loud enough for me to hear, that it would have been a peculiar pleasure, etc. The reason I have not seen him lately is the eternal business, just as you thought, and he means to come oftener now, so nothing is wrong as I have thought. As your letter does not come, it is a good opportunity for asking what sort of ill humour, or, to be more correct, bad temper, you most particularly admire. Sulkiness? The divine gift of sitting aloof in a cloud, like any god for 3 weeks together, perhaps? Pettishness? Which will get you up a storm about a crooked pin or a straight one either? Obstinacy? Which is an agreeable form of temper, I can assure you, and describes itself. Or the good open passion which lies on the floor and kicks, like one of my cousins. Certainly I prefer the last, and I should, I think, prefer it as an evil, even if it were not the born weakness of my own nature, though I humbly confess, to you, who seem to think differently of these things, that never since I was a child have I upset all the chairs and tables, and thrown the books about the room in a fury. I am afraid I do not even kick, like my cousin now. Those demonstrations were all done by the light of other days, not a very full light, I used to be accustomed to think. But you think otherwise. You take a fury to be the opposite of indifference, as if there could be no such thing as self-control. Now for my part I do believe that the worst-tempered persons in the world are less so through sensibility than selfishness. They spare nobody's heart on the ground of being themselves pricked by a straw. Now see if it isn't so. What, after all, is a good temper but generosity in trifles? And what, without it, is the happiness of life? We have only to look round us. I saw a woman once burst into tears because her husband cut the bread and butter too thick. I saw that with my own eyes. Was it sensibility, I wonder? They were at least real tears, and ran down her cheeks. "You always do it," she said. Why, how you must sympathize with the heroes and heroines of the French romances. Do you sympathize with them very much? When at the slightest provocation they break up the tables and chairs, a degree beyond the deeds of my childhood. I only used to upset them. Break up the tables and chairs and chiffoniers, and dash the china to atoms. The men do the furniture, and the women the porcelain. And pray observe that they always set about this as a matter of course. When they have broken everything in the room, they sink down quite, and very naturally, abattus. I remember a particular case of a hero of Frederic Soulier's who, in the course of an emotion, takes up a chair unconsciously and breaks it into very small pieces, and then proceeds with his soliloquy. Well, the clearest idea this excites in me is of the low condition in Paris, of moral government, and of upholstery. Because just consider for yourself how you would succeed in breaking to pieces even a 3-legged stool if it were properly put together, as stools are in England, just yourself, without a hammer and a screw. You might work at it comme quatre, and find it hard to finish, I imagine. And then as a demonstration, a child of 6 years old might demonstrate just so, in his sphere, and be whipped accordingly. How I go on writing, and you who do not write at all! 2 extremes, one set against the other. But I must say, though in ever such an ill temper, which you know is just the time to select for writing a panegyric upon good temper, that I am glad you do not despise my own right name too much, because I never was called Elizabeth by any one who loved me at all, and I accept the omen. So little it seems my name that if a voice said suddenly Elizabeth, I should as soon turn round as my sisters would, no sooner. Only my own right name has been complained of for want of euphony, bah. Now and then it has, and Mr. Boyd makes a compromise and calls me Alibert, because nothing could induce him to desecrate his organs accustomed to Attic harmonies with a bar. So I am glad, and accept the omen. But I give you no credit for not thinking that I may forget you. As if you did not see the difference. Why, I could not even forget to write to you, observe. Whenever you write, say how you are. Were you wet on Wednesday? Your own. End of section 178.
Section 179 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmarked December 20, 1845. I do not, nor will not think, dearest, of ever making you happy. I can imagine no way of working that end which does not go straight to my own truest, only true happiness. Yet in every such effort there is implied some distinction, some supererogatory grace, or why speak of it at all? You it is are my happiness, and all that ever can be. You, dearest. But never, if you would not, what you will not do, I know, never revert to that frightful wish. Disappoint me? I speak what I know and testify what I have seen. You shall mystery again and again. I do not dispute that. But do not you dispute neither that mysteries are. Because it is simply because I do most justice to the mystical part of what I feel for you. Because I consent to lay most stress on that fact of facts that I love you, beyond admiration and respect and esteem and affection even, and do not adduce any reason which stops short of accounting for that, whatever else it would account for, because I do this in pure logical justice. You are able to turn and wonder, if you do, now, what causes it all. My love, only wait. Only believe in me, and it cannot be but I shall, little by little, become known to you. After long years, perhaps, but still one day. I would say this now, but I will write more tomorrow. God bless my sweetest. Ever love, I am your R.B. But my letter came last night, did it not? And another thing, no, tomorrow, for time presses, and in all cases, Tuesday, remember. End of section 179.
Section 180 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, postmarked December 20th, 1845. I have your letter now, and now I am sorry I sent mine. If I wrote that you had forgotten to write, I did not mean it, not a word. If I had meant it, I should not have written it. But it would have been better for every reason to have waited just a little longer before writing at all. A besetting sin of mine is an impatience which makes people laugh when it does not entangle their silks, put their knots tighter, and tear their books in cutting them open. How right you are about Mr. Lowell. He has a refined fancy, and is graceful for an American critic. But the truth is, otherwise, that he knows nothing of English poetry, or the next thing to nothing, and has merely had a dream of the early dramatists. The amount of his reading in that direction is an article in the Retrospective Review, which contains extracts, and he re-extracts the extracts, re-quotes the quotations, and a pede Herculem from the foot infers the man, or rather from the sandal string of the foot, infers and judges the soul of the man. It is comparative anatomy under the most speculative conditions. How a writer of his talents and pretensions could make up his mind to make up a book on such slight substratum is a curious proof of the state of literature in America. Do you not think so? Why, a lecturer on the English dramatists for a young ladies' academy here in England might take it to be necessary to have better information than he could gather from an odd volume of an old review. And then Mr. Lowell's naivete in showing his authority, as if the Elizabethan poets lay mouldering in inaccessible manuscript somewhere below the lowest deep of Shakespeare's grave, is curious beyond the rest. Altogether, the fact is an epigram on the surface literature of America. As you say, their books do not suit us. Mrs. Markham might as well send her compendium of the history of France to Mr. Thiers. If they knew more, they could not give parsley crowns to their own native poets when there is greater merit among the rabbits. Mrs. Sigourney has just sent me, just this morning, her Scenes in My Native Land, and peeping between the uncut leaves, I read of the poet Hillhouse, of sublime spirit and Miltonic energy, standing in the Temple of Fame, as if it were built on purpose for him. I suppose he is like most of the American poets, who are shadows of the true, as flat as a shadow, as colourless as a shadow, as lifeless and as transitory. Mr. Lowell himself is, in his verse books, poetical, if not a poet, and certainly this little book we are talking of is grateful enough in some ways. You would call it a pretty book, would you not? 2 or 3 letters I have had from him, all very kind, and that reminds me, alas, of some ineffable ingratitude on my own part. When one's conscience grows too heavy, there is nothing for it but to throw it away. Do you remember how I tried to tell you what he said of you, and how you would not let me? Mr. Matthews said of him, having met him once in society, that he was the concentration of conceit in appearance and manner. But since then they seem to be on better terms. Where is the meaning, pray, of E.B.C.? Your meaning, I mean. My true initials are E.B.M.B., my long name, as opposed to my short one, being Elizabeth Barrett Moulton Barrett. There's a full length to take away one's breath. Christian name, Elizabeth Barrett. Surname, Moulton Barrett. So long it is, that to make it portable, I fell into the habit of doubling it up and packing it closely, and of forgetting that I was a Moulton altogether. One might as well write the alphabet as all 4 initials. Yet our family name is Moulton Barrett, and my brothers reproach me sometimes for sacrificing the governorship of an old town in Norfolk with a little honourable verdigris from the Herald's office. As if I cared for the retrospective review. Nevertheless, it is true that I would give 10 towns in Norfolk, if I had them, to own some purer lineage than that of the blood of the slave. Cursed we are from generation to generation. I seem to hear the commination service. May God bless you always, always, beyond the always of this world. Your E.B.B. Mr. Dickens's Cricket sings repetitions, and with considerable beauty is extravagant. It does not appear to me by any means one of his most successful productions, though quite free from what was reproached as bitterness and one-sidedness last year. You do not say how you are, not a word, and you are wrong in saying that you ought to have written, as if ought could be in place so. You never ought to write to me, you know, or rather, if you ever think you ought not, which is a speaking of mysteries on my part. End of section 180.
Section 181 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday night. Postmark, December 22, 1845. Now, ought you to be sorry you sent that letter? Which made, it makes me so happy. So happy. Can you bring yourself to turn round and tell one you have so blessed with your bounty that there was a mistake, and that you meant only half that largesse? If you are not sensible that you do make me most happy by such letters, and do not warm in the reflection of your own rays, then I do give up indeed the last chance of procuring you happiness. My own ought, which you object to, shall be withdrawn, being only a pure bit of selfishness. I felt in missing the letter of yours next day that I might have drawn it down by one of mine. If I had begged never so gently, the gold would have fallen. There was my admitted duty to myself, which you properly blame. I should stand silently and wait, and be sure of the ever-remembering goodness. Let me count my gold now, and rub off any speck that stays the full shining. First, that thought. I told you, I pray you, sweet, never that again, or what leads never so remotely or indirectly to it. On your own fancied ground, the fulfilment would be of necessity fraught with every woe that can fall in this life. I am yours for ever. If you are not here with me, what then? Say you take all of yourself away, but just enough to live on. Then That defeats every kind purpose. As if you cut away all the ground from my feet, but so much as serves for bare standing room. Why, still I stand there. And is it the better that I have no broader space, when off that you cannot force me? I have your memory, the knowledge of you, the idea of you printed into my heart and brain. On that I can live my life. But it is for you, the dear, utterly generous creature I know you, to give me more and more beyond mere life, to extend life and deepen it, as you do and will do. Oh, how I love you when I think of the entire truthfulness of your generosity to me. How meaning and willing to give you gave nobly. Do you think I have not seen in this world how women who do love will manage to confer that gift on occasion? And shall I allow myself to fancy how much alloy such pure gold as your love would have rendered endurable? Yet it came, virgin ore, to complete my fortune. And what but this makes me confident and happy? Can I take a lesson by your fancies, and begin frightening myself with saying, but if she saw all the world, the worthier, better men there, those who would, etc., etc. No, I think of the great dear gift that it was, how I won nothing, the hateful word and French thought, did nothing by my own arts or cleverness in the matter. So what pretence have the more artful or more clever for? But I cannot write out this folly. I am yours forever, and with the utmost sense of gratitude. To say I would give you my life joyfully is little. I would, I hope, do that for 2 or 3 other people, but I am not conscious of any imaginable point in which I would not implicitly devote my whole self to you, be disposed of by you as for the best. There. It is not to be spoken of. Let me live it into proof, beloved. And for disappointment and a burden, now, let us get quite away from ourselves, and not see one of the filaments, but only the cords of love with the world's horny eye. Have we such jarring tastes, then? Does your inordinate attachment to gay life interfere with my deep passion for society? Have they common sympathy in each other's pursuits? Always asks Mrs. Tomkins. Well, here was I when you knew me, fixed in my way of life, meaning with God's help to write what may be written, and so die at peace with myself so far. Can you help me or no? Do you not help me so much that, if you saw the more likely peril for poor human nature, you would say, he will be jealous of all the help coming from me, none from him to me? And that would be a consequence of the help, all too great for hope of return, with any one less possessed than I with the exquisiteness of being transcended and the blessed one. But here comes Cecilia, and the voice is hushed. I will speak of other things. When we are together one day, the days I believe in, I mean to set about that reconsidering Sordello. It has always been rather on my mind, but yesterday I was reading the Purgatorio, and the first speech of the group, of which Sordello makes one, struck me with a new significance, as well describing the man and his purpose and fate in my own poem. See, one of the burthened, contorted souls tells Virgil and Dante, "La fumo già tutti per forza morti, e peccatori infin al ultim ora, quivi lume del ciel ne fece accorti, sicché, pentendo e perdonando, fore di vita uscimo a Dio pacificati, che del disio di se veder n'ancora." Which is just my Sordello story. Could I do it offhand, I wonder? And sinners were we to the extreme hour. Then light from heaven fell, making us aware, so that repenting us and pardoned, out of life we passed to God, at peace with him, who fills the heart with yearning him to see. There were many singular incidents attending my work on that subject. Thus, quite at the end, I found out there was printed, and not published, a little historical tract by a Count V. something, called Sordello, with the motto, Post fata resurgam. I hope he prophesied. The main of this, biographical notices, is extracted by Muratori, I think. Last year, when I set foot in Naples, I found after a few minutes that at some theatre that night the opera was to be one act of Sordello, and I never looked twice, nor expended a couple of carlines on the libretto. I wanted to tell you, in last letter, that when I spoke of people's tempers, you have no concern with people. I do not glance obliquely at your temper, either to discover it, or praise it, or adapt myself to it. I speak of the relation one sees in other cases, how one opposes passionate, foolish people, but hates cold, clever people who take quite care enough of themselves. I myself am born supremely passionate, so I was born with light yellow hair. All changes. That is, the passion changes its direction, and taking a channel large enough looks calmer, perhaps, than it should. And all my sympathies go with quiet strength, of course. But I know what the other kind is. As for the breakages of chairs and the appreciation of Parisian meubles, manibus pedibusque descendo in tuam sentiam ba mi ocel. What was E.B.C.? Why, the first letter after and not E.B.B, my own B. There was no latent meaning in the C, but I had no inclination to go on to D or E, for instance. And so, love, Tuesday is to be our day. One day more, and then. And meanwhile, care for me. A good word for you, but my care, what is that? One day I aspire to care, though. I shall not go away at any dear Mr. K.'s coming. They call me downstairs to supper, and my fire is out, and you keep me from feeling cold, and yet ask if I am well? Yes, well. Yes, happy. And your own ever. I must bid God bless you, dearest R.B. End of section 181.
Section 182 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday night, postmark December 24th, 1845. But did I dispute? Surely not. Surely I believe in you and in mysteries. Surely I prefer the no reason to ever so much rationalism. Rationalism and infidelity go together, they say. All which I may do and be afraid sometimes notwithstanding, and when you overpraise me, not overlove, I must be frightened, as I told you. It is with me as with the theologians. I believe in you and can be happy and safe so. But when my personal merits come into question in any way, even the least, why then the position grows untenable. It is no more of grace. Do I tease you as I tease myself sometimes? But do not wrong me in turn. Do not keep repeating that after long years I shall know you, as if I did not without the years. If you are forced to refer me to those long years, I must deserve the thistle besides. The thistles are the corollary. For it is obvious, manifest, that I cannot doubt of you, that I may doubt of myself, of happiness, of the whole world, but of you not. It is obvious that if I could doubt of you, and act so, I should be a very idiot, or worse indeed. And you think I doubt of you whenever I make an interjection, now do you not? And is it reasonable? Of you, I mean? Monday. For my part, you must admit it to be too possible that you may be, as I say, disappointed in me. It is too possible. And if it does me good to say so, even now perhaps, if it is mere weakness to say so and simply torments you, why do you be magnanimous and forgive that? Let it pass as a weakness and forgive it so. Often I think painful things which I do not tell you, and... While I write, your letter comes. Kindest of you it was to write me such a letter when I expected scarcely the shadow of one. This makes up for the other letter which I expected unreasonably, and which you ought not to have written, as was proved afterwards. And now why should I go on with that sentence? What had I to say of painful things, I wonder? All the painful things seem gone, vanished. I forget what I had to say. Only do you still think of this, dearest beloved, that I sit here in the dark but for you, and that the light you bring me, from my fault, from the nature of my darkness, is not a settled light, as when you open the shutters in the morning, but a light made by candles, which burn some of them longer and some shorter, and some brighter and briefer at once, being double wicks, and that there is an intermission for a moment now and then between the dropping of the old light into the socket and the lighting of the new. Every letter of yours is a new light which burns so many hours, and then I am morbid, you see, or call it by what name you like, too wise or too foolish. If the light of the body is darkness, how great is that darkness? Yet even when I grow too wise, I admit always that while you love me, it is an answer to all. And I am never so much too foolish as to wish to be worthier for my own sake, only for yours, not for my own sake, since I am content to owe all things to you. And it could be so much to you to lose me, and you say so, and then think it needful to tell me not to think the other thought, as if that were possible. Do you remember what you said once of the flowers, that you felt a respect for them when they had passed out of your hands? And must it not be so with my life, which, if you choose to have it, must be respected too? Much more with my life. Also, see that I, who had my warmest affections on the other side of the grave, feel that it is otherwise with me now, quite otherwise. I did not like it at first to be so much otherwise, and I could not have had any such thought through a weariness of life, or any of my old motives, but simply to escape the risk I told you of. Should I have said to you instead of it, love me forever? Well then, I do. As to my helping you, my help is in your fancy, and if you go on with the fancy, I perfectly understand that it will be as good as deeds. We have sympathy too. We walk one way. Oh, I do not forget the advantages. Only Mrs. Tomkins's ideas of happiness are below my ambition for you. So often as I have said, it reminds me that in this situation I should be more exacting than any other woman. So often I have said it, and so different everything is from what I thought it would be. Because if I am exacting, it is for you, and not for me. It is altogether for you. You understand that, dearest of all. It is for you wholly. It never crosses my thought in a lightning even, the question whether I may be happy so and so, I. It is the other question which comes always, too often for peace. People used to say to me, you expect too much, you are too romantic, and my answer always was that I could not expect too much when I expected nothing at all, which was the truth, for I never thought, and how often I have said that, I never thought that anyone whom I could love would stoop to love me. The two things seemed clearly incompatible to my understanding. And now when it comes in a miracle, you wonder at me for looking twice, thrice, 4 times, to see if it comes through ivory or horn. You wonder that it should seem to me at first all illusion, illusion for you, illusion for me as a consequence, but how natural. It is true of me, very true, that I have not a high appreciation of what passes in the world, and not merely the Tomkins world, under the name of love, and that a distrust of the thing had grown to be a habit of mind with me when I knew you first. It has appeared to me, through all the seclusion of my life and the narrow experience it admitted of, that in nothing men, and women too, were so apt to mistake their own feelings as in this one thing. Putting falseness quite on one side, quite out of sight and consideration, an honest mistaking of feeling appears wonderfully common, and no mistake has such frightful results. None can. Self-love and generosity, a mistake may come from either, from pity, from admiration, from any blind impulse. Oh, when I look at the histories of my own female friends, to go no step further. And if it is true of the women, what must the other side be? To see the marriages which are made every day, worse than solitudes and more desolate. In the case of the 2 happiest I ever knew, one of the husbands said in confidence to a brother of mine, not much in confidence, or I should not have heard it, but in a sort of smoking frankness, that he had ruined his prospects by marrying, and the other said to himself at the very moment of professing an extraordinary happiness, "But I should have done as well if I had not married her." Then for the falseness. The first time I ever, in my own experience, heard that word which rhymes to glove, and comes as easily off and on some hands, it was from a man of whose attentions to another woman I was at that time her confidante. I was bound so to silence for her sake that I could not even speak the scorn that was in me, and in fact my uppermost feeling was a sort of horror, a terror, for I was very young then, and the world did, at the moment, look ghastly. The falseness and the calculations, why how can you, who are just, blame women, when you must know what the system of men is towards them, and of men not ungenerous otherwise? Why are women to be blamed if they act as if they had to do with swindlers? Is it not the mere instinct of preservation which makes them do it? These make women what they are. And your honourable men, the most loyal of them, for instance, is it not a rule with them, unless when taken unaware through a want of self-government, to force a woman, trying all means, to force a woman to stand committed in her affections? They with their feet lifted all the time to trample on her for want of delicacy, before they risk the pin-prick to their own personal pitiful vanities? Oh, to see how these things are set about by men! To see how a man carefully holding up on each side the skirts of an embroidered vanity to keep it quite safe from the wet, will contrive to tell you in so many words that he might love you if the sun shone. And women are to be blamed? Why, there are, to be sure, cold and heartless, light and changeable, ungenerous and calculating women in the world, that is sure. But for the most part they are only what they are made, and far better than the nature of the making. Of that I am confident. The loyal make the loyal, the disloyal, and I give no more discredit to those women you speak of than I myself can take any credit in this thing, I. Because who could be disloyal with you? With whatever corrupt inclination, you, who are the noblest of all. If you judge me so, it is my privilege rather than my merit, as I feel of myself. Wednesday. All but the last few lines of all this was written before I saw you yesterday, ever dearest, and since I have been reading your third act, which is perfectly noble and worthy of you both in the conception and expression, and carries the reader on triumphantly, to speak for one reader. It seems to me too that the language is freer, there is less inversion and more breadth of rhythm. It just strikes me so for the first impression. At any rate, the interest grows and grows. You have a secret about Domitia, I guess, which will not be told till the last, perhaps. And that poor noble Luria, who will be equal to the leap, as it is easy to see. It is full altogether of magnanimities, noble and nobly put. I will go on with my notes, and those you shall have at once, I mean together, presently, and don't hurry and chafe yourself for the fourth act, now that you are better. To be ill again, think what that would be. Luria will be great now, whatever you do, or whatever you do not. Will he not? And never, never for a moment, I quite forgot to tell you, did I fancy that you were talking at me, in the temper observations, never. It was the most unprovoked egotism, all that I told you of my temper, for certainly I never suspected you of asking questions so. I was simply amused a little by what you said, and thought to myself, if you will know my thoughts on that serious subject, that you had probably lived among very good-tempered persons, to hold such an opinion about the innocuousness of ill temper. It was all I thought, indeed. Now to fancy that I was capable of suspecting you of such a manoeuvre, why you would have asked me directly, if you had wished curiously to enquire. An excellent solemn chiming the passage from Dante makes with your sordello, and the sordello deserves the labour which it needs, to make it appear the great work it is. I think that the principle of association is too subtly in movement throughout it, so that while you are going straight forward, you go at the same time round and round, until the progress involved in the motion is lost sight of by the lookers on. Or did I tell you that before? You have heard, I suppose, how Dickens's Cricket sells by 19,000 copies at a time, though he takes Michael Angelo to be a humbug, or for though read because. Tell me of Mr. Kenyon's dinner and Moxon. Is not this an infinite letter? I shall hear from you, I hope. I ask you to let me hear soon. I write all sorts of things to you, rightly and wrongly perhaps. When wrongly, forgive it. I think of you always. May God bless you. Love me forever, as your Ba. End of section 182.
Section 183 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. 25th December 1845. My dear Christmas gift of a letter. I will write back a few lines, all I can, having to go out now, just that I may forever, certainly during our mortal forever, mix my love for you, and as you suffer me to say, your love for me. Dearest, these shall be mixed with the other loves of the day, and live therein, as I write and trust and know, forever. While I live, I will remember what was my feeling in reading and in writing and in stopping from either, as I have just done, to kiss you and bless you with my whole heart. Yes, yes. Bless you, my own. All is right, all of your letter, admirably right and just in the defence of the women I seemed to speak against, and only seemed, because that is a way of mine which you must have observed, that foolish concentrating on thought and feeling for a moment, on some one little spot of a character, or anything else indeed, and in the attempt to do justice and develop whatever may seem ordinarily to be overlooked in it, that over-vehement insisting on and giving an undue prominence to the same, which has the effect of taking away the importance of the rest of the related objects which, in truth, are not considered at all, or they would also rise proportionally when subjected to the same. That is, correspondingly magnified and dilated, light and concentrated feeling. So you remember the old divine preaching on small sins, in his zeal to expose the tendencies and consequences usually made little account of, was led to maintain the said small sins to be greater than great ones. But then, if you look on the world altogether, and accept the small natures in their usual proportion with the greater, things do not look quite so bad. Because the conduct which is atrocious in those higher cases, of proposal and acceptance, may be no more than the claims of the occasion justify. Wait and hear. In certain other cases, where the thing sought for and granted is avowedly less by 1,000,000 degrees. It shall all be traffic, exchange, counting spiritual gifts as only coin for our purpose. But surely the formalities and policies and decencies all vary with the nature of the thing trafficked for. If a man makes up his mind during half his life to acquire a Pitt diamond or a Pilgrim pearl, he gets witnesses and testimony and so forth. But surely, when I pass a shop where oranges are ticketed up 7 for 6pence, I offend no law by sparing all words and putting down the piece with a certain authoritative ring on the counter. If instead of diamonds you want, being a king or queen, provinces with live men on them, there is so much more diplomacy required. New interests are appealed to, high motives supposed at all events. Whereas when in Naples a man asks leave to black your shoe in the dusty street, purely for the honour of serving your excellency, you laugh and will be sorry to find yourself without a grano or two, 6 of which about make a farthing. Now do you not see? Where so little is to be got, why offer much more? If a man knows that, but I am teaching you. All I mean is that in Benedict's phrase, the world must go on. He who honestly wants his wife to sit at the head of his table and carve, that is, be his help-meet, not help-meet for him, he shall assuredly find a girl of his degree who wants the table to sit at, and some dear friend to mortify who would be glad of such a piece of fortune. And if that man offers that woman a bunch of orange flowers and a sonnet, instead of a buckhorn-handled sabre-shaped knife, sheathed in a every lady her own market woman being a table of, etc., etc., then I say he is... Bless you, dearest. The clock strikes, and the time is none. But, bless you, your own R.B. End of section 183. Section 184 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday 4 p.m. Postmark December 27, 1845. I was forced to leave off abruptly on Christmas morning, and now I have but a few minutes before our inexorable post leaves. I hoped to return from town earlier, but I can say something, and Monday will make amends. Forever. And forever I do love you, dearest. Love you with my whole heart, in life, in death. Yes, I did go to Mr. Kenyon's, who had a little to forgive my slack justice to his good dinner, but was for the rest his own kind self. And I went also to Moxon's, who said something about my numbers going off rather heavily. So let it. Too good, too indulgent you are, my own bar, to acts first or last. But all the same, I am glad and encouraged. Let me get done with these, and better things will follow. Now bless you ever, my sweetest. I have you ever in my thoughts, and on Monday, remember, I am to see you, your own R.B. See what I cut out of a Cambridge Advertiser of the 24th, to make you laugh. End of section 184.